The research says that I have about 15 to 30 seconds to capture your attention before you watch another video. And I don't know how to compress the crux of what I'm going to show you and how amazing that is in that little window I have. So look, just listen to me for 30 seconds and then give me a minute more if I'm at least piquing your interest, because this might change your life, or at least your usage of AI. What I'm going to share with you is cutting edge, and no one's put all this together before, but I'm putting it together in this completely free course that you're watching right now. All right. So check this out. In this course, I'm going to show you how to create 1, 5, 10, or even 100 news sites for any niche you want, I'm doing crypto as an example. I show you how to build this site over the shoulder. We built this entire site completely from scratch. And we also built this site, same niche, completely from scratch. And we have the AI write all the content. It does all the images, it does all the linking, it does the external linking, it does the deep research, it does the internal linking, it does it all. And the automation, the workflow also publishes each article to Facebook, to our Facebook pages. We have Facebook pages for each of these sites. I show you how to do all this. And the most powerful thing is the morning routine. This is my morning routine right now. I come to this news aggregator and I look at the aggregated news for my niche, which happens to be crypto. And I simply tag some articles. Oh, look, I like that article. Let me tag it. I like this article. Let me tag it. I like this article. Let me tag it. I like this article. Let me tag it. I'm tagging these articles, and look what's happening. I have a workflow that's behind the scenes, taking those titles, doing research on the titles, and then retitling the articles, and then assigning the articles to a particular website profile. And then I take all the results and I just cut and paste it into my AI writer, and I press one button, and then I turn off my monitor and I go to work or go play with my kids or go outside or do something. And the AI stays behind and it writes all the content. It pushes it to all the websites with all the AI images, with all the linking, with everything completely done, and then also pushes it to social. And I don't have to do anything. I'm showing you in this course how to do that. All right? Are you interested? So here's this list of articles I tagged. And we'll go over here. And the AI, it took the titles and it did research and it repurposed them. I simply come over here. I'm going to sort by my profiles. Each profile is for a different website. I take all the profiles, I copy, I go to my AI writer, I paste them in, and I press start. And the AI writes all of the articles. It sends them to all of the websites. I don't have to do anything else. I'm done. I can turn off my monitor. That is what I'm going to teach you in this completely free course. And if you've never seen this AI writer before, let me show you the quality of the output real quick. So here's an article. We had it right. So it assigned this automatically to this category. Here's the title that the AI came up with. Here's the AI image. And then here's the article. We have bolding. We have factual content from deep research. We have block quotes. We have links to authority sources for this article. And then we also have internal linking to other pages on our site, all done automatically. So that's what this free course is about, teaching you how to use AI in the most powerful, cutting edge workflow possible to create news websites. Now, what are the prerequisites for this course? There's really not a lot. You're going to need the AI writer that we're using. It's called ZimmWriter. There's a link to get it below. It runs natively on a Windows computer. It's not a cloud application. You can run it on a Mac, but you're going to need something called Parallels or wine or whiskey, not the actual drink, but it runs natively on a Windows computer. And that's basically it. You're going to need some API keys, but I talked you through the whole process. Other than that, you just need some determination to block off some time and go through the course. That's it. Hey, if I've piqued your interest, then let's go. All right, get your energy drink or your snack or whatever you need, and let's dive in and start creating some amazing news sites using AI. So it's time to start building our news site. And the very first question we need to ask is, what niche will we pick? Now, we can't just go after all kinds of news out there. We're never going to be a CNN or a Fox News or a BBC News. We have to choose a subcategory. There's multiple reasons. The main reason is just financially. We can have the AI write about just about everything, but it's going to cost a lot of money to have the AI just pump out stories all day long about politics and finance and business and international news and sports and weather and all this stuff. We're not going to be able to keep up. So we have to niche down, and it will be in our benefit to do that. So there's 5 questions that I always like to ask myself when I'm choosing a niche. And this is regardless of whether I'm choosing a niche for news or anything else. Anytime I'm choosing a niche, these are the 5 questions I ask. First question is, what is the niche that I'm going to run through the ringer? I want to choose a potential niche and then ask a series of questions about it to get a better feel for, is this something that I should be pursuing or not? So the first question is, what's the niche? Second question is, how much traffic is available in that potential niche? Third question is, how will I get that traffic? And how will I monetize that traffic? And then, is the potential monetization worth it? Like, how much will it end up being? So those are the 5 questions. What is the niche? How much traffic is available? How will I get the traffic? How will I monetize the traffic? And is the potential monetization even worth it? So let's go through the 5 questions right now. I think it will help you understand better how to choose a niche, and if the one that you're choosing is a better idea than possibly something else. So let me share my screen and we'll go through this. So first question is, what is the niche? We need to come up with an idea for a potential niche, just something that we're going to test out and run through the rest of the questions. This requires a little bit of research. We need to go to a couple different places to get the juices flowing. The whole origin, the genesis for this course was Google News had an article about crypto. And I was reading it and I said, wow, this is AI generated right here. It's not a bad article. It wasn't written poorly, but I was like, this is AI generated. And there's really not a lot to it. Maybe there's a graph in there or something, but there wasn't a lot to it. And then I started looking at the entire site, and we're talking AI images, AI articles. And then I started looking at the traffic for the site. The site's getting about 1 million visitors a month. I said, wow, this is something we could pursue with AI. And that kind of snowballed into, let me teach a course on how to make a news site using AI. Now, there's no guarantees at all that you'll be getting 1 million visitors a month or even 10 visitors a month. We don't know. We're in a different era right now. But it's possible to make a good news site with quality information using AI, and that's what I'm going to teach you how to do. So the first place that you can go to come up with a niche idea would just be Google News. Go to Google, type in news, and you'll see a little news column up here. Now, I recommend doing this in a private browser, because if you do it in your main browser, all of this is going to be biased towards your interest. I live in Ohio, so they're not going to return like stuff about Kentucky because I don't live in Kentucky. I'm interested in politics, so they're going to send me political news and stuff like that. So you want to open up a private window and go to Google News that way, and that way you can get a less biased opinion on like the aggregate amount of information out there. So let's see, we have a lot of political stuff. Hope's in the hospital. And maybe you don't find anything here, but at least we get those juices flowing. So we have Coast Guard stuff, and we don't know how much interest there is for this news stuff either. All right? We just see these news stories, but how much interest, how many people are actually clicking on these stories, we don't know at this point. So we can start looking through here. So that's the first thing. We can go to Google News and start looking around and see if anything sparks some interest in our mind. Next place you can go to is Google Trends. It's trends.google.com. You go there, you click Explore, and we're going to type in news. So somebody would be searching for a search term that would have the word news in it. So we scroll down, and here's a bunch of news. So these are queries people are asking Google, and we can see the growth rate of these queries over the past 12 months. So we can go 12 months, past 5 years. I would probably either do 12 months or like 90 days or something like that. You don't want to go too far. So we have Fox election results, Diddy News. I'm not going there with a 10-foot stick. Kate Middleton News, Harris News, election, Taylor Swift. And now this is interesting. So this is, I don't know the longevity of a site around Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, but that would be a great news site. However, and this is not one of the questions, the 5 questions, but this is definitely a question to be asking yourself. Would this be a good niche for AI? And the answer would be no, because the AI would fumble on the images. We could definitely use the research mode of the AI to get close to factually accurate information for our news articles, but the AI would just butcher the images. And for a site about this, people want to see those images. They want to see Travis. They want to see Taylor. If you go to the supermarket and you look at the tabloids, they all have photos on them. You're going to need good photos for this. This won't work for AI. And it also might cause problems if you're having the AI generate a fake photo of Taylor and Travis. off in the safari killing endangered species elephants or something. We don't want images by the AI that could cause problems from a legal standpoint for us. So that would be off the table right there. But you go through this and you look around. So XRP, that's a cryptocurrency, that's Ripple. That's seen a lot of spike over the past 12 months. Crypto news, that's gone up 80% over the past 12 months. So you can go through here and get some ideas for different niches. Now, the next place you can look, and this is a really interesting place. I have never seen this mentioned before. Go to Facebook and type in news and then look at all the groups for news. I'm right outside Toledo scanner. They're like police scanners and stuff like that. So there's 59,000 people in this group right here. Now, I don't recommend making like a group for your city, but maybe you could make a group for your state, like Ohio police scanner news or something like that. That would be interesting, actually. So you could do something like that. AI is pretty big. So AI for business, so there's 24,000 members in here. So you look at the members, but don't just look at the members. For some of these niches, you actually have to go into the group and see, is this just spam? I run a group myself, and we have a moderator, Bharat. Shout out to Bharat. Great guy. We don't let spammers in, and spammers get in, they get kicked out right away. Other groups, they don't police the content as much. So you might find that some of these groups are full of spam. So you don't really know until you actually go in the group, look around. And if you see a lot of engagement going on in the group, that's a good sign that this is a good potential niche. So let's see here. YouTube group community share, grow news and channel reviews. I don't know. I don't like that. UFC news. Let's check that out. Now, again, you might fumble. The AI might fumble on images if you want UFC news. Well, we go in here. Yeah, so we have a news. I don't know if this is linking anywhere, but there's definitely engagement. 77 comments, 109 comments. If you tried to have the AI make these photos, though, people would call it out right away. No one would be engaging with these posts. So this would be a great niche to go after, but you'd probably have to do real images. Let's see if there's anything else in here. Fox News. All about news. Toledo weather news. Fremont, Ohio. And that's another idea. I wouldn't make like Toledo. So this is really niche down. Not only is it Toledo, so it's a city in Ohio, but it's not just like news in general, it's weather news. So this is extremely niche down. I would not make a site this niche down because the traffic won't be there. But we can step back a little bit and we can say, you know what, let me make a site about Ohio weather news or Ohio fill in the blank news. That might be a way to do it. You can spend hours going through this and just find gold mines of niches. And also, we're going to make a Facebook page, but we're not going to make a Facebook group. Facebook group would be a viable option. And it's cool because people can then make their own content and stuff. The only thing you have to do is figure out a way to moderate that without letting the spammers in. But if you can crack that code, that can be a very lucrative endeavor. But if you make a page, no one else can make posts on your page. They can reply, they can make comments, but they can't make posts on your page. But Facebook actually allows you to monetize those pages, and you can make quite a bit of money if you have a lot of followers for your page and you get good engagement and things like that. Making a page is definitely a viable option. So not only can we make our website, but then we can make a Facebook page, push our news articles to the page. Hopefully we get engagement. And so there's different avenues of monetization available to us. So that's another place I would look. The other thing you can do is look at existing sites. So I would go to Google. Remember, I'm doing crypto. You can do crypto too if you want to. There's a lot of opportunity there, but my buddy's doing like 18 sites. I'm doing a couple. There's room for more, but I recommend you do your own, find your own niche that no one else is doing or isn't being as public as this, and you might have better luck. But it's up to you, completely up to you. Go to Google, type in your niche. So I'm going to do crypto, and I'll put in news. And we'll just see what sites are hitting. So we have crypto news, number one. And I'm just looking through this to see, are there a lot of sites writing news content about this? And then in the next question, we're going to feed these sites into our keyword research tool, see what traffic they're getting to give us a better idea on the traffic potential for us. So we can go through here and look at the different results. A lot of news sites that deal with crypto. BBC obviously deals with everything. So they have a crypto section, but that wouldn't count in my book. But we have this CoinDesk, cryptonews.net, crypto.news. So lots of opportunity there. We've looked at Google News. We've looked at Google Trends. We've looked at Facebook groups. The other thing you can do is go to your favorite keyword research tool and just put in the word news and see what comes up. I use SemRush for everything now. I recommend SemRush. They have a free trial, completely free trial, link down below. I think you get 7 days to use it. And you can do all your research, all your keyword research, everything you need to do in this course within that trial time frame. Highly recommend signing up for the free trial. And then if you don't want it anymore, you just cancel before the trial ends. So you'll come over here to SemRush. Let's click on Keyword Magic Tool. We'll put in news. We have 7 million results. No, we're not going to go through all 7 million results. There's 69,000 pages. So that's impractical for us to go through. But there's some clustering over here. And we can look at this. Again, we're just spitballing ideas in our mind for potentials. Let's see here. So local news, local, ABC local, Houston local. So you could do a site about a city, although that's really not recommended. Like you wouldn't want to do Houston local. Maybe you would want to do Texas news or something like that. That's an idea. Crime news. Now that's interesting. People like reading about these weird crime stories and stuff. Porterville local crime. So these are, the volume here is very low, but you could do breaking crime news or something just on a national level or even on a global level. People wouldn't mind reading stories about something somebody did in a different country that was like really weird or off the beaten path, like something that was unexpected. Or man eats a live snake from a pet shop and gets arrested. Like that would be a cool story to read. I don't know if somebody's done that, but you might get some really weird stuff out there. So that'd be interesting. Beach news. That's going to be seasonal. So you can spend an hour going through this, seeing if anything captures your interest, and then seeing what the associated volume with it. This is like local West Palm Beach news. So we can put in over here, West Palm Beach news. So get rid of the local and just see what we get. So there's more volume because there's more keywords that are hitting it. There's more volume. But again, I would go bigger than this. You want more volume than something like this. So those are the different ways that you can come up with a niche idea. I want you to do that. Come up with your niche idea. You can do crypto if you want to. It's fine by me. Or you can come up with your own. I recommend that. Come up with your idea, and I'm going to feed those to the next questions. So the next question is, how much traffic is available? It's great that you have a niche. Maybe your passion is knitting, but knitting might not have any news. Modern daily knitting news. There's 40 volume for that. So no one's searching for knitting news. You can make a site about it, but you're not going to make any money with it. So to find out how much traffic's available, you do need that keyword research tool, unless you're just doing a site that's just obvious how much traffic there is. Like crypto, it's just obvious. There's lots of traffic in there. But if you're not sure, you really need to get that keyword research tool, get the trial. There's a link down below, completely free trial. But we can come in here and we can just put in crypto news and see what we get. So total volume is 250,000, right? For crypto, keywords with crypto news in them. Lots of potential here for extra traffic that I can then take some of. The other thing you can do is we can put in those domains, those news domains that we found. So one of the domains was crypto.news. That was ranking #1. And look at that spike right there. See, they had nothing in January 2022. And now they're at, a little over 100,000, maybe let's just say 150,000. And they're spiking. So incredible growth right now. Lots of growth. We can click on organic research and we can look at their top pages by traffic. So XRP price update in the next crypto to surge. So that's 1,700 visitors a month. XRP ledger, ecosystem leads crypto. Lots of XRP stuff in the top. You can make an XRP site. Lots of XRP stuff. You can also look at just the overview and see what they're ranking for, like a #1, top 3, top 10, whatever. So that's crypto news. Let's look at the other site, bitcoinist.com. Go to domain overview. So this is an interesting graph. It had a little bit of traffic and then it just went dead. It came alive again and then it went dead. Now it's at almost 1 million organic visitors a month coming from Google. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. We can click on the organic research and look at what keywords are ranking for. Bitcoin price, Bitcoin, Dogecoin. So this is what you do. You plug the stuff into your keyword research tool and you look at who's the competitors. What are they doing? What kind of traffic are they getting? How much traffic is available for all these different keywords? And that will give you a good idea on whether or not this niche is something that, from a traffic perspective, is something you would want to pursue. Now, the next question, #3, is how will you get that traffic? It's great that traffic's available, but how will you get it? In the previous course, I built the site designeraffair.com. And I went into this with the idea that I'm going to be getting traffic from Pinterest. That's my main traffic driver from this. And I'm getting a lot of traffic from Pinterest. This is doing really well. I'm not getting a lot organically from this though. So what you want to do is when you're trying to figure out how will you get that traffic, look at the competitors. How are they getting traffic? So let's talk about traffic sources. Number one place you can get traffic from is Google. It's harder organically now to get traffic, although people still need news. We're not writing about affiliate products like affiliate product roundups or things like that. So I think it's easier because we're not going after products to rank, but it's still, Google's changing. It's hard with Google. Not to say it's impossible, but things are changing. Other places on Google that you can get traffic would be Google Discover. And Google Discover, if you've never used it before, there's like a Google app on an Android phone and also on an iPhone. And it will, I guess it has this Discover area. I don't know if it's available in other places too, like other devices or other methods of accessing it. But usually it's just on your phone and it pops up and you can get a sudden traffic spike. But it's hard to just get on Google Discover. It just happens. And it happens for an article here or there. It's not going to happen for your entire site. But when it does, you can get a lot of traffic, like 100,000 visitors or something like that, spike over the course of a day or two. So that's cool, but you can't really plan for that. So Google Discover is an option. Google News is also a cool option. Now, Google's changed things. They're changing all kinds of stuff. With the influx of AI, they've discontinued the application process, as far as I know, for applying for Google News. Now the algorithm just determines if your site is quote unquote newsworthy, and then it will start featuring your content in that news section that we were looking at a minute ago. But that's another random chance. There's things you can do, like you can have some VAs edit your articles, attribute them as the author or as the editor. You can hire some people in whatever industry you're doing. So for me, it's crypto. So maybe I'd hire an economist to review the articles and he would put a stamp of approval to help with that EAT stuff, the EEAT stuff. So there's lots of different things you can do, but we're just going to do the bare minimum for this course. So Google Discover, Google News, organic. We can also get backlinks from other sources. We can do paid backlinks, which is a little bit more risky, or we can do some manual outreach. We can outreach to some of these people, these news sources, and offer to either feature them in a guest post or just a little tit for tat, like I'll put something on your site, you put something on my site. So there's different ways with that. A lot of that's a manual process, or you hire somebody to do that for you, but it's going to cost money. You can also get traffic from social, and this is a great option. People just think, well, I'm not going to really do social. You shouldn't overlook social. I'm getting a ton of traffic from Pinterest for a couple of my sites. Now, this site right here, a news site, Pinterest is the wrong audience. You go to Pinterest, it's DIY people and people looking for inspiration. They're not looking for news. All right. So you have to go to the social platform that fits with whatever you're doing. So Facebook, for instance, I've shown you right here, Facebook would be great for news. You could do a group, you could do a page, but Facebook would be a great place for news. But don't count the other social media platforms out. The obvious ones are X, LinkedIn, but there's also some more rare ones with still a lot of traffic potential. Flipboard's huge. Blue Sky, Threads, there's other ones too. Now, you think about TikTok, you think about Snapchat or some of these things. I don't think they would lend themselves well to a news site, but I might be proven wrong. You have to go to those sites and search for news and see what comes up, see what kind of engagement, see what kind of traffic or followers those accounts have, and you might be surprised. And then finally, we might do some paid ads on Facebook. So when we create our page on Facebook, I might boost a couple posts that are engaging somehow. Maybe they're not clickbait, but they're controversial. Crypto will overtake the US dollar or replace the US dollar. That's controversial. That might get that engagement going. So I might boost some of those posts to seed the traffic to those pages for my different crypto sites. And that might help get me some traffic organically, and that would snowball. So different ways to go about it. I think for my niche, I have a lot of potential to get traffic. Whether it will happen or not, I don't know. But this is much better than going after a niche that doesn't have any traffic whatsoever. Question 4, how will I monetize that traffic? Now that's a very important question. It's great if I can get tons of traffic, but if I can't monetize, if I can't make any money, then what am I doing here? I'm not in this for fun. I'm enjoying myself, but I want to make money. So how do we go about that? First thing we can do is look at how other sites in the same niche are making money. Are they running ads? Are they doing affiliate products? So when I visited some of these crypto sites, I don't want to visit them on camera, copyright stuff. I was noticing a lot of the sites had like ads to gaming sites, gambling sites, which I don't really want to do on my sites, but they had sites to other places people could go and spend their money where that would appeal to people that use crypto. So you can look at other sites in your niche and see what they're doing. You could run ads. Ads are the obvious elephant in the room. I think that would be great for crypto, because for crypto, let's go back over here. If we type in news, the CPC, the cost per click, the amount of money people are paying to appear on Google Ads when someone searches for crypto news can be a good indicator of how much money you can make from ad income, because the CPC for some things are very low. Here, let's actually just sort by CPC. Helium Mobile Crypto News, Zaya Crypto News, LimeWire Crypto News. Yeah, so there's a lot of money on the table for running ads. So this is going to indicate like how much we're going to get paid. So we get a very high CPM. So that's ads. Next thing you can look at is affiliate agreements. Let's go to Google and we'll type in crypto affiliate programs. You can just put in your niche, whatever your niche is, and then affiliate programs and see what comes up. And there's all kinds. So this CoinLedger. Now, some of these are going to be biased. So CoinLedger is tax software. So 11 best Bitcoin and crypto affiliate programs. So what's going to be number one, because this company sells tax software for crypto? CoinLedger is going to be the number one affiliate because they want you to promote them. So some of these lists could be biased. Just keep that in mind. But there's a lot of these lists out there. There's an affiliate program here. So these are direct affiliate programs. Crypto.com has one. Coinly.io has one. Authority Hacker, they have these roundups. So 12 best Bitcoin and crypto affiliate programs for 2025. So let's see, like CoinMama has something. There's a 15% commission on all referral purchases. So there's a lot of affiliate stuff that we could do too. I think that's a good indicator in my book. You could also go to ClickBank. ClickBank can be hit or miss for products, but ClickBank is another viable option for some high percentage affiliate programs. Now, the other thing you can do, and this is really cool, is you can go to the AI, ChatGPT, or pick your favorite AI, and choose the most powerful model you can. And then what you can ask it, I am making a news site about crypto. What products might someone be interested in that is interested in crypto? I want to advertise products my readers might be interested in. The products don't necessarily need to be crypto products, but just products someone with that persona might be interested in purchasing. Give me a list of 10 products. So what we're doing here is there's products that people who are into crypto or into a particular niche are also interested in. As an example, generalizations here, so run with it. If I'm a guy and I'm into football, then I'm probably into grilling. Guys that like football usually like to eat meat and grill and barbecues and all that stuff. So if I had a football news site or something like that, which is not a great idea for AI because of the image problem we talked about a second ago, but if I had a news site for football, having some affiliate offers for barbecue grills might be a good idea because my audience would likely be interested in that. So you build that persona of who your audience is and figure out what else are they interested in. And it might be something completely unrelated to your niche, but still related to your audience. So let's see here. A lot of people that are into crypto are into security. You got to have a secure wallet. You don't want to get hacked and stuff like that. So a lot of those people are looking for VPNs and other security solutions. And those are high paying affiliate programs too, based on my experience. So that's an interesting option. I could go after some affiliate offers for VPNs and things. What else? Tax, that's an idea, but I don't want to go after that because it happens once a year. It's very low commissions. You're not going to be paying $3,000 for tax services or something like that. So I don't really want to do tax. Let's see. All of that is too similar to crypto. So build me a persona of a reader of crypto news. Now, this is usually a manual process, but you could just have the AI come up with it. But a persona is like just a person that would be interested in whatever you're offering. So in my situation, it's crypto news. And you build that persona, like where do they live? What's their occupation? What's their background and stuff like this? What are their motivations and things like that? Great. Now list me 10 products that Alex uses. The products should be at least over $100 or more. A high performance laptop, the latest smartphone, noise canceling headphones. Now that would be interesting. Smartwatch, ultra wide monitor, ergonomic chair, VR headset. So a lot of these products are for somebody that's into tech. And my wife, she's not into tech at all. Like she uses tech, but she's not into tech. She's not into SSDs or smart homes or VR headsets or office chairs or things like that. But I am. And I'm also into crypto. So I think a lot of people that would be into crypto, because that's really nerdy still a little bit. You're not going to your 7-Eleven or your grocery store and using crypto. It's hitting mainstream, but like my neighbor down the road's not using crypto to go buy his eggs and groceries at the grocery store. It's still a nerdy thing. I could reasonably believe that these products here would probably appeal to someone that's into crypto. So that's another thing you can do. You look at these ancillary products, that's what we call them, things that are related to what the main product, the main service, which in this case is crypto news, and they would be things that somebody else would buy that would be into the crypto news. That's what you can do. So that's the fourth question. The final and fifth question, is the potential monetization worth it? And this is where you ask how many competitors are in the market. Obviously, the more competitors, the less money for you, but the more money there is in the market, more competitors isn't necessarily a bad thing. So crypto, for me, a lot of competitors in the market, but there's tons and tons of money available. Look at the affiliate offers. How much are the products selling for? And then what's the commission rate? And is it a recurring commission? That crypto tax thing, I think it was $59 and it was like a 13% commission. So that would be $6 or something like that. And it's once a year. I'm not too interested in promoting something that I'm going to earn $6 a year on. That doesn't make any sense to me. You can look at CPC data too. We did that inside of SemRush. Look at the CPC data. If it's high for your niche compared to another potential niche, that's a good indicator that there's going to be a lot of money on the table for you if you start getting that traffic from ads. So those are the 5 questions I ask myself. Now, you found the niche, you went through the 4 other questions. If you're not getting good results from those 4 other questions, then circle back to question 1, pick a new niche, and just it's a circular process. Circle back to question 1, go through the next 4 questions. If you like what you're seeing, if you like what you're researching, that's a great niche potentially. If it's not, if you're not liking what you're seeing, circle back to question 1, find a new niche, and repeat the process. So we have our niche. I'm going to do crypto. You're free again to do crypto if you want to, although I encourage you to find your own thing. That way you'll struggle a little bit. You'll figure things out for yourself. But regardless, we've chosen our niche. And now we move on to site ideation. So site ideation is where we lay out in our mind or on pencil and paper or in your favorite like markup tool or something like that, what our site's going to look like. We want to get an idea for how we're going to lay out our site, what it's going to look like, the structure of it, what kind of articles we're going to write before we go any further. And the best way to go about doing this is just look at your competitors. Find your competitors in your niche, go to their sites, go to 5 or 10 of them, and look at the commonalities, look at how they're doing it, look at the layout, look what categories they have, and what things aside from blog posts that they have, and just replicate it. Apple didn't invent the MP3 player, they improved upon it. Apple didn't invent the cell phone, they improved upon it. So all we have to do is either mimic or improve upon the existing status quo, and we'll be on the right path to success. So I'm not going to pull up the competitors' sites right now. I don't want to show them on camera. I don't want to disparage the competitors, but I've looked at competitors and for crypto. And the first thing I noticed was they have a news style layout. So this is my designer affairs site we made. This is not a news style layout. If I made a news site that had this homepage, it would not look like a news site. If it doesn't walk like a duck, if it doesn't talk like a duck, then it's probably not a duck. So if we want to make a news site, we have to make it look like a news site. This is not what a news site looks like. This site I have here, this is my throwaway AI site. I do a lot of testing with this site. There's articles about all kinds of niches on here. It will never rank for anything. That's not the purpose. But I'll do testing on it. And so I was testing a news style layout. So this is more in line with kind of what a news style layout would look like. And then when we click on an article, can't miss moments, look back at the Super Bowl. We have when it was published, the author, some tags. We have some tickers over here. So it has that news look. And realize also 90% of your visitors are most likely going to be visiting your site on mobile. So that's the important thing. You press F12, you can scroll down and see what the competitors look like on mobile, because that's going to be the best indicator of what your site should look like. So number one, look at their homepage, look at their site style, their site layout and stuff like that. Now, the other thing I noticed when I was looking at the competitors is a lot of them have beginner guides. I'm trying to think of, let's see, now, Coinbase is not a competitor, but I think they have a section. Here we go. So they have a section, and other people had this too. Not every news site, but a lot of them did. They had this section, basics, like what is cryptocurrency? What is Bitcoin? So not news articles, but informational articles. And I think this would be great for a couple reasons to have on our site, like a basics section, a crypto basics. Multiple reasons. First reason is, it's my guess that Google will view my site as more focused around crypto and more legitimate around crypto if I have some good basics articles on my site. Beginners articles that teaching people how to use crypto, what is crypto, things like that. So that's the first benefit of having these basics articles. Second benefit is there's a lot of traffic with these. I'm never going to rank for what is Bitcoin, for instance, but just to give you an example, I'll go to SemRush and I'll put in what is Bitcoin. And that has between 60 and 600,000 searches a month. That's insane. Now, I'm never going to rank at number one for that, but a lot of these basics articles have a lot of volume like that. So it would be worth my time to aggregate a list of these basics articles that have a lot of traffic, put them on my site, but then also use them as internal linking. So whenever I'm writing a news article, I feed in this list of basics articles on my site that are already published, and my AI writer will automatically cite to them as it's writing the articles. So eventually, if one of my news articles gets picked up and I start getting some traffic, that authority, that link juice from that news article, which happens to be linking to my basics article, will pass that link juice along and help out my basics article. And then over time, my basics articles can start ranking up. So I think that's a great long-term play, a long-term strategy. Have these basics articles, and eventually they'll start ranking up over time if my news articles start getting some traction. So that's definitely a section I want to have on my site. Obviously, crypto news site, we need a news section. So we have our basics section, like a category or something, but then we also have a news section, a section for the latest news. The other thing I noticed was a lot of these crypto sites have tickers and have charts. And I think that's very important. Let's see here. So I was testing out the ticker over here. So here's a ticker you can put on, completely free. And you think outside the box a little bit. It doesn't take much to go the extra mile, be a little bit different from just a site with just blog posts on it. Now we have a crypto and stock tracker, right? It tells you like the live view of the S&P 500, of gold, of gas, of corn, of all this stuff. You can change this out to whatever you want. So you can find providers that offer things like this, like widgets that you can put on your site completely free. And that's what I found. This company, TradingView, they have these free widgets. We'll go through that. We'll add these to our site, but I definitely want to have a sidebar widget on my site. And I want to have a ticker too, a ticker that goes up top. Let me show you. I'll show you an example. Now, I don't know if sites in your niche have this stuff. Let's see, TradingView tickers, ticker widget. I don't know if your site has this, if your niche has this kind of stuff. It might not. It might have other kinds of things that are a little bit different than a blog post, but that you can then integrate into your site very easily. So there's tickers you can put on, ticker tapes, all completely free. All right, I'll show you how to do all that stuff. But a lot of the competitors have this stuff. A lot of my crypto competitors have this. I want to have that too. I also want some charts. You can embed charts in your site. So I'm going to have a couple pages for different prices: Bitcoin price, Ethereum price, XRP price, Litecoin price. And I'll have a ticker, and I'll have the chart for it and some other data for it. So I definitely want that. A lot of these crypto sites had that too. I need my disclaimers. Disclaimers in this kind of a niche are very important. Basically saying I'm not giving financial advice. If you read this and rely on it and you lose a bunch of money, you're the idiot, not me. Don't come sue me. You got to get your disclaimers in. Be legal. That's very important. And don't try to pass off fake information. Like, my goal is to create an accurate news article, but I know there's going to be problems with the article. There's going to be some mistakes. This is just AI we're talking about. It's doing research based on data from the internet, but there's going to be mistakes in it. So I want to tell people, do your due diligence. Don't just rely on what this thing's saying. I'm also going to disclaim and say, hey, this was AI written. I'm not going to lie and say, oh, I wrote this by hand. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say this is AI written. Some of the other oddball things that I saw that would be interesting to investigate would be a profit calculator, and then also some price tracking. I saw some of these crypto sites have those two features. So maybe I'll bake some of that into the site too. So that's what I want you to do. Go and research your niche. If you're not doing crypto, or if you're doing crypto, just copy what I have. But if you're not doing crypto, go research what your competitors are doing. Maybe they have a forum. What are those old school forums where people would get, now they have Reddit, but old school forums where you would have the different categories and people would make posts and reply to posts. Maybe that's really big. If that's the case, put a form on. Figure out what's working for these other sites and what's key for these other sites, and then replicate it. That's all you got to do. So that wraps up the site ideation, getting an idea in our mind, how we're going to lay out. We're going to have a news style homepage. We're going to have a section for news, a section for crypto basics, a section for some price charts. We're going to have a ticker up top. We're going to have lots of disclaimers, and that's about it. So now that we've laid out our site in our mind, we can move on to selecting a domain for our site. So choosing a domain name isn't a hard process, but a lot of people make it really hard, or at least they take way too long to choose a domain name. So I don't want you to get stuck on this step. We're going to simplify this whole process. It doesn't have to be a hard process. If you're brand new to making a website, or you've only made one or two websites before, I'm going to show you how to just come up with a domain name and make sure it's available and just register it. That's all you really got to do. But if you're a little bit more experienced, then the question becomes, should you be registering a new domain name or register one that was previously existing, but now it's expired? Because if you register an expired domain, there could have been some traffic for your niche. It was ranking for some keywords in your niche, and you're kind of bringing it back to life. And that can help you get a kickstart on ranking. So there's a benefit to registering an expired domain, but there's also downsides too. I don't want you to shoot yourself in the foot. If you don't know what you're doing, I'll show you how to just come up with a domain name. But if you're a little bit more experienced, we'll look into expired domains for a moment or two. The first way to come up with a potential domain name is just go to ChatGPT or your favorite AI writer and ask something like this. I want to make a crypto news site, or whatever your news site niche is. Give me a list of 50 domain names that would be possibilities and are not registered. The AI is not going to go and check if each of these are registered, but by putting this in here, it's going to know the big ones that are registered, bitcoinnews.com or something like that. So it's not going to give you ones that are likely registered. So we get our list. We'll take our list right here, copy it out, and then we can go to Namecheap. Namecheap is the place that the registrar that I prefer. I have all my domains registered with them. You click on beast mode, and we'll paste this list in. We will not show the premiums, and we'll hide unavailable, and we'll just see what we get. This works well with a couple up to 100 domains, but for whatever reason, it seems to get stuck when you put more in. It says it can handle up to 5,000, but I would not put that many in. So there's a lot that are available here. Blockbeat News, Coin, Chronicle Hub. This is great. And the goal of making these sites with AI is that you can make a lot of them. I'm going to make two, I haven't told you that yet, but I'm making 2 crypto news sites, but it would be easy to make 10 news sites. And there's not a lot of time investment in making the articles, the daily articles for these. I'm going to show you. So there's a benefit to registering a couple of these in your niche and going all in. Now, whether they'll be successful or not, I don't know, but gone are the days of just registering one site and getting a winner on that one site. There's a benefit to possibly registering a couple. So this is a great way to come up with lots of different choices. You could pick a couple of these if you want to register, but that's great. So yeah, just go to your favorite AI, ChatGPT, ask it what I had in there. Where was it? Yeah, I want to make a crypto news site, or whatever your news site is. Give me a list of 50 domains. Use the most powerful model you can. If you're on the paid plan and you have access to O3 Mini High, use that. You'll get the best results, and you'll have a lot of great options to choose from. That's all you got to do. Don't do more than that. Let's talk about expired domains for a minute, though. Expired domains can get you a head start. However, it's caveats with everything. If the expired domain was previously used as so sometimes a domain will will have some good authority. Like it was like, let's take crypto news as a example. So you had this crypto site, it was doing really, it was ranking for whatever reason. They stopped putting out articles, the rankings dropped, and the guy never renewed the domain. Another company, all right, a spammer, picks up the domain, buys it, registers it, and basically depletes all of the authority of the domain by now linking out to spam sites, casino sites, gambling sites, adult sites, things like that. And it tanks the authority of the domain. So for a little while, they get a nice boost based on that previous authority from the previous owner. But then all those spam links kind of tank the domain. So you could get into a situation with an expired domain where the authority has been tanked and it's now a toxic domain. So you have to understand how to avoid those. But if you can, then it's in your best interest to see if there's an expired domain that's available. I've used Spamzilla before. That's a great option to find expired domains, but honestly, this is just as good and it's completely free. So go to expireddomains.net, make an account completely free, log in, and then over here under deleted domains, click on deleted.com and deleted.com. I only recommend getting a .com domain. Don't get any other domain, other extension. Reason being is all the other extensions can raise their price. Let me show you. BitcoinNewsDaily.com. I'm sure it's taken. All right, so registering the .news, so BitcoinNewsDaily.news extension is $8 for the first year, but then renews at $30 a year. .cash renews at $31 a year. Let's scroll down. Tech renews at $54 a year. There's one, like I think .inc, like renews at $1,200 a year or something like that. So honestly, the domain that's going to give you the best value is going to be .com. .org is actually inexpensive right now, but I read somewhere that .org is being sold or something. It's these private investors that buy these extensions and then jack up the price every couple of years. So I would just recommend getting .com, or I guess you could get .org and just be done with it. Don't get any other extensions. So we're just looking at the deleted.com. You'll come over here and you'll click show filter. And then in this box up here, we're going to put a couple keywords separated by a space. The space will make them or, like this or this. So for my niche, we're going to put in crypto and Bitcoin. So it's crypto or Bitcoin. So any domains that have the word crypto or Bitcoin in them. And then I'm going to come down here to this contains domain name contains and we're going to put in news. So we want any and all domains that have expired that have either crypto or Bitcoin in them and the word news. And then I don't want hyphens, and I'm not going to limit the dictionary words to English because then that will remove any other like cool phrases or things like that might be in there to register the domain. So we're not going to click anything else over here. And then let's just look at domains that have expired in the past, let's say 60 days. We'll apply the filter. So now we get this list of domains. We have about 59 domains. And there's all these different indicators up here. BL means the number of backlinks for the domain, and then DP is the number of backlinks from different domains. So a lot of times like a spam domain, a domain that was used for spam will have a very low number for the DP and then a very high number for the BL. So let's just sort by BL right now and just see what we get. So BV crypto news, cryptocurrency big news, crypto craze news. So what we can do is we can press this copy button and then go over here to SemRush. Again, recommend that free trial at SemRush. You can do all this research I'm showing you in this course within that free trial period. So go to SemRush and click on bulk analysis. And then we can paste in all of these domains up to 200 and press compare. And this is a great way to very quickly determine more information about the domain if it would be a valuable domain. So we can sort by the authority score. And right now, the authority for all these is pretty low. The authority score is like a metric by SemRush, and it's like aggregating all this information. Obviously, the higher the score, the better. There's not a lot of difference between these, but then we can look at the actual backlinks. So BV Crypto News. Let's click on the backlinks right now. Founder steps down from board as firm faces fraud. So it looks like this was a news site. I'm just looking for number one, spam links. How many of those are there? Are they casino links or like adult site links or something like that? Or are a lot of these backlinks from high authority sites and linking to actual news articles? So let's see here. We have This is from the-blockchain, and this is linked to can Ethereum's first move benefit solidify the good contract area. So it looks like this was a previous news site, and there was some good backlinks from high authority sites on it. So that's a good indicator right there. The next thing I want to look at is I want to look at organic research for this domain and see what keywords it was ranking for. It was ranking in April 2022 for about 1,000 keywords. We'll go over here to this date, and I'll click on April 2022. Your SemRush plan may or may not have this feature in it to look back in time. My plan does, but then I can go and click on keywords. Now, these are all the keywords this domain was ranking for a couple of years ago. Let's go in the top, let's see, top 50. Not a lot of Bitcoin keywords or crypto keywords. So it could be better. There weren't really a lot of good choices. You might find that in your niche, there's not a lot of good choices for expired domains. And I've looked previously, there's not a lot of good choices for crypto. Maybe for your niche, you'll have better luck. But that's basically what you do. You take all the domains, you put them into the bulk analyzer, you look at the backlinks, you look at where they're linking to, the previous pages and things like that. You look at the history of the terms that it was previously ranking for. And if you're hitting all the numbers right there, oh, I see some coin things it's ranking for. Oh, I see some Bitcoin backlinks, then or crypto backlinks, then that's a good indicator you're on the right track. So that's all you have to do. And then you register your domain, whether it's a domain you came up with or an expired one, register it with Namecheap or whatever your favorite registrar is. I prefer Namecheap to register all of my domains. So with all that said, the two domains that I chose, we're going to actually build two sites. Crypto Diamond Hands, that's a cool name I found. That's a brand new site, never been used for crypto before, so brand new domain. And bvcryptonews.com. So BV Crypto News, it was previously used for crypto. Now it's expired. Now I registered it. We're going to do that. And the two things we're going to do on both of the domains, the Crypto Diamond Hands, that's going to be an expensive build. We're going to use expensive images and expensive AI models to write the content. BV Crypto News, we're going to use cheap images and cheap AI models to write the content. So be a cool test. Expensive build, cheap build, expired domain, new domain, see what happens. So with all that said, pause the video if you need to, get your domain registered. If you want to go with ChatGPT, go to ChatGPT, select the most powerful model, do your search for a domain, put it into the beast mode and find the right one for you, or go play around with expireddomains.net and see if you can find something and then verify all of that inside of SemRush. Now, when you unpause the video, we're going to move on to hosting selection. All right, so I hope at this point you have your domain registered. I've registered mine. I use Namecheap. I recommend using them. If you don't use them, that's perfectly fine. But the rule of thumb is just make sure you register everything at the same registrar. If you have stuff registered all in different places, then you have to make sure you keep your credit card up to date everywhere, because if not, they can't bill you and then your domain gets removed and turned over to somebody else. You don't want to be in that situation. So that's why I like to just have everything registered with one company, and it's a lot easier for me to manage. After registering your domain, we got to choose our host. Now, if you've been following along with my previous course, the previous course we used, Cloudways is a great host. We're not going to go with them in this course, and I'll explain why in just a moment. But whoever you use for a host, there's two things I recommend. Number one, I recommend going with a managed host. Unless you're a server expert, an expert at configuring servers, let somebody else deal with updating the PHP, updating the underlying operating system, updating the database files like MySQL or something like that. You don't want to be bothered dealing with all that stuff, because I've done that before myself. It was a time suck. It just sucked all my time up, and I wasn't actually making any progress developing my website. So get a managed host, a host that manages all that for you, and all you have to do is worry about WordPress, getting your plugins updated and things like that. So number one, we're going to choose a managed WordPress provider. And then also you want to choose a provider that offers dedicated resources. You have shared providers and dedicated providers. A shared provider takes your site and puts it on a server with lots of other people's sites. The problem is if you end up using too many of the resources in the given allotment of time, you'll get a nasty email from the server company saying, hey, we're going to shut you off. You got to use either less resources, pay more money for a higher plan, or we're just going to completely shut you off. You'll lose your site. You don't want to be in that situation. So get a provider that has dedicated resources. Now, Cloudways has both of those. They're managed and they provide dedicated resources. Only problem with Cloudways is they don't have an annual plan. It's month to month, which can be a great thing. But for some people that want to lock in a multi-year discount, that's not available at Cloudways. So because of that, because some people were reaching out saying, hey, I'd rather have a host that has an annual plan or a multi-year plan, I've been researching them and I came across Hostinger. I am very impressed with what they offer. I've been testing them out for a couple months. And when I say I've been testing them out, I'm not lying to you. Here's my plan down here. I have 16 websites hosted with them right now. So as you can see, I've heavily been testing them out and I'm very impressed. I have this other plan here that they gave me to test out their platform for free, but the main plan that I paid for, I just paid for the top tier plan with all the bells and whistles. I have 16 sites, very happy with them. I recommend Hostinger if you're just starting out, if you don't have a host, or if you're unhappy with your host and you're looking to switch. I am an affiliate of them. Down below, there's an affiliate link. And this video is completely free. I'm making these courses completely free. My whole mindset is I'll make these for free. I'll show people how to do all kinds of amazing stuff with AI. And then hopefully people just use my affiliate links if they decide to sign up for something. I'm not pushing anything that I am not using myself and not using heavily. So again, there's an affiliate link down below. There's also a discount code below. And this discount code will actually save you more money off of the highest savings you can possibly get with Hostinger. I used the code myself and it knocked a couple $100 off my particular plan. So let's look at the plans that Hostinger offers. Click on hosting and there's actually 2 pages. So we're gonna right click on web hosting and I'll open that in one tab and I'll right click on cloud and open that in another tab. So the first 3 plans are Premium, Business, and Cloud Startup. And you're not going to see a lot of difference between these, aside from this InNode, the file limit that you're allowed to have on your hosted package. So the number of files you can have in this plan is 400,000. The number of files in this plan is 600,000. The number of files you can have in this plan is 2 million. It doesn't show you the amount of RAM or the amount of CPUs you get. You can only see that for this plan before you sign up on this page over here. So this is the cloud hosting plan. All right, so we have a cloud startup, cloud professional, cloud enterprise. So this cloud startup is the same thing as over here, but it shows you how much RAM you get. So you get 3 gigs of RAM, 2 CPUs, 6 gigs, 4 CPUs, 12 gigs, 6 CPUs. So this is the plan I got. It's more than I need and probably way more than what you guys need. But the file limit over here is 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Rule of thumb, okay, because this gets all kind of confusing. If you're just starting out, if you don't have a WordPress website at all, you're thinking of making a couple AI sites, but probably not more than 5 AI sites or something like that, then the business plan is probably all you need. You can sign up for the business plan. This will give you 600,000 files that you can put on the server. In general, a WordPress website with a fresh install and just a couple plugins is about 15,000 files. My designer affair site with 750 posts and the exact configuration that I used, that's about 40,000 files. So I could probably have, if I chose this plan right here, about 10 of those designer affair sites hosted with this plan. So even though it says 100 websites, you're going to hit this file limit first. So with this plan for $3.99 a month on a 48-month term, I can host about 10 of my WordPress websites with 750 articles each. So this is the plan I recommend if you're just starting out. But if you're planning on building quite a lot of AI sites, quite a lot of sites in general, or maybe you're an agency or something, then I recommend the Cloud Startup plan. The Cloud Startup plan gives you 2 million files. And that's enough for almost 50 WordPress websites with hundreds of articles on them. That's what I recommend. If you do need more resources, then you can go up to the cloud hosting and get the Cloud Professional or Cloud Enterprise. Again, this is what I have, but it's probably way more than what you need. So rule of thumb, I would either get the business if you're just starting out and not planning on creating a lot of sites, or I would get the Cloud Startup if you're like, hey, you know what, let's go all in. Let's create 15, 20 sites, 30 sites. You can do that with the Cloud Startup. Again, link in the description. Also use my code when you sign up and it will save you money on this. So choose your plan and then get it registered. After you've registered, you can then log into the back end and you'll see like this area back here. And you'll be able to click on your server over here. I'll click manage and then you'll come down here and you'll see add website. So we'll click add website and we'll scroll down. Now, contrary to what you might be thinking, we're not going to add a WordPress website. Don't do this, because if you select this right now, what will happen is your administrator's email will become your email tied to your Hostinger account. And for whatever reason, I don't really like that. I like having kind of a more secure private email. So we're going to create an empty PHP HTML website. So then it takes us to this page. It's going to ask us for our domain name. And the domain name we're going to use is the name that we registered at Namecheap. And for my site, it was cryptodiamondhands.com. I'll come over here and I'll paste it right in here. And also you might see this up here. You have one free domain available. So when you sign up for a Hostinger account, they let you have one domain for free, but it's only for a year. So after that year, you're going to have to pay for it. And like I said before, I like to have all my stuff registered at the same place. If I register it all at Hostinger, and for whatever reason, in a couple of years, I want to leave Hostinger, I have to migrate all my domains away, and it's a total pain in the butt. So I'm going to register all my domains separate from my host. So Crypto Diamond Hands, do you own this domain? Use it. So yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use this domain. I'll click next. Where do you want the server? Just pick a server in a location that's close to probably where all your users are going to access it. I think people are coming all over the world to this site potentially. So we're just going to choose Massachusetts and call it a day. Ultimately, we're going to host this on all our content on a content delivery network spread with servers all across the country and across the world. So where we host it isn't going to be a big factor. I'll click next, and this is just going to take a second. So now the server's created our site, but our domain is not yet connected to our website. So we have to connect our domain to our website. So the first thing I'm going to do is go down to security and click on SSL. And I want to cancel the install of the SSL certificate right now. Then we'll click overview, and then we'll click domain. Now here's the important part, and you got to make a decision. To connect our domain to Hostinger, the easiest way is to go into Namecheap, and you'll find your domain from your list of domains in here. You'll click manage. There's a button called manage. You'll click it, you'll come to this page. You'll come down, you'll click domain, you'll come down, and you'll see this thing called name servers. You want to select this and select custom DNS. Now the easy path is to take this, copy it, and paste it right here in name server 1, and take this and paste it right here in name server 2. You click the check mark box, and then you give this like a few minutes or something. You'll click finish over here, and then it will like refresh the domain, and it will acknowledge that it's connected. It might take 5 minutes, might take 10 minutes, might be instantaneous. That's the easy route to get it all connected. But I like to do something a little bit different. There's this company called Cloudflare. And what we're going to do is completely free, and it's optional if you want to do this. Cloudflare is a content delivery network, but also a firewall and all this other cool stuff. We can use it completely for free. It's an extra step though. So if this sounds a little technical or you don't want to do this, then again, just copy these two things, paste them right in here, click the check mark box, click finish, and after a few minutes, your domain will be ready to go. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go over to Cloudflare, create an account completely free. I'm going to take our domain and we got to put it in here. I'll press continue. It says, hey, pay us a bunch of money. And we're going to say, no, we're going to get the free plan. In Cloudflare, again, what it's going to do is we have a static IP address with our host. And I'd like to hide that from the public and put it behind a firewall. So nobody really knows our server IP address. There's multiple benefits to that, but you don't have to go down that road if you don't want to. It says review your DNS records. So right now, the important ones are the A and the C name. All of these MX records we can, and the text record we can just delete. So we'll select them and I'll click delete 6 records and I'll type in delete. We don't need these records anymore. Again, leave your A and your C name. We'll click continue to activation. And then it's going to give us 2 different name servers. So remember how Hostinger gave us name servers? So we're not using these name servers. We're going to use these name servers right now. So we'll copy the first one. I'll go to Namecheap now, and I'll paste that right in there. Go back to Cloudflare. I'll copy the second one, and I'll paste it right here. And then I'll press the check mark save box. Cool. So that's all set. Now it might take a second or two to register those changes on Cloudflare. So we're going to click continue. Now it says invalid name server, so it's just going to take a second. And while we're waiting, I'm going to go to SSL TLS, and I'm going to look for this icon, and I'm going to click off. We want to turn off SSL for right now. I turn it off, and I'm clicking back on the DNS, and I'm going to wait for this thing to register itself. And while we're waiting here, we can take the next step. The next step is we've pointed our domain itself to these name servers on Cloudflare. Now on Cloudflare, our firewall, so to speak, we need to point this to Hostinger. So we're going to, let's see, I'm going to close this. And I want to actually click on hosting plan and click on plan details. Now in the plan details, so we're on our server with our domain. And remember, we have a private IP address. This IP address is for any and all sites hosted on this server that we have. I'm going to copy this IP address. So I copied it successfully. I'm going to go back to Cloudflare, and I'm going to edit this A record. And in the A record, I'm going to paste in the IP address that we just copied. Click Save. So now our root domain is pointed to our server IP address. And now we're going to edit the CNAME record. And all we have to modify is this target. For the target, we're going to put in our root domain, cryptodiamondhands.com. All right, and then we'll press Save. So we're all done over here. Let's just refresh the page. So invalid name server. So it's just going to take a minute or two. Eventually this will turn green and everything is good. So it finally acknowledged the changes. Everything's good. Everything's in the proper order. Again, in Namecheap, we pointed the domain to the 2 DNS servers that we got from Cloudflare. We pressed the check mark. And then over here, we went to our plan details, copied our website IP address, and pasted it in for the A record here. And for the CNAME record, we're basically redirecting any www request. So if somebody goes to www.cryptodiamondhands.com, it will just redirect them to the root domain. We've done that all correctly. It's all acknowledged and active. Now we go back to Hostinger. Has not recognized the changes yet. Cloudflare will be the first person to recognize the changes, and Hostinger will be the second. And if you didn't go the Cloudflare route and you just, in Namecheap, you put in the DNS servers for Cloudflare, you're still going to have to wait a second. So we just let this wait until it recognizes it. So I've refreshed it on Hostinger. It's all recognized now. Now what we need to do is install the SSL. The reason we turned the SSL off is because it could get stuck in a loop while we were connecting everything. So now we can go to security, SSL, give it a second, install certificate, and this will just wait. This could take like between 60 seconds and 5 minutes. So we'll just, let me refresh it. So the SSL certificate finally finished. That took about 2 minutes. Now we have one last step. We need to go back to Cloudflare. Again, if you're using Cloudflare. If you're not using Cloudflare, a lot of the stuff didn't apply to you. We'll click on SSL, and we'll click on configure, and we're going to click on full, or full strict, and click save. If you didn't turn this off, if you're using Cloudflare and you did not turn this off, then the install of this certificate will fail. So you have to turn this off first and connect your whole domain, and then set up the SSL over here first, and then set up the SSL over here. And now we should be ready to go. Now, if we go to our site right now, let's go Crypto Diamond Hands, you might see this error. You might see an SSL error at first, but eventually it will refresh and you'll see something like this. So everything's set up. Now we just got to set up WordPress. Remember at the beginning when we were adding our domain, we decided to set up an empty website. The reason we did that is now we can add any email that we want for our administrator. So let's go over here and click on website, and we'll click on WordPress install. We're going to click the install WordPress option. So we can give this site a title. So we'll call it Crypto Diamond Hands. And the email can be any email you want. So I'm going to put my Ranking Tactics email. And then the admin username, we're going to call this admin, and we'll put a password in right here, and we'll click next. Let's see, everything else you can leave the same. We're just going to have it install the latest version of WordPress, the version of PHP it recommends, and then we want to have it automatically update only to minor versions, and we'll click install. This will take just a minute. So all we have to do now to access our site is click on this button over here, WordPress admin, and it should take us to the back end of our WordPress site. If you ever happen to forget the username or password for your site, you can just log into your Hostinger account and then select your site from the dropdown over here. And then you should be able to just click this button and one click, get into the administrator menu of your site without that username or password. So we're in our site now. We've accomplished a lot. You might want to just hit the pause button and replicate that if you have not had a chance to. Get the hosting set up, get the domain connected and all that stuff, and get into your WordPress administrator screen. Stop it if you need to, go take a bathroom break or go get a drink of water or a cup of coffee and come on back, and then we'll start configuring our WordPress install. So we're on the back end of our website now, and we want to just configure some basic options. So the first thing you want to do is click on users and click on all users, and then click on the user that we created when we were creating the WordPress install. And scroll down, and we want to give this user a name other than just admin. So I like to call it the name of my site and then team. You can call it an actual name if you want to, like Matt or Tim or whatever, but I'm going to do this, Crypto Diamond Hands Team. And we want to display the name publicly as Crypto Diamond Hands Team. So now that's done, let's go over here and click on settings and then general. Scroll down until we get to the time zone. We've got to set the time zone for our site. This is going to come in very useful for when we start writing AI content. The time zone that I recommend is wherever you live, whatever time zone you live in. That way it will make it a lot easier for you to like mentally, figure out what time things are happening at. So I'm in UTC -5, so that's what we're going to set it at. And then we'll click save right there. Now let's go over here to discussion. And we're going to turn off comments. On my site, I'm not using comments. If you want to use comments, hey, that's perfectly fine. Just make sure you get a good spam plugin, because spammers are notorious. And now that we have AI, people are breaking captchas left and right. So definitely have a good plan of attack for that if you decide to enable comments. So we're going to uncheck anyone can post a comment. Check this comment must be manually approved. And let's see here, users must be registered and logged into comment. I'm basically just checking all the options to make sure no one's leaving a comment whatsoever. That should be it. And we'll click Save Changes. Then we'll click on Permlinks. Now, if you're following along with me, your permalink structure should be set to post name. If it's not, you definitely want to set it to post name. All of these other options are very bad choices. Don't choose them. And all these other choices will not work with the AI writer that we're going to end up using. So click Save Changes if you made any changes. Then we want to go and click on Hostinger up here, and then click on Tools. Now, the cool thing about Hostinger is they include a free maintenance mode capability built in, so we don't need to install a separate plugin. And by turning this on, what will happen is if someone tries to, that's not logged in, let's go to a private window. Let's see here. This is what they'll end up. Guess this will take a second here. Let's flush the cache. Flush the cache. There we go. It's a coming soon page. So no one will be able to actually see your site until we get it further enough along, which is Google. I don't want Google to start crawling our site until it's ready. We can turn some other stuff off. Some other options we can configure while we're in here. Let's not disable application passwords. We are going to need that. Let's enable force HTTPS. Now, from a security standpoint, I like to install two different security plugins, and they're both free. So we'll go to plugins and we'll go add new plugin. And I want to search for WP Hide Login. I'm going to install that and activate it. And I want to add a new plugin, WP Limit Login. Let's see, it's somewhere around here. There we go. Got to scroll down to find it. What the limit login is going to do, it's going to limit the number of times somebody can try to log in. So, you can't have bots hitting your site again and again trying to log in. And then the hide login will actually hide our URL to log into our site. So we click on settings and then general now after installing and activating those plugins. And at the bottom, all right, our login URL will now change. So I'll make this, let's say, C Diamond. That will be our new login page. And otherwise it will just take them to a 404 page. And then the limit login, there's nothing you really need to configure with that. It allows 3 retries over a period of 20 minutes, 12 hours until the retries are reset. It's on an IP basis. If you ever get locked out yourself, you can just go back to the Hostinger dashboard and let's see here, click on WordPress overview and click this button and you can just log in without a username and password, and that should do the trick for you. So let's go back to our site, click on plugins, installed plugins. Now, I don't need the easy onboarding, so I'm going to delete that. If you want to, there's Hostinger AI, which does some AI stuff. I personally don't need that. I'm going to remove that. but if you want to leave it in and mess around with that, you perfectly can. Leave the Hostinger tools installed. There's a lot of cool benefits with that, so definitely leave that installed. As for Lightspeed Cache, leave this installed too. This is very important. It's a very powerful plugin, but we're not gonna choose the presets in this screen. We're actually gonna go back to our Hostinger account, click on Performance, and then Object Cache. So we want to enable Lightspeed Cache. It is. We'll click Change Settings. And for right now, we're going to enable just the advanced settings. We're not going to do aggressive yet. You could set this later on after we finish building our site. But for right now, we're just going to do the advanced settings and click Apply. And we'll go back to Performance, Object Cache, kind of check everything. So we have HTTPS on, maintenance mode on, Lightspeed caching on. Yeah, everything looks good on this. So go back to our site, and what I want you to do is go over here and click on Image Optimization, then click on Image Optimization Settings. It's important to understand this concept. Hostinger, they have this file limit on your server. You can only have so many files on your server at a time. And that's one of the downsides to Hostinger compared to Cloudways. Cloudways doesn't have that limit. But then again, Cloudways doesn't have an annual or multi-year discount. So there's pros and cons to each. But if you play your cards right, you can save a lot of money by using Hostinger, but you also have to pay attention to your inode limit. So what we're going to do is disable the image optimization. The reason why we want to disable some of this stuff is because when you optimize your images, it's going to create a lot of duplicates, and we don't want that. So you upload one image, you might get 14 variations of the image at different resolutions and things like that. So we're going to disable a lot of this stuff. And one of the main reasons is the AI writer we're going to use already compresses the images. And there's no need to recompress them. It's just going to fill up files on your server, and we don't really need to do that. It's not going to save you a lot of room. Plus, you have unlimited bandwidth at Hostinger, so there's really no need. It's not going to speed anything up. I can hit hundreds across the board on page speed without further optimizing my images. So let's go ahead and turn some of this stuff off. So we're in the image optimization. We come down here, and we're going to start checking off some of these things. We don't want like more files made for the images. We'll click Save, and then we'll go down here to Crawler. And we're going to turn these things that say WebP off. Now, if you're like, oh, I have to have my WebP images or whatever, ask yourself why. Why does it really matter? You can get 100% speed, and it can load really fast, and it's going to save you in nodes. So just disable that stuff, and everything should be good. Make sure you've saved all your changes, and that's all good right there. Now, I want to install another plugin called Disable Media Size. Whenever you upload an image, it's going to make a lot of variations of the image. A lot of them we don't need. They're just going to take up files. So all these other sizes, we're just going to disable. We'll have WordPress make the 3 default ones, but we're going to disable the rest. Click Save. Awesome. And then finally, we want to install a dummy content generator. Before we start generating some articles on our site, some real articles that we want people to read, we want to fix the layout of our site, make sure it looks good and whatnot. So we're going to install some dummy content first. So go back to plugins, add new plugin, dummy content. There we go, dummy content generator. We're going to install that. Activate. And we'll click on dummy content generator, generate posts. And let's make 35 posts. And we want a featured image for them also. Generate posts. That's done. Let's check out the front end. So we have some dummy posts made. Does not look like a news site yet, but don't worry. It's going to look really good pretty soon. That's an actual post. Okay. For whatever reason, comments are on, but comments should be off on this, but we'll take care of that later. So we have some basic configurations done. We have some dummy content made. And now let's make some placeholder pages. So click on Pages, All Pages. So privacy policy, we're going to edit this, and we'll go over here to Status, and we're going to click Publish. So it's all published, and we'll schedule it now. So now it's live. Now this is published. Hover over New, and we're going to make a new page. So we have our privacy policy page. We're going to need a Contact Us page, an About Us page, and a Terms of Use page. These are just going to be placeholder pages. We'll eventually put content on them. But to help us build our menus, we just want these pages made, okay? Contact Us, and we'll click Publish, and over here a plus, and we'll add another page, and this will be About Us, And we'll publish this, add new page. And finally, we need a terms of use page. Terms of use. Awesome. Doesn't look like much now, but it's going to get there, trust me. So we have all of our pages done. And now the next step is to actually install our theme and start making our site look like an actual news site. So go get a drink of water, grab a Coke, grab a coffee, and we'll come right back to it and start setting up our theme. So at this point, we need to install a theme for our site because our site right now looks like it's a casual Friday, but we really want it to wear a suit. We want it to dress up and look the part of a news site, and it definitely does not right now. So we need to install a theme. Now, if you've taken my last course, which again is available on YouTube completely free, we built this site using the Blocksy theme, and then to build the homepage, we used the Generate Blocks plugin. That combination is an awesome combination. I'm going to use it in another course after this one, and then we're also possibly going to use it to remake my website. My ranking tactics site is not made with this combination, and I really like Blocksy and Generate Blocks. It's just so easy and so fast. So I'm going to go with that when I redevelop my site. But we're not going to use it for this news build that we're doing for two specific reasons. But you're free to use this for the news site if you want to. Just realize these two reasons. So the first reason we're not going to use this is it lacks infinite post loading. So imagine you're on Pinterest and you're looking for ways to, let's see, transform your room using thrifty decorations for a coastal vibe. So you're on Pinterest, you click the pin, you come here to this post, you read this post, you're like, wow, this is so cool. I'm getting all this inspiration. My brain's exploding right now with all this amazing knowledge. You get to the end of the article. The end of the article has these related posts. But number one, the reader's probably not interested in them. They came to learn about affordable coastal room makeovers, thrifty things they can do to make over their room with a coastal vibe. They're probably not interested in creative pendant light ideas that we can make, DIY. So the visitors, they're in these like little isolated bubbles of user intent. They're probably just interested in consuming this and not so much interested in consuming these things. They read the article and then they leave. Or maybe they bookmark it if they found this stuff useful. A news site is completely different. Someone that's interested in crypto, for instance, crypto news, is going to want to just continue to consume that news content. And so it would be very useful is if when they get to the end of the article, the next article loads automatically and they don't have to do anything. It's like you're on Instagram or something and you just keep swiping. You can just keep consuming the knowledge and reading the knowledge. And that helps for multiple reasons. It helps for ad revenue. It helps further get those affiliate and other types of offers in front of their eyes. Maybe they're interested in clicking one of those. It helps from Google's perspective. Google, they're tracking all this stuff, tracking the user behavior, if the user's using Chrome, and it sees, oh, they're reading a lot of different articles. So there's a lot of benefits to have infinite page loading that doesn't require a user to actually click on something. Unfortunately, Blocksy doesn't have that feature right now. I did reach out to the Blocksy team and I said, hey, it would be really cool if you added this. They put it on the roadmap. I don't know when it's coming though. It could come next week, could come in a year from now, okay? So for that specific reason, we're not going to use Blocksy for this and Generate Blocks for this build. The other reason is higher level. I'm not only teaching you guys how to make a news site using AI best practices based on my experience, but I'm also teaching you how to be a website developer. You can take this skill set and go make websites for other people. But if all you know how to do is just use a specific set of tools, then you're not really growing as a developer. You want to be able to use all kinds of different tools. Like maybe your client doesn't want a specific theme. They want like this other theme used. Maybe you don't feel comfortable with that. So a lot of times being a developer means going out of your comfort zone and doing different things and learning how to tackle and solve those problems. So that's the other reason. You're going to level up your skill set by using something different. You're free to use Generate Blocks and Blocksy if you want to, perfectly fine. Just realize you are going to have to build your homepage in a news style layout. So that's another extra step. The theme that we're going to use already has the news style layout for the theme. So this is my throwaway AI site. It will never rank for anything. I just do a lot of testing on it. And I put the theme that we're going to use, the theme's called Spotlight. I put the theme on this site just to test things out and make sure it was a good choice. and I really like it. It's not as customizable as Blocksy and Generate Blocks, but it's still really good. So I'm okay with this theme. There's not a lot of better options. I probably spent 16 hours trying to find the right theme that could do all this and had the infinite page loading. So this is what infinite page loading is. A user is reading an article and they get near the end of it, and look, the next article loads. Get near the end of it, the next article loads. They can just continue to read and consume that content. So that's what we're going to go with. You can find Spotlight at either Theme Forest or Envanto Elements. So I guess Envanto is the company. Yeah, Envanto is the company, and they own this thing called Theme Forest. I think they bought that from somebody. And they also have this thing called Envanto Elements. They're both different, but you can get Spotlight at both places. You just have to figure out what you want to do. So at Theme Forest, you can buy the theme and you get a license to use it on one website. And you get 6 months of developer support where you can email them and they can respond back to you. But you get lifetime updates. So for $59, you can use this on one site and you get lifetime updates. Now over here on Envanto Elements, this is a subscription. You subscribe to Envanto Elements and you can use any of the assets on Envanto, whether it's stock video, stock music, sound effects, WordPress plugins, WordPress themes, whatever. You can use them on any website. So you can use it on 100 different websites if you want to. And you can just keep adding those sites as long as you're subscribed to it. When you unsubscribe, when you cancel your subscription, I believe you still get the updates for this. I think that's how it is. I think you still get updates. Yeah, updates included. So I think even when you cancel, you still get updates. But again, the difference is you can install this on a million websites if you want to. So you'll click download and then a pop-up will appear and say, where do you want to install this on? And you'll type in your site name. And that's basically adding the site to your license. So you can subscribe for a month and add 20 different sites and then cancel if you want to. The pricing is actually fairly reasonable for what you get. So it's $16.50 a month, a lot less expensive. You only have to say subscribe 1 month, and then you can add all your sites for that 1 month if you want to. So a couple different options for you to go with. I'm subscribed to Envanto Elements just because I'm using this theme on a lot of different sites and I'm continually adding sites. So you figure out what works out best for you. I recommend subscribing to Envanto Elements, but you can also do Theme Forest if you want to. I have links to both of them. I'm an affiliate. I have links. Please use them. The course is free, but that's up to you. When you finally buy it, whether it's a subscription or you buy it outright, there'll be a download button. You press the download button, you tell it what site you're going to install it on, and it'll give you a zip file. You'll go and you'll unzip the zip file, and it will make a directory called Theme Spotlight. And inside, you'll have 2 files, a Spotlight file and a Spotlight child. We're going to install both of them on our site. So we're going to go back to our site, go back to the back end of it, click on Appearance, Themes, Upload Theme. So we'll choose our file, let's find it. We're going to install the main one first, just Spotlight. So we'll install Spotlight. We'll activate it. And then we'll go over here to Themes. Again, add new theme, upload theme, choose the file, Spotlight child. A child theme allows you to add specific configurations to the functions file of the theme. And when an update comes out for the parent theme, so not the child Spotlight, but the parent theme, you can update the parent theme and you won't lose any of your custom settings. Now, after installing the theme, there's some plugins that it would also like us to install. We're not going to install all of these. Also, don't click on one of these. We're going to install it actually this way. So under Appearance, click on Install Plugins. And I want you to install this Kirki, if I'm saying that right, and then also PowerKit. And we're going to install both of those. Return to the plugins installer. All right, both of those are installed. Then we'll press refresh and you should see a PowerKit down here. I want to disable some of these things that we don't need. The more stuff we selectively disable, arguably the faster our site will go. So let's disable Facebook integration, Pinterest, Twitter, Instagram opt-in forms. We're going to leave basic elements. We're going to get rid of slider gallery, get rid of lightbox and justified gallery. And we'll click deactivate and we'll apply that. Fantastic. Now we can go up here and click this dismiss this notice. And we'll turn this off also. I want to go back to appearance and click on theme file editor. And we're going to go over here to our Spotlight child theme and we'll click on theme functions. And we're going to paste some code in. I'm going to make this code available in the description down below. But what this code is going to do is it's going to prevent our theme from making all of these extra resolution images when we upload an image. We don't want all these different images created. It's going to waste our disk space and also eat up our endnodes, our file limit. So we don't want to do that. Now, you might run into a situation that I'm going to run into in a second where you get an error trying to do this. I'll just read the error to you. Unable to communicate back with the site for a fatal error. So the PHP file changed, was reverted, blah, blah, blah. So we need to somehow edit the file because for whatever reason, we're not able to edit it this way. I have not had this kind of problem before. This is the first time I've had this issue. So if you don't have this issue, if you paste the stuff and it works fine, hey, that's great. But if it doesn't work, we're going to have to go get a file editor and do this manually. The easiest way to do this without installing another plugin is just go back to Hostinger and let's see, go over here to files. So we're in our menu for our domain and we'll click on files. So again, our website, this is our website. Come down here to files and we'll click on file manager. And we want to just access the files of Crypto Diamond Hands. So we'll click that and a new window will open. And here are all the files we have. So let's click on this public HTML. I double click on WP content. Click on themes. Click on Spotlight child. And then click on functions, just one click. And then right click edit. So we'll come down here to the bottom of the file and we'll paste that stuff in. And we'll click save. Now that stuff is definitely in there. We can go back to the back end of our site and just refresh and check. Let's check this. And there it is, it's in there. So for whatever reason, if you're not able to just add this way, then simply go over here to the file manager, access the files, click on public HTML, click on WP content, click on themes, Spotlight child, and then click on function and click edit. And then we'll just paste in that stuff that I'm sharing down below in the description right here, and you should be good to go. Now let's go to the front end and check out our site. So here's what we have now. I'll press refresh. It's starting to look a little bit different. It still does not look impressive, but hey, it looks a little bit better, if that's the right word to use here. All right, so what I want to do is go back to the back end again and go over here to post and click on categories. We're going to make a couple categories. Now these default categories are from that dummy content generator. We're going to have to delete these categories manually in a moment or two. But for right now, these are the ones that it created. But I want to create a couple categories. I want to create crypto basics. And for your particular niche, if you're not doing crypto, during that site ideation phase a little bit ago, when we were looking at the competitor sites and seeing some commonalities and seeing what we would want to bring in, maybe you have a basic section, like a knowledge section. As an example, let's say you're doing football, American football. Maybe there's some basics like American football basics. What's a touchdown? What's a linebacker do? What's a running back do? What's a quarterback do? What are different defensive or offensive positions? So there's lots of basics that you could talk about with virtually any niche. You just have to figure that out. You might very well have your own basic section. Make it a 2-word or 3-word category. I'm going to call mine crypto basics, and we don't need to put it under any other category. So we'll just add that there. Then I want to make something called crypto news, and we'll add this category. And crypto charts, because we're going to have a chart category also. Now that we have these made, I want to make a couple pages because we're going to have some crypto charts. So I want some pages for my charts. Now you might not have a charts page. You might not be doing crypto. You might be doing something completely different. But if you have a basic section, you have a new section, maybe you have a third section with something else in there, and you can add some placeholder pages now if you want to. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a new page. I will call this Bitcoin price. And I will publish it. Now let's make another one called Ripple price. I bought some Ripple. Didn't buy a lot of Ripple. I bought some Ripple when it was high. I'm still holding on to it. Diamond hands, right? It's not doing too well right now. Ripple price. I think the symbol is XRP. So that's not doing too well. Don't tell my wife that, but I did not spend a lot of money on that. I was going to invest heavily in crypto, and then I realized a lot of these meme coins are stupid. So the only real thing you can invest in is Bitcoin, but eventually a quantum computer, it should be able to hack Bitcoin. So I don't think your Bitcoin's even safe. Let's do Litecoin, Binance, Litecoin price. So these are keywords I found previously, like Bitcoin price. Like these are things people are searching a lot of. I'm never going to rank for this stuff, but I think it's good to have it here because now I have charts on my site. So hopefully if Google comes and checks out my site, they're like, oh, this looks like a professional looking site. I'm not trying to fake it till I make it. I'm just trying to make my site look professional. And that's what you should be doing too. How can we make our site fit into the crowd and look like any other news site in our niche? So let's do Ethereum. And then I think we'll do Binance price. Add new page. It seems slow in the back end, but I tell you what, it's lightning quick when things start getting populated and then we have our cache running and stuff. So all of that's done. Now let's go to our front end and we're going to create our menus. The obvious way to make a menu is in this appearance section under menus, but if you build it that way, the menu won't work for our theme. So we're actually going to make the menu through the customize option on the front end. So go to the front end of your website and click on customize. And you won't see this menu, you won't see this up here if you're not logged in. So obviously make sure you're logged in. We'll click customize. Come over here, click on menu and create a new menu. We're going to call this footer. We'll tag it as the footer and click next. We need to add some items, and the items we want to add are, let's see, our pages. So we have a privacy policy, about us, contact us, terms of use. Let's make the about us first. Contact us can be second, terms of use, and then privacy. We'll publish that, and that should display down here, and that's perfect. That's why we created those placeholder pages. There's nothing in them right now, but we'll edit all that later. So we'll press the back button and we'll create a new menu, and this will be called the main menu. And this will be for the primary up here and then also the mobile. We'll click next, add items. Now the first thing we want to add is a custom link. And I want you to put in the /. In the link text, we're going to just type in news. And I'll explain why we're doing this in a moment and not pulling the category crypto news. So that's the first thing I want to do. Then we want to put in a link to our categories page for crypto basics. So find our categories, scroll down till you find the crypto basics. Now again, this is going to be a little bit different for you. I'm assuming you have a basics section. It doesn't matter what niche you're in, you could have a basics section. And maybe we can even change it right now. Here, let's actually change this. Let's call this Learning Center. Let's call it that. That sounds a little bit cooler than crypto basics, although the category in the URL will still be called crypto basics, and that's perfectly fine. And we're going to add one more item, and this is going to be a custom link. And we're going to put a hashtag in here. I'll explain why in a moment. And the link text will be crypto charts. Add the menu. And then we're going to go down to pages over here. And I want to add the Bitcoin price page. And we're going to drag this over just a little bit so it's a sub menu now of crypto charts. And now we're going to do the same thing for the rest of them. So Binance coin price, drag this over, Ethereum, drag it over, Litecoin, and Ripple. And I'll click published. Now you might get a glitch. I've noticed a glitch or two in creating these drop downs. If that's the case, just go slow. Delete these things, remove them, and go slow in dragging them over and then dragging them in, and it should eventually work for you. So here's what we have. We have our news page now, or our news, and remember we put a / in there. And the reason we did that is we wanted to take us to our homepage. So whenever somebody clicks this, it's going to our homepage because that's where the news is. The news is all going to be on our homepage. Now, when we first create our website, we won't have any news. It won't be on our homepage. We'll have crypto basics articles on our homepage. But eventually those crypto basics articles will get buried and then they'll be on page 100 or something. So the way to get to those will be to click on this Learning Center link. So this will take us to the crypto basics category, whereas news will take us to the homepage. But the user doesn't really comprehend that. Now you do. And then crypto charts, we put a hashtag in here. A hashtag makes it so the link doesn't do anything. So we can click this link all day long, nothing's going to happen. But we have sublinks in here to these sub pages. So Bitcoin price, it takes us to this Bitcoin price. We have our footer menu, we have our header menu done. And the last thing we need to do is configure our off canvas menu. So the off canvas menu is when you're on mobile and this little hamburger thing right here. And you'll see some different options inside of here. And you might even see this on a desktop view too. So come down here to widgets and click on off canvas. Now you might have some stuff in here already. You can just expand these and delete them. We just want to start fresh. So delete everything that's in here, then click add widget and type in categories. And we'll type in categories and we want to display it as a dropdown, show post counts and show hierarchy. And we're going to publish that. Now, when somebody clicks on this hamburger menu, they're going to see all the categories on our site. Right now, we don't have a lot, but we're going to have a lot. We'll have 50 some categories. And this is the way, like best practice to do it, because then it's easy for Google to crawl your site. They'll have all the categories right here on the homepage, and they can get to the category very easily, as opposed to just a giant unmanageable list of 50 categories, which would probably break the whole system on mobile anyways. So we got some cool stuff done. We got our theme installed. We got some menus set up. We got some default placeholder pages. Go take a break, come back, regroup, and we're going to do some other cool stuff. We're going to create all of our categories. Now I'm going to show you how to create 50 different categories using AI. Then we're going to work on a logo and then do some other fun stuff. I'll see you back here and it will be a moment because I'm just merging all these videos together. But pause the video, go take a break if you need to and come on back. So let's create some more categories for our WordPress site. Let's start by deleting the ones that the bulk dummy content generator generated. We want to delete those. We want to add a lot more categories in here, like about 50 of them. And the reason we're doing that is when we write our news articles, we're going to have the AI automatically choose a category to assign the news article to. And we don't want it just to go into like crypto news. From like an SEO standpoint, that's not very helpful. So we want different categories for the articles to go into. And so we have to come up with those categories. The best way to come up with categories is to look at the competition. So I want you to go to the competitors' sites and click on their category listing and then copy, just drag and select, copy all their categories and then put them into a text file. Do that for 4 or 5 different competitors. Copy all their categories out. And then you'll end up with a list like this. So here's like a list that I copied out. This entire list right here. I think I have 217 categories right here. Then we can take our list of all these categories and we can go over here to ChatGPT or some kind of like AI, just use a very powerful model, spare no expense. So we'll go in here and we'll paste this in here and we'll say, so paste all that stuff in, we'll say, here is a list of categories for a crypto news site. I want to use this list as a foundation in order to create a list of only 50 categories for my crypto news site. Please use this list as a reference and create 50 categories. You should do some research to ensure the categories you select are popular ones that would have a lot of news articles associated with them. Also, you don't need to pull the categories verbatim from the list above, but just use that as a reference. And let's put search on too, and we'll just run. So this is 03 mini high. So I'm assuming it's going to do a pretty good job. So we'll let this thing work right now. So what's going to happen is it's hopefully going to give us this list of 50 categories, and then we'll add those categories to WordPress. And then when the AI is writing our news articles, not our crypto basics articles, but our news articles, it's going to automatically assign those news articles to the respective category that the AI determines is the best fit for it. Let's see. So we look at this. Let's copy this out here so we can just check it out. So we have Bitcoin and major cryptocurrencies, Ethereum and smart contracts, crypto regulation policy. I think that covers a wide swath of potential crypto news types of articles. And what you can do, you don't have to just use ChatGPT. You can go to Anthropic's Claude and try that. You could use Perplexity. You could merge all these things together to get one final list. But we're just going to run with this right now. So we have 50 different categories. Now go back to WordPress and we need to add these categories, but there's no way in the world I'm adding 50 categories one by one. That just takes way too long. So let's go to plugins and add a new plugin. And we're going to search for, let's see, bulk post categories. And I think it's this one. Yes, bulk post category creator. And we just need to install this for a moment. We don't need to leave it activated. So create bulk categories. Now this expects a comma separated list of categories. So if we paste this in here, it's going to get all messed up. So we have to take this list of 50. And we need to go to Google and type in list to comma separated and then online. Get like this result right here. We paste this in and it makes it comma separated. We go back over here and paste our list in. Now it's all comma separated. No parent category, although I think it's going to assign a parent category. So let's go back for a second. I think I messed up. Let's go back and make a parent category called test. If my memory serves me right, I think if you don't assign a parent category, it like creates one and then you have to go in here and manually screw stuff up. It's annoying. So we'll leave this as test and then we'll create bulk categories, paste our comma separated list in. We'll set this at test and submit categories. Now we'll go to our list over here and we have all our categories. And so we're going to delete the test category and refresh it. And then all of these became like parent categories now. So you see what we did? So we created a category called test, and then we went over to create bulk categories. We pasted our list in here. We selected test from the dropdown. We went back to categories. We deleted the test parent category. We refreshed, and now all of these became parent categories. Cool, that's exactly what we wanted. Now we can go to our plugins, install plugins, and we can just deactivate that because we'll never need that again. Cool. So now we have our categories created. And if we go to our home page now, let's go over here and refresh. You're not going to see the categories in here, but you'll see them in this dropdown. But I don't think we're going to actually see any because nothing's actually assigned. So empty categories, it won't display in here. But when the categories start filling up with news articles, you'll see them in here. So now let's create a logo for our website. This is an optional step. You don't have to go about doing it. But it will make our site look more professional. Again, we want to look professional so that people trust us. People get behind us. We have followers. People are bookmarking our website. So we want to look the part. And we can add a logo here. And then we also want the logo of the fave icon up here. So I'm going to use Canva for this. You don't have to use Canva. You can use whatever method you have. Maybe you're a Photoshop person. Use whatever method works for you. I'm going to use Canva because I have a Canva subscription. I'm also going to use Midjourney for the AI image generation, but there's lots of different ways to generate AI images. So in Canva, create two new designs. One, make 320 by 50 pixels. So 320 by 50. And the other 512 by 512. So here's the first one. This is the 320 by 50. And you got to decide whether or not you want a white background or a black background for your header. You can do other colors too, but in general, either white or black is going to work the best. So I'm going to go with a black background, and then you'll choose a font for your logo. You don't have to have a text portion of the logo. You could just make the logo itself if you want to. It's just totally up to you. But I'm going with a text portion of the logo. I'm using Knockout Featherweight Bold for the text portion. Then I'll go to Midjourney, and I entered a prompt, just something really stupid, simple. Create an image of the most incredible diamond ever. It's a logo for a website. So a stupid prompt, but it seemed to do a good job. There's other things you can prompt it with. If you want to stylize a particular letter, you could come up with whatever prompt you want, but find a prompt that works for you and we'll run with it. So the only question is, do I want something that looks a little bit different or definitely looks like a diamond? Oh, which one do you got? I like this one a lot. I like the blue also, although the red's kind of cool. let's just go with this. So we'll copy this image and I'll come over here and paste it. And we're going to make this just as big as possible. And I guess we have to, let's see here. Let's crop it a little bit. Crypto diamond hands. Zoom out and see. It's a little bit big. Make it a little smaller. Crypto diamond hands. What do you guys think? I like it. I think that works. So let's go ahead and download this. Normally I would do a PNG if I was going with white, because then we could do a transparent background. But because we're going with black, we don't want PNG because it takes up more space. So I'll go with JPEG, and I'm going to save it. We'll download and save it right to my desktop. And we'll call this logo 2. I've done a couple different logo tests already, and they weren't very successful. So we called it logo 2. And then I'll take this diamond and I'll put it over here, and we'll make this nice and big for our fave icon. Let's see here. Perfect, that looks great. And we'll download this also as a JPEG. Again, normally I would be doing a PNG with a transparent background, but because we're doing black, then this is all fine. So now I like to go to tinyjpg.com, and we're going to compress these. Remember, we removed the image compression from our site because we're not going to need it. So I'm just going to use tinyjpeg, and it will download these for us. And I'll go back to my site. Where is it? So we're in the customize option now on our site. And we'll go to site identity. There we go, select image for our site. So we'll upload both of these resized, select image and select our logo. And then we'll select our fave icon. I think that looks pretty good right now. Obviously it looks wonky because we don't have a black background, but we're going to take care of that in just a second. So let's mess with some colors right now. Let's click on colors, and we're going to set the primary color to red. Then we're going to set the navigational bar background to black. Right, now it blends in a little bit better, doesn't it? I like that. Looks pretty good. Go take a break if you need to, and we're going to come back, regroup, and we're going to start customizing our theme a little bit. So let's do some more customizations on our site to make it look a lot more professional looking. I want you to click on the typography tab and then general. We're going to set some fonts and some font sizes right now. The font that you choose for your body font, for your button font, for your subheading and your heading font, that can take a long time to figure out, and I don't want you to spend a long time figuring it out. You can spend hours or days just spinning your wheels trying to find that right font pairing, and I'd rather you not spin your wheels doing that. There's lots of sites out there that will recommend font pairings for you. If you do want to go search for best Google font pairs. A lot of these themes, whether you're using this one or you're using Bloxy or something else, will incorporate the Google fonts. If you can just find a site that shows you different font pairings by Google, then that can really help you out. So like this would be the subheading font or the title font, and this would be the body font. So you can look through here and try to find different pairings, something that fits your particular niche. Obviously, if you're in a tech niche, you want a font that would be professional, that would resonate with your audience, with that tech niche. If you're not in a professional or a tech niche, you're more in maybe a sports niche or something. Maybe there's a better font for your niche. Best idea, go look at what your competitors are doing, what fonts they're using, and just copy that style. That's perfectly fine. Use the same fonts they're using. Don't take their logos and their images and things like that. But if you want to use the same fonts, that's perfectly fine. People are used to reading news articles with those fonts. And so if you look similar, they're going to have just as much fun reading your articles. Okay? Now, the font we're going to use site-wide for everything is going to be Source Sans Pro. You can obviously use any font you want, but we're going to use the same font for the body and for the headings. And some fonts work that way. Some fonts work great as both body font and then heading font. So I'm going to go here and just set everything to Source Sans Pro. And now there's some options we also might want to configure. Let's see here. I'm actually looking at another site I did right now. I'm going to see if there's anything we need to copy over a little bit. So for primary font, for the font size, we're going to change this to 0.75, not 875. And for the letter spacing, we're going to go 0.025 EM. For the font size under secondary font, we're going to go 0.875 REM. And everything else looks good. And all of this looks good. We're going to save our changes and we'll go out of this and we'll click on headings now. Headings, same thing. We're going to use Source Sans Pro. And for this, we're going to change the letter spacing for our headings to 0.05. And then the font variant for our section titles will be regular. And the size will be the same, 0.75, and everything else will remain the same. So we'll click Publish. Now we'll do navigation. Same thing, change our fonts. The font size for our menu font will be 0.75, and the letter spacing will be 0.075 EM. The font size for our submenu will be 875 REM. The font variant will be regular, and that's about it right there. So that's all of our typography. It already looks a little bit different. All right, now let's click on our header settings. We can leave everything the same, but what I want to do is display social links, and we'll click Publish. Then we're going to have now we'll have our social links displayed. We're going to click back and go to our footer settings. And now we're going to put in some footer text. Now you can go to my site and just copy my footer text if you want to, but obviously do your own due diligence, talk to a lawyer if you need to, make sure that you are okay with whatever disclaimers and stuff you are putting on your site. Don't come crying to me. Everything I am doing in this course is completely as is. There's no warranties whatsoever. Let's see, in our footer, we want to display the featured posts, and we want our category, our author, our date, and yeah, all that looks pretty good. So we'll publish that. And now when we go down to our footer, we have our other posts. Cool, I like that. Now let's click on our homepage, and we'll click on featured posts, and we want to enable display featured posts. Now this is where you can change things up a little bit. So how do you want your featured post displayed? Type 1, type 2, type 3. Let's actually delete this hello world post right now while we're at it, because there's no image with it and it's just making things a little confusing. So let's go to our posts and trash the hello world. Go back to our customize. And let's see, homepage settings, featured posts. And now when we play with the layout, we can get a better idea of this. So type 1 looks like that. Type 2 looks like that. Type 3, type 4. So basically, what do you want your homepage to look like when people visit it? And remember, most people are not visiting your homepage. The only people that would be visiting your homepage would be people trying to determine whether or not you are a legitimate news site, and whether they want to give a backlink to you or increase your rankings or whatever. So just find something that you like, that you prefer, and we'll go with that layout. Now, in terms of the meta stuff, you can enable or disable whatever you want. We could enable the number of shares, for instance, or we could turn off the author if we want to. I prefer to leave the category on, and we can turn the author off, and we can turn off the date too. The date's really not important. We could put reading time on, and shares. Let's see. No, we'll leave the reading time off. I like that. Let's publish it. Now let's click on the homepage layout. So we can do full post, and that's down here. I don't really want full post. These images are way too big. We can do a list if we want to. I think that makes a little bit more sense. And do we want a sidebar? We can do right sidebar. We can do left sidebar. I don't think no sidebar makes a lot of sense, so we'll do right sidebar. And category, author, date. Yep, all that looks fine. And then do we want to display the cropped image or the original aspect ratio? We'll do the cropped image. And then finally, at the bottom, do you want to do an infinite load or load more? I actually prefer the load more button for whatever reason. I like it. Just, I don't know, our homepage ends up looking more complete when we're not in this endless scrolling of different posts. I'd rather have that, save that feature for the actual posts themselves. So we'll save this, and we don't need to go to static front page because we're not doing a static front page. We're doing our latest posts, which we already configured. So now let's go down to archive settings, and we're going to configure some stuff. So our archive page, you're not going to see on the homepage. You actually have to click on a category. We're not going to go with full post again. Again, that's just way too much. Let's do list, and let's turn off the sidebar. I don't think we need a sidebar for our category. Cropped image, load more. Yeah, I like all that. I'll publish it, and then our category setting. So category setting, we're going to do display featured posts. We could do type 1, type 2. I'll stick with type 2. I like that. category, author, date, and that's all we need for this. Publish it. Now we'll go to post settings. So let's click on one of our posts. On desktop, we're going to have our sidebar. So the sidebar is open. Let's do category, published, author, shares. I'm going to turn off comments because we're not using comments. I'll do reading time. Use the default WordPress date format. I want to do that. So we turn this on and it changes the date. So it's like February 17th instead of the 17th of February. So February 17th. Default post header type. So there's different options that you can do. You can do large, so it fills up the entire page. You can do wide, so it's a little bit taller and there's an overlay on top of here. We can do no image at all if you want to. What do you guys like? What do you guys like the most? I actually like this format the most. Now this is like a 1x1 stock image. We're not going to be creating images that are 1x1. We're going to do 16:9 images. So don't be thrown off by the really large image here. We're going to just do 16:9. And we're going to disable the displaying of the excerpt. That's going to be the meta description. We don't want that displayed. It's not going to look good in this particular layout. And then finally, at the end, we want to check this box, enable the auto load post next feature. And that will auto load any of the next posts in this particular category. Let's see here. We'll click this. And so this is what it looks like. Now, there's this view comments button down here. When we go live with this site, this won't be displayed anymore. So don't worry about the existence of this right now. And for whatever reason, I've noticed the infinite page load or post loading doesn't work like with the uncategorized section. It will start working once we start loading up posts. So don't worry about, oh, it's not like infinite loading. That will happen, don't worry. So now let's click on the page settings. And for the pages, I usually do no sidebar, and then a large image and no excerpts. Now we don't have any pages with content right now. All of our pages are just placeholder pages. I think the privacy page actually works. We're not going to do an image. We're not going to do a sidebar. I think this is probably the right layout for our different pages. Let's see, we've already done menus, already done widgets. There's nothing in the miscellaneous settings that we need to configure. So let's click on additional content. Now, if you followed along with my past course where we used Blocksy, and I said one of the benefits of Blocksy Pro was hooks, this is like the equivalent of hooks. It allows you to put HTML content in various places on the page before a post, before a page, or something like that. It's not as good or as in-depth as Blocksy's version, but at least it's something, and we can work with this. So click on post right now, and actually let's click on a post so we can see. Click on a post, and then go to before site content. And I'm going to give you some stuff to paste in, but it's basically going to be a disclaimer. The content below should not be construed as financial, investment, legal, or professional advice. It was generated with AI assistance, yada, yada, yada. Now, it does not look very good, but don't worry, we're going to style this in a second. But at least our disclaimer is in here. Then we can exit out of this. And the final thing to do is some CSS. Now, I was using this theme heavily, and I was configuring various things to make it look even better, like this stuff up here and some different paddings and stuff like that. The way the font looks on mobile, the margins on either side are too much, the font's too big, the line spacing is too high and stuff like that. And this is way too large. So I have some CSS code that I'm going to share with you in the description down below. All you do is you come to this additional CSS part and you put it right in here. And look how it changed everything. Here, let me delete it. Paste it back in. You see how everything changed? Delete it one more time. Watch the margins change. So CSS is a great skill. It's not hard to learn, and learning anything now with AI, with ChatGPT, just going in and asking questions, it can really accelerate your learning. So I highly recommend trying to learn CSS. You could easily learn enough to be dangerous over a weekend. Like, it's super easy to learn. It's not hard. You could probably even just go into ChatGPT and be like, hey, I want to learn CSS. Teach it to me or something like that. And it would probably do a good job. So yeah, so that's it. It looks pretty good right now. I think our fonts changed a little bit. So let me try purging all to see if I can get the font to change. For some reason, this is supposed to be bold and it's not appearing as bold right now. I think it's a caching issue. And for whatever reason, me emptying the cache on this is not working. It's supposed to be customize. See, now it's appearing in here. So maybe it just takes a second. So it appears bold here, but not here. I think I ran into this issue before. Eventually, that's what it's going to look like. I don't know why it's not doing it right now. but that will all fix itself automatically. It's just some kind of weird caching issue. The last thing we have to do before we can actually start using the AI to fill our site with that glorious content is we're going to delete our dummy posts. We've been able to visualize our site with these dummy posts, and I like the way it looks. If you don't like the way it looks, then you can just go in here and tweak stuff, change some stuff up. Like, we're ultimately going to change up this sidebar over here. But if you like the general layout, then I think we're good. So let's go into our dashboard and dummy content generator and generate posts, view fake posts, delete dummy posts. Now it didn't delete the categories, but remember, we manually deleted those, and it won't delete the images. So let's select our images. Don't select all, because then you'll delete your icons and stuff like that. You don't want to do that. So just delete the dummy stuff. So we've done a lot so far. We haven't actually created any articles yet, but we've done a lot. We have our domain, we have our host set up, we have WordPress installed, we have some basic configuration going on. We like the way things are looking. We'll tweak more later on, and we'll add more optimization plugins, more WordPress plugins, and start filling stuff out more. But what we're going to do now is start generating our crypto basics articles, or if you're in a different niche, your basic articles. I'm going to show you how to do that. There'll be an easy way and a much more in-depth way. I'm going to show you both ways, and you can pick your poison, and we'll go from there. We're going to regroup, go get a drink, get a glass of water or a coffee or something, regroup, and we'll get back into it. So we're at the point now that we need to create our crypto basics articles. And this is where the fun kind of starts. Like everything else, like setting up the site and stuff, yeah, that's boring. I like this kind of stuff. This is fun. So there's 2 steps to this. First step is we need to find what titles we want to write about. So we need to get our list of titles. And then the second step is we have to get the AI to actually write the content and then publish it to our site automatically. So we're going to tackle the first step right now, and that's figuring out what articles we're going to write. There's 2 approaches to this. There's the easy way and there's the right way. All right. The right way, unfortunately, is more involved. It's more steps, it's more time, it's a little bit more money. I'm going to show you both methods, and whatever you choose is up to you. And by the way, I didn't mention this. In general, for a new site, for what we're doing, I wouldn't write more than 150 articles, because we're going to instantly publish these articles since we're using them as articles to link to. So we want these articles published, otherwise we can't link to them. You know, writing 100 or so articles, in my opinion, I don't think that's too bad, but writing like 300 or 400 and instantly publishing them, you could run afoul of Google if you're not careful. So we don't need a really large list. And to be honest, you don't even have to do 100. You can just do 50 articles or 30 articles if you want to. I would definitely do more than 10 articles, but you don't have to do 100 and some articles. So the first approach of this first step, finding the titles. The first approach, the easy approach, is just go online, find your competitors, see if they have a basics section, and snag some of the titles. Like, what is Bitcoin? It's obvious, even if you don't know a lot about cryptocurrency, that this is a term with a lot of traffic in it. If we go to SemRush and we put this in here, what is Bitcoin? We have 60,000 people searching this a month, or 600,000, depending on how off this is. What is cryptocurrency? There's going to be a lot of people searching that also. Right? But just don't take everything that is on a site, because as an example, 7 biggest myths, Bitcoin myths. There's no search volume for that. I can guarantee it. Let's go over here. No one's going to Google and typing in 7 biggest Bitcoin myths. Just no one does that. You could put down, people might search Bitcoin myths, 31 volume right here, but yeah, no one's searching this stuff. So don't just take all this stuff. You have to take the stuff that makes sense. But unfortunately, that requires you to understand the niche a little bit. What are gas fees? Yeah, I know what that is. That relates to cryptocurrency, and there's going to be search volume with that. What is a stablecoin? That's a good one. What is NFT art? That's great, but that's outside of our niche. What are digital assets? That's good. These are great examples of some good questions here. What is a meme coin? That's good. So you can find some of your competitors and go through it this way. You can obviously go to SemRush and just put stuff in. You can put in like crypto. Actually, we got to go to the magic tool to do that. Crypto. But then we get like 511,000 results. What do we do with that? That's just way too many to get a small list of 100 from. We could filter by questions, and that might narrow it down. But still, it's just so much. There's 80,000 results in here. We can't process that, so that's not really helpful. You could go to your competitors and see what their doing. You can also go into a keyword research tool like SemRush. Again, I have an affiliate link down below. Check it out, 7-day free trial, and you can get all your research done and then just cancel if you want to. But we can go over here and put in our competitor, one of them, bitcoinist.com. So they're getting 1 million a month of search traffic, and we can look at their top organic keywords. So they have 70, so there's a lot of keywords here, 75,000, but like Dogecoin, and we can sort, you can sort by traffic or whatever, but Bitcoin price, a lot of people are searching that. Bitcoin news. So there's a lot of like just single words here that it's not really helpful what the search intent is. We can see where it's going, like Solana level suggests potential surge to, so this just looks like a news article, and for whatever reason, it's ranking, we don't know what position it is. But you can go through here and take a look. But again, you still have 75,000. So it's hard to parse through this. If you really want to do this, you just have to look at their articles and see what's catching your eye and make your list that way. If you know a little bit about the niche, this shouldn't be a very hard process. So you'll create a list of 20, 30, 50, or maybe even 100 articles. You can confirm the volume inside of SemRush, and then you'll be all ready to start writing your articles. With all that said, there's a more advanced way now, the quote unquote right way, but this takes a lot more time, it takes more money and all that wonderful stuff. So what you can do is you go into a keyword research tool, right? And you pull up your competitor, just like we've done right here. And we look at the organic search volume of this. Then what we can do is we say, I only want to see stuff like in the top 10. We want to see the really good stuff, because you can rank for just really weird stuff that's really out there, and you're on page 80 or something like that. You're technically not ranking for it. You're ranking for it if you're like in the top 10 or the top 20. And so that's going to be much closer to the actual article search intent, the article, the intention of the article, as opposed to like these ancillary topics that you're appearing on page 84. So we have Dogecoin poised for breakout. We have, let's see, all kinds of stuff in here. So there's 54 pages. Let's go to like page 10, see what we get. We get more long tails, I think. What is best crypto to buy now? We can do some more filtering too. We can come over here. We say include keyword containing what. So I only want to see keywords that have the word what in them. Like we can just look for question search intent. What cryptos does Elon Musk own? What is a Godzilla candle? I see, if I just went over here to keyword magic, I would not understand this at all, because this is a technical term that relates to crypto, but there's no way that I'm not going to search for Godzilla, because I never thought to do that, when I'm thinking about crypto. Candle, like I know of candles in terms of investing. This is going to an article, Bitcoin maximalist identifies Godzilla candle. And this is position number 2. So you're going to find really juicy stuff by looking at the competitors. What online casino accepts Cash App? What betting apps take Cash App? So you can go through. So we're looking at what right now? Let's go over here and say how. Look at all the how stuff. How to buy Weppy coin. How to buy ETF swap. Great. So you can do this for the competitor. How, what, when, why, whatever. And you can export all of these to a CSV file. And then you can do another competitor or something like that. You can just do lots and lots of competitors. You export all the data to a CSV file, and then you end up with something like this. So let me zoom in so you guys can see this. So I have 12,000 keywords, which is, I probably wouldn't do more than this. What's a lot of keywords to parse using this second approach, this quote unquote right approach? 12,000 is a lot. If you have 50,000 or more, it's going to take you a lot of time to go through this. This took me a little bit of time to go through, an hour or two. I'm not going through this right here, but the subsequent steps in this approach, we're going to have to do some manual processing. So we have all kinds of stuff in here. How do I start investing in cryptocurrency? Making a Bitcoin miner. That's probably not relevant to anything. Or maybe how to make a Bitcoin miner. Binance Smart. What is a Bitcoin worth? Selling on crypto.com. So there's just all kinds of stuff in here. So what we have to do is somehow intelligently cluster this. Let me sort to explain. Maybe you'll see it better if I sort this thing. Data, sort A to Z. As an example, best way to buy Bitcoin. That seems very similar to best way to buy Bitcoins. And also sounds similar to best way to buy crypto or best way to buy cryptocurrency, right? So there's a lot of best way to buy and sell cryptocurrency, best way to buy and sell crypto. So there's a lot of terms here that if you were to search on Google, you'd get basically the same results. In a way, these keywords, Google's treating them as identical. We would not want to write an article called best way to buy Bitcoin and then write a second article called best way to buy Bitcoins. Why? Because that would be cannibalization. Google wouldn't know which of our articles to potentially rank because we have two articles covering the exact same topic. So we want to avoid that cannibalization. And also that's going to eat into the number of articles we're writing. Google has this content velocity factor now. And if you're writing 3,000 or 4,000 or maybe even 500 articles at a time and you're instantly publishing them all, you're going to potentially hit that content velocity hidden limit. And we don't want to do that. So the goal of this is somehow processing this list to cluster the keywords that have nearly identical results in Google search engine when one of these is searched. Hope that makes sense. How can we do that? Because doing this by hand, it would probably take me an entire month, working a couple hours a day on this. It would be mind numbing. No one wants to do this by hand. No one wants to take this, because this is what you have to do. You take this, you go to Google and you put this in. And then you go over here, take this, go to Google and you put this in. And you look at how many of the results are the same. So the giving block, same result. Donate Bitcoin to charity. This is Save the Children. All the children need crypto or something. Every.org. Right, every.org's down here. Look at all the results, and 5 of the results out of 10 are identical. So Google's probably treating these queries as identical. No one has time to manually cluster that. And that's why we need to get a clustering tool. There's a cloud-based version and there's a desktop version. I'll show you both. So the first version is called Keyword Chef. I was initially just using them for clustering. That's how I clustered stuff. And you can do a subscription, a monthly subscription where you get like an X number of credits, like 5, and each credit is one search term. So we have 12,000 search terms in here. We would have to do this plan right here, pay $69. That's a lot of money. Or pay as you go. We'd need at least 12,000 credits. So we probably have to pay $250. That's a lot of money. I don't really want to pay that. This will cluster the terms for us, but it's very expensive. I like that tool, but it's just expensive. So there's another option, and that's a desktop option. Now, desktop is not as easy to use as like the cloud version. I would know because I made ZimmWriter and ZimmWriter's desktop, and it's a little bit more issues than just a cloud-based version. SEO Utils is a desktop program. So you buy a license, and you can get a license for one device for $50. You get a year of updates, or a license for up to 3 devices, 1 year updates. I'm not related to the guy that runs this. He's just like me. He's just a solo developer trying his best to build some cool software. And so I have no relation to this, but I've used this and I really like this because it's incredibly cheap, because just like ZimmWriter, it's bring your own API key. So you get SEO Utils, and I'm actually going to swipe screens right now. So I record all my videos on a Mac, and I'm in Parallels right now because I like recording on the Mac, but ZimmWriter just natively works on a Windows computer. So to get it working on a Mac, I need to run it in Parallels. But I'm going to swap screens to go over here right now and show you SEO Utils. There's all kinds of cool features in here, and he's adding more features all the time. I definitely recommend picking it up if you have any use whatsoever for it. Go over here to SERP clustering, and you can click cluster keywords. And this is, I guess this is what the result looks like. Let me show you the result first of all. So what is an NFT? So there's the cluster, and here's all the keywords that shared similar results in Google search. How do NFTs work? What is an NFT? What are NFTs and how do they work? What is an NFT? What are non-fungible tokens, NFTs? So it clustered all of these together, and it gave you some search volume and all that cool stuff. So that's what it will do. It will process our list of 12,000 keywords and cluster all that good stuff. So you'll press the cluster keyword button. And first of all, you have to have your Excel sheet or your CSV sheet that has all your keywords in it. Have them all in one column, and you'll find that on your hard drive and you'll import it. You have to select what column matches what. The only column you really need is your keyword column. And you can also check this gear icon. Just get in the habit of doing this. Your keywords right now should be in lowercase, but we're going to recluster after this. And so we want to get in the habit of checking this box. We don't want the tool to adjust the case. Next thing you got to do is let's check the metrics. We want the search volume and stuff like that. And any results that have 4 similar SERP results, 4 similar SERP URLs are going to be in the same cluster. And then scrape the SERP width. So there are a couple different options. I don't recommend using your own IP. You'll get bad things will happen. You can bring your own proxies if you really want to. That works. I found that it works, but it works a lot better if you use the SERP API data for SEO. So that requires you to get an API key for data for SEO. And you can get one data for SEO. You sign up for an account. You go inside and you like top up your account with some money or something like that. I think I put $50 on. And the whatever you're using this for, let's see, usage, there's different prices for all this stuff. But I think I was able to cluster 12,000 keywords for not that much money, because you can either select normal execution time or high priority. Normal will take a lot longer, but it's a heck of a lot cheaper. And then you can also estimate the cost before the run if you want to. So you'll let it cluster, you'll sit back, you'll just wait for it to finish. And then when it finishes, you'll get this nice little file right here. And then you can export it as a CSV file. So that's going back over here. That's what I did. Let me close this. Let's see, where'd it go? So I clustered my keywords. Here's what SEO utils spit out for me. So we have our cluster, and then we have the keyword that the cluster falls in, and then we have the search volume. These are the 3, and I guess we have the CPC also. Those are the only ones we're really worried about. What I want to do first is I need to sort this data. I'll tell you why in a second. Sort based on cluster, but then also based on search volume, and we'll do largest to smallest. So we're sorting based on cluster, keeping all the stuff in the same cluster, but then we're sorting those clusters based on volume, like within themselves. So the goal here now is to find one keyword from each cluster that we're going to write about. So just one. And some of this stuff, you just got to use your brain. That there's not going to be any results. So 0.2 BTC, we're not writing an article about that. How many people are asking that? No one's asking that stuff. So we're obviously deleting this. Let's delete all this stuff up here. This just looks like a bunch of nonsense. 88 Coinbase. Looks like people are just searching for the company name or something like that. So we'll get rid of that. Now this is a large cluster and it has some questions in here. What is airdropping? So what I want to do is we're just going to take those. Take this one. What is airdropping? And we'll delete even the airdrop stuff. What is airdropping? So there's our keyword right there. Airdrops, we already did airdrops, so don't need those. All cryptocurrencies. So let's go with this one, most valuable crypto coins, because this is like that's not a title for an article, but most valuable, what are the most valuable crypto coins? That would work as a title. All private keys. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Let's delete that. Clusters that have almost nothing in it aren't going to be very valuable clusters. Altcoins to buy. I don't really want to make recommendations on coins. Let's see. Nope. Oh, what is an altcoin? There we go. That's a winner right there. What is an altcoin? Another word for gains. So we're not writing an article on what's another word for gains. That's stupid. We're not going to write that. Google will just display the answer in its AI search nonsense. AI, we don't want to look up a particular game. Ape coins. Now, this is an example where I don't see what are ape coins, but I know some people are probably searching that. So unless there's a separate cluster down below, what are ape? No, I'm pretty positive some people are probably searching what are ape coins. Ape coins, right? And I'll get rid of this stuff. Apple crypto, we're getting rid of this because again, what is Apple crypto? Where to buy Apple crypto? News about Apple crypto. We just don't know the search intent. There's not a lot of people searching. This is not valuable. This looks pretty freaking valuable right here. APR versus APY. Let's see. Now, none of this really revolves around crypto, but it seems like the sites, the competitors that we pulled this stuff from, were in fact ranking for this. So there's probably some relation for this in terms of crypto. So let's just take the first one. Oh, so here you go. Difference in APR and there you go. We'll take that one. What's the difference? Because that makes more sense for an article. APY. How about what is APY? That's a great article title. So you see, this is not a sexy job. I don't know how many clusters we have. Let's go over here and just remove duplicates and we'll see. Remove duplicates, just gonna remove them based on column cluster just to see. So I have 1,100 clusters to go through. That's why I said this is the right way, but man, does it take a lot of time, okay? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go through. That's why you don't want to do 80,000 keywords, because not only will that cost more money when you're in SEO utils, but also it will just take you so long to process the clusters. Then you'll end up with something like this. So you'll create this after paring everything down. And I think in here I have 258 resulting keywords. So we went from 12,000 keywords to 1,100 clusters. And then from that, 284 or something like that keywords. So we really pared that down. Now we need to somehow turn these keywords into blog post titles, because these are not blog post titles. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn them into this right here. What is airdropping becomes what is airdropping in cryptocurrency, right? What is an altcoin? What is an altcoin? A beginner's guide to alternative cryptocurrencies. Are crypto wallets safe? Are crypto wallets safe? BTC versus ETH. Bitcoin versus Ethereum, key differences in comparison. So how do we go about creating a list like this? This is where AI comes in, and we're going to start using ZimmWriter. I hope you have ZimmWriter. If you don't have ZimmWriter, you can get it in the link in the description down below. We're going to be using ZimmWriter extensively for the remainder of this course. It's a Windows application. It runs natively on a Windows computer. If you don't have Windows, then you're going to need something like what I have, which is Parallels, or you can use Whiskey or some of these alternative methods like VMware, or you can just get a cloud VPS and just run ZimmWriter anywhere in the cloud. But you'll have to figure out a way to run ZimmWriter, because that's what we're going to need. And you'll also need some things like an AI writing model. I recommend signing up for an Inoreader account. They have lots of models that you can use. It's pay as you go. It's an API. And then I also recommend an image model, an image provider. I would recommend signing up with FAL, FAL.ai. And it's also pay as you go. You only pay for what you use. You get those things and you can basically do anything. So how do we make these titles? What do we do? I'm going to use ZimmWriter for it. So I'll open up ZimmWriter, and I want to go to the AI Vault and then the text discombobulator. Now, in the description down below, there's going to be a file. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I got to figure this out. But you're going to want to create a prompt. And the prompt that you want to create is this right here. I want to make sure I don't have the word crypto in here. So here's the prompt. Let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see. There we go. Here's the prompt. The data to process contains a keyword phrase people search on Google. Turn the phrase into a blog post title so the phrase is contextually clear. So to help better understand the context, you might need to research the phrase to understand the meaning. At a high level, the phrase relates to the field of cryptocurrency. If you're not doing crypto, then you're going to want to change this. It relates to the field of knitting, or it relates to the field of pets or something like that. The phrase is an appropriate title case for a blog post. Only if necessary, add a question mark to the end, and the blog title should be 60 characters or less. Note, just write the blog post title without any commentary or explanation. So you'll want to paste this into ZimmWriter. So we went to the AI Vault, went to text discombobulator. We clicked on this edit custom prompt button. We pasted our prompt in, and then you have to save it in a particular format. You have to save it with a curly bracket, C as in custom, P as in prompt, underscore, and then any alphanumeric name you want with underscores, and then end it with a curly bracket. If you don't, then you'll get an error. Custom prompt name must start with blah, blah, blah. So got to follow the rules. You name it, and after you've named it, we can go over here and just load it. Let's see, where'd it go? Custom keywords to titles for crypto. Now, this is the very important part. We need to choose a model for writing. In crypto, there's a lot of, this is news, especially news. News is very fast paced, but especially crypto news. There's new Bitcoins, new altcoins coming out all the time. So a lot of this terminology, the AI might not understand. Like, what is avalanche crypto? The AI might have not been trained on that information. So if we tell the AI to write a blog post title for that, it might not understand. So that's where I recommend, if you're in a niche that has things that the AI might not understand or might not have been trained on, then we want to use Sonar. This is Perplexity's Sonar. You can use it if you have OpenRouter. There's Sonar Online OpenRouter. Use that. Otherwise, if you have a direct integration, you can use the one directly by Perplexity. But we're going to use Sonar Online, and let's put 3 in here, because I just want to do a quick test just to show you, but I don't want it to take forever. So we'll put this in here and we'll give this a name. We'll call it test 1, and I will create the output. And so by using Sonar, that's an AI model that's connected to the internet, and it's actually doing some research and retrieving that research data. So it's going to understand the context, understand what an ape coin is, understand what Avalanche is in terms of cryptocurrency and stuff. So here's the result we got. What is airdropping? What is an altcoin? And sometimes it doesn't change much. What is APR and APY? So APR versus APY in crypto. What is API? What is APY? What does APY mean? What does APY mean in crypto? Are crypto wallets safe? Are crypto wallets safe? What is Avalanche crypto? So it doesn't do a ton, but it does process the stuff in a knowledgeable way. So you'll feed your stuff in, and if you have more than 500, you might have to do a couple runs because it only does 500 lines at a time. So you'll feed all that in, and then you'll get your result out. So after you've created your titles now from these keywords, so we've loaded all this stuff up into ZimmWriter, you'll get this list out. Now, sometimes like the AI just doesn't always, the AI is tricky when you want stuff to be identically repeatable, like to be repeatable each time. And you'll get prompt leaks and things like that. So some of these things have prompt leaks. There's a prompt leak right here. So since there's no specific keyword phrase, so it looks like the input I had was S. So it didn't know what to do. So we can come in here, we can delete that. Some of this other stuff, like there's these double asterisks in here, which means like this is supposed to be quoted, but we're not quoting anything. So you can come in here and delete that stuff. So you clean it up, make sure there's nothing with like multiple lines, make sure we don't have any quotes in here. So now that you have your kind of cleaned list, what we want to do is recluster this, reprocess this, because there still might be some cannibalization. These keywords can only tell us so much, but after doing the research with Sonar, doing that online research and forming a better representation of what the title is, there's possibly some cannibalization in there. So what we want to do is recluster these. And we've never clustered these to begin with. We want to cluster these titles and see what we get. So we'll close this. So we're back in SEO Utils, and my voice is a lot deeper, because when I'm on Windows, my voice is not as deep, but then when I get on Mac, it's a lot deeper. No, I'm totally kidding. What you're watching right now, this course, I recorded them as separate videos, and I'm combining them all. And apparently last night I started to come down with something, and now I'm getting sicker. My voice is changing. It might be a good thing. It might be a bad thing. I don't know. Comment down below what voice you prefer. But I am so genuinely excited about what's coming in the rest of this course. I just can't sit in bed and just do nothing. I have to keep going and share this with you. So we're going to make it work, because this is going to be good. So what we're doing, again, just to reiterate, we had our keywords that we fed into ZimmWriter to turn into actual blog post titles. We use that custom prompt, but there could be some cannibalization in these things. Now that we've fleshed out what we're going to write about, there could still be some cannibalization in this. So just to be safe, we got to clean this stuff up first. So we remove like the asterisks and stuff like that. But we're going to feed this back into SEO Utils, and it's going to cluster this for us. And then we're going to be pretty darn sure that we're not going to have any cannibalization. And also, this is going to reduce our article count. Remember, we don't want to have too many articles that we instant publish on our site because of the content velocity penalty by Google. So we're going to take this stuff, feed it in. Now, we want to somehow retain these keywords, because we're going to turn these keywords into our slugs. So we want this to be our slug, because for SEO purposes, if we can make the keyword our slug, then that's just going to help us out. So we want to retain both of these somehow. So how do we do that? Go to SEO Utils, press cluster keywords, load up that Excel sheet or that CSV. Let's see, it's this right here. So for our keyword column, we're going to choose the custom prompt 1 result. Now this is very important. For the intent column, I want you to select the input. The input was our actual keyword, the keyword from SemRush. So we have our title from ZimmWriter selected as the custom prompt one result for our keyword. And for the search intent, all right, we're just going to choose the actual input, which was those keywords. The reason being is because if we choose this, this will be retained by SEO utils when it generates the output, and then we'll know what keyword goes with which cluster. So very important. Also, make sure that this is selected to preserve the keyword case. We don't want the casing of our titles to get messed up. It's very important. And the volume and the CPC, we don't have that data. So we're just going to let the system get that. So we'll press check metrics. And I think that's it. And then depending on what you want to do, this actually, if you do high execution and you only have a couple hundred, it's not going to be expensive. Like estimate cost, this will be 30 cents. Now, if we do the slower one, it's half the price. On the initial run, when we did the 12,000 keywords, you'd save a little bit of money. But for this run that we're doing right now, there's not a lot of keywords. Just pay for the higher execution. It goes faster. And then this is what we end up with. So we have this nice little cluster right here. You can download it, export it to your CSV file. So this is what we get. Let's close this. I've already done it before this video. So let's close this and open up the reclustered. So here was the title from ZimmWriter. And all of these apparently fell into a similar cluster when SEO utils was looking at the Google search results. So man, look at that. We've saved a lot of money we don't have to write all of these articles now. We've saved a lot of time, and we've reduced our chance of getting hit by that velocity penalty by Google, because now we only have to choose one of these. Look at the title, obviously, but look at the search volume too, because this will be most closely related to this search volume. So we'll say, let's just delete this stuff right here. Let's delete these. So you go down this list. Now we don't have a lot. And then as you go through this, you'll notice that over here, we saved the original keyword. So I guess there's a goof up over here. I don't know what this is. But we saved the original keyword. And that way we can turn this into the slug. So that's really important to have. And we also have our search volume now. But we're missing something. These are not, we fed in a list greater than 110. So where did the rest go? They went over here to non-clustered keywords. So this is a list of keywords that still have search volume, but there's no clusters for in our data set. So what that means is these would be fair game to write. We don't have to process these anymore. So our aggregate list of titles is going to be the cleaned list here, this cleaned list right here, and then all of the titles over here. Then I'd take this list and I'd sort by keyword volume and then just chop it off. So we're not over 150 keywords or something like that. So let's see. Let me close this. I cleaned it already. So here's my cleaned clustered result right here. And then I didn't have to do anything over here. So we're all done with our clustering. We're all done with our keyword research. Now we need to format this into a final result that we can then use with ZimmWriter for our AI writing, okay? So what I recommend doing is make another file. I'm just numbering these so I keep track of everything. Make another file. And we're gonna need a couple columns in here. So make a cluster column, a search volume column, a keyword column, slug, title combined, URL, summary combined, and then final. It's a lot of stuff, but make those columns and we'll start working. So our cluster right now is going to be the keywords from over here. So I'll go to this first tab, keyword clusters, and I will, actually, we're not going to take this right here because remember, we selected which one over here we wanted. So we're actually taking this. So let's take this row and just paste it in there. Now we need the search volume. So take our search volume and we'll paste it right there. Now the keyword is the slug, or I guess the keywords the keyword from SemRush, which we retained by having this over here, okay? So keyword, then we're gonna come down here now. We don't wanna forget about that second tab, the non-clustered keywords. So let's take both of these, the search volume and the keyword. We'll go over here and we'll paste it in. And then we need that slug, that original SemRush thing, which is right here. That looks pretty good. So we have 185 words now. So at this point, this is what I would do. So we don't get confused. Let's close our other Excel sheet. And we're going to save this one. Now what I would do, select all your stuff, go to data and go to sort. And we're simply going to sort based on search volume from largest to smallest. So we have 185 articles to write. I think that's too many articles. So let's delete the stuff that has under, look at the row number here. Where do we want to end this? Let's only have 148 articles. So we'll delete this stuff. So this is 148 to write. Is that too many? I don't know. I have no idea. Google's content velocity thing, nobody knows about it. If you're scared, then write 30 articles, 40 articles, or 50 articles or something. The importance, again, for writing these articles, we're going to use them for internal linking on our site to further boost up our authority in the crypto space. So having a certain amount of these articles is going to be important. So we'll save this, and now we have 148 articles to write. Now we need to fill out the rest of this stuff. So the first thing we need is the actual slug. The slug is going to be based on this keyword, but there could be some things in here that don't process well. So we're just going to take this right now, this list, and I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go to ZimmWriter, and I'm going to go to the AI Vault and bulk slug generator. I'm simply going to paste this in right here. So we're not pasting our titles in. We're pasting the list of the keywords from SemRush that we've retained along this journey of clustering our keywords. So I pasted that into the slug generator, and we'll call this, just call it test or something like that. And it should go fairly fast. Let's see. It's all done. Let's see what we have. Awesome. So we have two good columns here. We can actually, let's make another column here. Let's insert, and we'll call this slug variable. So let's take our slug now, and you see what it did. Can you see this? Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. So for most of this stuff, it took the original right here and made it like this. So it took the original and made it like this. So we're going to take our raw slug and our formatted slug, kind of go down here. We'll copy that, and we're going to paste it right up here. That looks good. We can close this now. Fantastic. Now we need this title combined column. So the title is the string that we're going to put into ZimmWriter's bulk writer. It's going to be the string. And what we put in here is not just going to be the title, right? This is the title over here. We're not going to just put this in. We're also going to put the slug in. So title combined equals, let's see, let's scroll over here. The A column and this column. We'll simply fill down. Great. So this is going to be the list that we're going to feed into the bulk writer. Like not right now, but in a little bit, we're going to feed this in right here. And this will write the article, but then we'll also set the slug to our SEO keyword. Let's see. Now we need the URL. So the rest of this stuff that we're going to do right here is very important. If you skip doing this stuff, you've wasted a lot of your time. The goal here is to write these articles, but we also want to use these articles for internal linking. We want like this whole spider web of these articles internal linked with each other. But how can you do that if the articles are not written yet? Normally, we'd use like a link pack over here, link tool. We go to the link toolbox, we'd make a link pack. We'd paste all of our URLs in here, and ZimmWriter would go out to the URL, it would scrape it, it would summarize it, it would put it in the database for the link pack. And then as you write your articles in the bulk writer, you can load your link pack. All right, you can load your link pack like over here. And then as ZimmWriter writes, it will determine where to make those internal links. The problem is we haven't written these articles yet. Okay, so how can we, as we're writing this How to Buy Bitcoins article, how can we link to these other articles that are not yet written? Like we can't do that unless we do this step. So we have to know ahead of time what our URL is going to be. So to create this URL, we first need an equal sign, and then we need a quotation mark. We need HTTPS:// And then we need our site, cryptodiamondhands.com / and then we need our slug, not the slug variable, but the slug from over here. That's D2. And then we need to end the quotation. So another quotation mark. We need an and symbol. And then we need this slug over here, not the slug variable, but the slug over here. And then we need another and symbol, a quotation mark, / quotation mark. I'm going to copy all this just so you can see. So here's what it looks like right now. See if I can make this a little bigger. So it's an equal sign, a quotation mark, make this even bigger. And then our site, HTTPS, cryptodiamondhands.com. And then this, just make sure you spell it cryptodiamond. If you spell it wrong, it could cause problems. And then we'll have an and symbol, and then the column with our slug with the dashes, another and symbol, and then a / encased in quotes. So once you've done that, you can fill down, okay? Now we need a temporary summary of what this article is about. We don't really know what the article is about. We need like a temporary summary of the article. There's two ways to go about this: an easy way and a more time-consuming way. Not for you. It's going to take a few minutes for the AI to process this. The easy way is to just say equals quote web page about, and then space quote, and then we go over here and we put our title in. So a web page about how to buy Bitcoins, a step-by-step guide. So that's like our entire summary. And that would work, but it's not great because the AI is going to use this summary to determine how to make the inline link text, because the AI is going to use this summary to build that inline text for this. And this is not really a quality summary. So we're going to do a trick. Let's go over to ZimmWriter, and we're going to go back to the AI Vault and the text discombobulator. And we're going to press Edit Custom Prompt again. And there's a new prompt I'm going to give you. It's going to be in the description down below. I think I'm going to, in the description, have just a file that has all this stuff in it. Let me put this in Notepad so you can see it a little bit bigger. So here's the prompt. We just finished writing a blog post about the blog post title found in the data to process. What I feed to the AI, there's like a special template. And I feed this line of text, whatever the line of text is. You could have 50 lines of text. And I'll go one by one. I'll feed this line into the AI, and this gets set as the data to process. So we're telling the AI, hey, there's this data to process section, and in it, there is this blog post title. Now we need to create a summary of the blog post. Start the one paragraph summary with the phrase, a web page that. I always recommend having the summaries start in this format. So this is going to create us like a pseudo summary of what this article, which we have not written, is about. And it's only going to do one paragraph. We don't want to have something crazy. So take the prompt, paste it in, and then call it curly brackets, C as in custom, P as in prompt, underscore, and then whatever you want, and then closing curly brackets. So we'll create that, and then we'll select it. And then we're going to go over here and take all of our titles, the actual titles, all 148 of them, go to ZimmWriter, put all this stuff in here. And for my niche, it might be different for a different niche. For my niche, because the AI was likely not trained on a lot of these things, I'm going to want to use Sonar. I'm going to use Sonar Online. I'll call this pseudo summary. That's all you need to do. So we've loaded our pseudo summary prompt. We've given this a name, pseudo summary. I've selected Sonar Online. Now, if you're doing, like, let's use American football again as the example. You're doing American football. The AI knows all about that. You're making basics articles. It knows what a quarterback is and what it does. It knows what a linebacker is and what it does. It knows all these different things about football. So in a situation like that, you don't have to use Sonar, which is a little bit more expensive. You can use something like Claude Sonnet or GPT-4o or something. But for situations where you have stuff that the AI was potentially not trained on, then we want to use Sonar Online, okay? And I'm using it directly via Perplexity, but if you followed along and you just got an open router account, you would select Sonar Online with the OR in parentheses. So I'm going to run this right now, and we're going to let it go. It might take, depending on how many titles you have, it was about 4 seconds a title, so it could take about 10 minutes or something like that. So I'm going to let this run, and we'll come back and check out the result. So the summary is done. Let's open this up now. How to buy Bitcoins, a step-by-step guide. So a web page, let's let me take this and put it into Notepad so we can actually read the thing. A web page that provides a comprehensive guide on how to buy Bitcoins, outlines a straightforward process. The steps begin with selecting a reputable cryptocurrency exchange or platform, etc. So it's using a lot of words that if we didn't use Sonar online, then it probably wouldn't know about. Let's pick a harder one. What is DAO in crypto? A web page that explores the concept of decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, in crypto explains that a DAO is a blockchain-based entity that operates without a central authority. So excellent. This is exactly what we want. Now, when we make our links, the AI will have a good idea of what the page, even though we have not written it, is going to be about. So we'll take these summaries and we'll go over here to our work in progress sheet, and we will just paste it into the summary column. We're in the home stretch, we're almost done. Let me close our other Excel sheet. We don't need this anymore. I'll save this. Now inside of ZimmWriter, and we're moving fast now. Now to make a link pack, and the link pack is again something we're gonna load when we're writing our articles, whether it's our crypto basics articles or our crypto news articles. We load our link pack and ZimmWriter will use it as a database of knowledge to then create internal links as it writes. ZimmWriter is going to try to scrape the URL, but the URL is not scrapable because the URL doesn't exist for these articles yet. So we have to combine this URL with this summary in a special way using something called a pipe symbol. The pipe symbol is right above the enter key. That's what it looks like. So I'll go over here to this combined column and I'll go equals. I'll take this URL and I'll go and quotes, pipe, quotes, and. So we have this URL and then an and symbol, two quote symbols with a pipe in between, another and symbol, and then a summary. And I will just fill down on that. And then if we want to, we can copy this whole thing and go over here to final and just press paste. Where's paste values? So this is completely done now. So now in just a moment, we're going to go over to ZimmWriter and make our link pack with this. So this is a long video, go get a drink of water, take a break, whatever you need to do, and then come on back, regroup, and we're going to make this link pack. I mentioned a moment ago that we were going to start making our link pack, but then I realized I forgot something. I forgot to explain the power of this workflow right here. It's powerful to use AI to make one news site, but what about using AI to make 2 news sites or 5 news sites or 10 news sites all in the same niche? That's totally possible. I have a friend, he has 28 news sites all in the same niche. I'm going to show you a workflow at the end when we finally start ramping all this stuff up that will write all of the articles for all of our sites. And it doesn't take us any extra time. The only extra time for making additional sites is the actual setup of the site. But then writing those articles, there's no extra time on our physical human behalf to write for one site versus 100 sites. So I would highly recommend considering whether or not you want to start setting up a couple of these sites. In this course, I'm doing 2 new sites on camera. The first was Crypto Diamond Hands, and that's a brand new domain, but expensive image models and an expensive AI writing model. I also registered BV Crypto News, which is an expired domain. So it was previously ranking for crypto news stuff. And we're going to use inexpensive AI image models and then also inexpensive text writing models. It's not a large sample size, but it would be cool to see both of those processes. But the reason I'm suggesting this is because if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, that's not necessarily a good thing in the era of AI. So having multiple sites, you're hedging your bets, you're increasing your odds, all this stuff. And it doesn't take me any more time to make one site versus 100 sites. Right, in terms of actually writing the articles. So give that some strong consideration. So I say all that because this Excel sheet that we just made, I'm going to show you how now to take this and make it for a second site. So we're going to close this sheet that we just made, and this just takes a moment. So we'll copy it and I'll name it number 2. Let me open it up. All right, so I just have to do 2 things in here. I'll go Control F and replace, and we're going to replace the old domain, Crypto Diamond Hands, with my new site, BV Crypto News. Replace all. All right, so now we have a second Excel sheet with all the information in here ready to go to create those basics articles on a second WordPress site. The only difference is we're going to have identical titles in here. Now, having the identical keywords, the identical slugs, that's perfectly okay. Lots of people write for the same keyword. Like, we're not going to be the only person in the world writing for what is Bitcoin Cash. There's going to be lots of people doing that. Is it good to have the same title in here for our basics articles? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let me show you how easy it is, though, to just generate new titles. We'll keep the same keywords. We'll just make new titles. So you open up ZimmWriter and you simply paste in this list of keywords into ZimmWriter. You load the prompt that we used before. This is the one keyword to titles for crypto. If you remember, it said like the data to process contains a keyword phrase that people search on Google, turn the phrase into a blog post title. So that's the prompt we're using. You just load that up here. And then you select your Sonar model. You could do Sonar Online or Sonar Pro. If you're just using OpenRouter, you're going to be limited just to Sonar Online. So you'll do that. You'll give this a name like Site 2 or something, and then you'll run it. And here's what we get as an output. So as the output, here's the list now. So how to buy Bitcoins, how to buy Bitcoins, a beginner guide. So we have all this stuff now. We'll just take this list. We'll go back to this sheet and we'll simply paste it in. That's all we got to do. See how easy that is? What does bullish mean in crypto markets? So the keyword is, what does bullish mean in crypto? What are liquid staking tokens, LSTs, in crypto? What does LST stand for? So look at that. We have brand new articles to write that for our second site. So that's awesome. So let's be done with this now. Let's close all these things. And let's go ahead and make our link pack now for that first site. So let's open up our original CSV file. And we'll go into ZimmWriter. And we'll go to the link toolbox. And then what we want to paste in here is this final column. Remember how we pasted by value? We took this combined, pasted by value. So we'll just simply come down here, take this, copy it, and go to our link toolbox and paste it in. Now you'll just have to check. I don't know how many URLs you're doing in here. I don't recommend more than 150. And the reason I say you got to check in here is because sometimes when your summary is too long, then you run out of characters and this gets truncated. So just make sure that all of your links are in fact inside of here. And then we're going to give this link pack a name. I'm going to call this crypto_1. And I'm going to save this new pack. Now, this is going to go very quickly because ZimmWriter no longer needs to scrape these URLs because number one, they don't exist. But number two, we use the pipe trick to add our own summary. So the generation of this will go fast. So I'm going to save this as a new pack and we'll let this run. I can close this spreadsheet now. So it's processing them right now. So it's going to process this and then I'm going to load up this second list and then I'll process this second list. Same exact way. Go back into the link toolbox, paste in this final column for this BV crypto news and save it as crypto2. That's the link packet and that's it. That's all we got to do. So I'm going to let both of those link packs generate. And then we're going to come back and we're going to start dialing in our settings in ZimmWriter to actually start writing these articles. So the link packs were created. We can go to our link toolbox and look, we have the first pack down here and the second pack right here. We have 148 links in each of them. I hope that you've had a chance to create your packs too, because now we're going to start writing our articles. So this is the exciting part because writing the articles by hand would just take me like 148 articles. It would take me a year to write all that stuff really high quality. The AI can do it in just a couple hours and I can go do other things like lay in bed and try to recover from being sick. So this is the fun part, but we have to do some things first. We have to set up our WordPress website inside of ZimmWriter and then start dialing in our settings, because if we don't have the right settings, then and we press go, ZimmWriter will write according to our directions and the quality won't be good. So we definitely want to test some things out and make sure that the quality is what we want. So the first thing I want you to do is click on options and then make sure that this output HTML files is checked. By default, if you don't configure anything, ZimmWriter will spit out a text file with the article in it. The text file is in a format called Markdown. And you can take that Markdown and just paste it right into WordPress or paste it in a lot of other places, and it will instantly convert that to HTML. But if you want to preview it on your own computer, preview like how it would look on your WordPress site, then also opt for HTML output so that you can get that preview. And it's free. There's no cost for doing this. So make sure that's enabled. and then go over here and click on Setup WordPress. So right now we have to add our WordPress website. So let's open up our site, and I'm going to move ZimmWriter over here. You log into your site and click on users and then all users, and then go to your administrator user, the roles administrator, and click on edit. And the first thing I want you to do is copy your site URL. And this should just be, let me move this up so you can see it. This should just be like https://yourdomain.com or whatever it is, and then /. That's all you put in there. You don't put like your login URL or stuff. Just put your domain in there. And the user is going to be your username. For me, it's admin. You can find your username right here. So we're in all users. That's the username right there. It's also displayed right here. And then we need an app password. If you're using Hostinger and you did not go over here and uncheck this, then you won't be able to do this. So just make sure that this is not checked. We don't want to disable application passwords. Go back to users, edit, and down here. Now, if you're not using Hostinger, if you're using something else, this could be disabled. So you'll have to figure out a way to get it enabled. I'm just teaching this course from the perspective of using the tools that I'm suggesting. If this does not look the same, or you can't find an application password somewhere, then you're gonna have to figure things out. You can call this whatever you want. I'm gonna call it ZimmWriter. Application passwords allow you to selectively give access to things like ZimmWriter, but then you can revoke it without having to change your user's password. So this application password is different from my password to log into my WordPress website. And you could have lots of these things for all kinds of different applications. So we'll copy it and make sure you copy it, because you'll never get this back. When we refresh the page, we won't get it back. Now we can revoke it and just generate a new one. Once you refresh the page, you won't see this anymore. So we'll copy this, go over here and put this right in the application password. Before we press save, I want to go to settings and then general and look at my server time zone. Set this to the same time zone. So I'm -5. So we'll set this to -5 and we'll click Save New Site. Now, if you're using Hostinger and you're doing everything like I'm doing, then it should connect just fine. If you have an error, if you're not using the approach that I suggested, you're doing something different, you could have an error. A lot of times the errors are either because you did not put the URL in here, the domain, or the user does not have administrator privileges, or you copied the wrong app password, or there's plugins that are restricting access to the site via REST API, which is what ZimmWriter uses. Or there's some sites that will strip out the headers, which send like the HTML headers, where when ZimmWriter connects to your site, those get removed, and then there's no authorization to connect. So you could run into issues if you're doing something differently than what I recommend. And in those situations, you're just going to have to figure it out a little bit. You can go to the Facebook group and ask inside of there. So we saved the site. And when you save the site, what it does is it makes a test post on your site. So there's just a test post just to confirm that uploading to your site works. So we'll just go ahead and delete that. So now our site is connected. We can close this options menu. And we're going to go to the bulk writer right now. Now, lots of options inside of here. If you want to read about the options, click on this link up here. And some of the options are discussed on this page. A lot of the other options are discussed on this page for the SEO writer. The SEO writer and the bulk writer share a lot of the same options. So I discuss a lot of the options in this guide. And then there's some options that are unique just to the bulk writer that I discuss in this guide right here. So if you're not figuring something out, go read the directions first. Read the directions, learn how this stuff works. You can also click on the secret training over here and then scroll. And to get to this page inside of ZimmWriter, on the main menu, there's a secret training button. Just press that. It takes you to my page. Very easy to find. Scroll down and there's 24 bite-sized lessons on this page. And I don't want to say this is outdated, but I always update ZimmWriter, so it's impossible for me to keep everything updated. But this is still very relevant. So if you want to learn how to use the bulk writer, let's see, where'd that go? There's one click. Yeah, the bulk writer. So the first video, watch that. It will show you some ins and outs of the bulk writer. Use the SEO writer, rewrite blog posts, use the local buffet, how to use Magic Command. So you can get a lot of bite-sized lessons and gain a lot of knowledge by checking these out. Let's go back to the bulk writer. Now, we got to configure some settings. The first setting I recommend configuring is the number of H2s. For our news articles and for our basics articles, I have found best practice is to set the number of H2s to 0. And we'll get an article that looks like this. Kind of this. We're going to do something a little bit differently, but you don't have any subheadings in here. We just have the article. And I have found that a lot of these titles, where'd they go? A lot of these titles, what is a fork in cryptocurrency? We don't need a 5,000 word article about that. That's actually not good for search engine optimization. A lot of times people will recommend go see how long the competitors' articles are and then mimic that length. Because if they're ranking high with 3,000 words, then you should do 3,000 words too. I think that's an old method. I think the new method is as quickly as possible, answering the search intent, being concise, being straightforward, having something that's easy to read, easy to understand, not wasting the reader's time. And I think, especially since we're building links to these articles in multiple ways, I think over time this will pay dividends. That's my opinion. You're free to do something else if you want to. But in my opinion, writing an article for our news sites like this is a better approach. Plus, it's going to save you a heck of a lot more money because we're going to be using the research mode, the deep research mode to generate these articles. And every subheading that it has to generate is going to cost more money. So I recommend setting the number of H2s to 0 right here. And when you set it to 0, something kind of special happens. The word count for this gets jacked up. Like usually if you had this at 5 H2s, then each subheading section on Medium might have 2 paragraphs or something like that. But when you set this to either 0 or 1, your Medium setting might get you 400 words, all right? A lot more words than just 2 paragraphs. So we're going to set this to short right now. Now, based on my experience, a news article should be written using the professional tone of voice, not with we, not first person plural, not he, she, they, it, third person. Use professional mode, and they sound a lot better. For this, we're not going to use literary devices. And you can check these and you can check these, enable them, and do some tests, right? Do some tests on the output and see what you think. Maybe you like that. Maybe that's what you want. So be it. Then use those settings. But what I'm going to recommend is enabling block quotes. All right. And this is what a block quote looks like. All right. And it's styled this way because we added that CSS. If you didn't do what I said and added the CSS, then your block quote will not look like this. It might look different. There's nothing wrong with that, but just realize the styling will look different. We're going to use nuke AI words. There's a lot of pesky AI words to nuke. It won't get rid of them all. The AI can only do so much, so it will try to get rid of some. We're going to bold words to help readability. We're not going to use a key takeaway for this kind of article. We're just going to keep it nice and simple. And we're going to leave all of the stuff unchecked, except for this one. I don't want a conclusion. No news articles have conclusions. I also want to use the search intent intro. The search intent intro will answer the question right off the bat. So it's not wasting any time. And that's what Google's looking for right now. All right. So that's a plus in our book in terms of have we written a good quality article? Yes, in my opinion, because we've answered that search intent right off the bat. This is something unique to ZimmWriter, and it is powerful. We're going to select long answer FAQs just for these basics articles. We're not going to select it for the news articles because this will cost a lot more since we're using a deep research mode. I'll show you in a second. So just for our basics articles, we're going to use this. This is a great way to get more juicy keywords into your article without making it too long. We're going to leave the audience personality off. You can Google, if you hover over this, it says Google 12 brand archetypes to learn more. You can go ahead and do that if you want to. But with a mimic, I think it's redundant. So we're going to use a mimic in a second. The AI model for writing. So we're doing tests right now for the expensive site. So I prefer using Claude 3.5 Sonnet over every other model for writing. Claude Sonnet produces content that reads very well. I would not use GPT-4o for writing. Now the next site, the inexpensive site we're building, we're going to use GPT-4o Mini to write, which actually, in my opinion, writes better than GPT-4o, which is 10 times more expensive. But I only recommend, if you're not going super cheap and using Mini, I only recommend using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So I'm gonna choose that. we don't need any of these other options configured over here. And we'll do an image in a little bit. We're not going to do an image right now. I just want to test out the quality of the article. We're not going to connect it to WordPress just yet. Now our link pack, we want to load the link pack that we created, which was Crypto1. And we want to set the links as do follow. We want them to open up in a new tab. And we're going to use the same writing model that we're using to write the article to also insert the links. So that's Claude Sonnet 3.5. I'm selecting Sonnet using ANT, which is Anthropic's direct API integration. But if you've been following me along, it's the same exact thing as selecting it through the OR, which is OpenRouter. I'm just going direct to the source. So there's really no difference between them. And we're going to let that be. We're not going to click on SERP scraping because we're going to use deep research. This is extremely powerful, but it does get more expensive. Now in deep research, you have to select a model. If you're using OpenRouter, your only choices are Sonar Online and Sonar R Online. If these are your only choices, then I recommend this model right here. But if you've added Perplexity, all of these models are by Perplexity. The ones here are just hosted by OpenRouter. But if you have added a Perplexity API key, then I would recommend, it's going to cost more, Sonar Pro Online. This will get even deeper research. It cites more sources and things like that. So I would recommend this if you have the direct integration with Perplexity's API and you added that inside of ZimmWriter. If you didn't, then just use the Sonar Online. The difference might be negligible, to be perfectly honest. And you don't have to worry about this because we're not writing a super long article, so we'll never hit this limit up here. But down here, we have to select the number of research links per subheading that we want. Now, I know we said we're doing 0 subheadings, but it's like technically we're doing 1 subheading. So one article, how many links to this deep research stuff do we want? How many links do we want? And for my purposes, I'm going to do 2. Right? So we'll get a max of 2 links per article that we write that will cite to sources. Now down here is something else. Sometimes ZimmWriter will cite to your competitors, and you might not like that. You might not want your competitors cited. So what you can do if you don't want your competitors cited is you need to get a list of your competitors. And obviously there's things you want to cite to. You want to cite to non-competitors that are industry authorities. Joe Schmoes like me and you, I don't want to cite to your blog post and give you the benefit of the backlink. I want to cite to an actual authority on the topic. So one thing you can do is you can go to SemRush and we can go over here to domain overview. We can type in one of our competitors. So bitcoinist.com. And then if we scroll down, it says main organic competitors. Let's view details. What you should do is find a site that is truly like a leader in this industry. Let's see. Oh, crypto.news is probably a leader in this industry. So let's go with that one instead of Bitcoinist. Then we'll scroll back down to organic competitors. And you can start looking at these. Is this a competitor? Probably. How about this? Yep, Bitcoin. So a lot of these will be competitors. Now, Chain Jelly isn't a competitor. It's not a news site. And this actually, I'm an affiliate of them. So it's going to be one of the things that I want to put on my site. So this is like a crypto exchange. So I don't mind citing to them. Now, are they going to have news articles? Probably not. But you can go through here and aggregate a list. And then you'll end up with something like this. So this is a list of all the competitors. And I could just take this and copy it and put it right inside of here. Okay. All of this other stuff you don't really need to mess with. Definitely don't check these. As for this, if you want to see what references the deep research is using to write your article, and those references I'm not talking about citations, just because when you use Sonar Pro Online, for instance, there might be 14 references that ZimmWriter found to use and write that section. But we're not using 14 references as citations. We're only using 2 right here. But if you want all of those references displayed in the text file that's generated, not uploaded to WordPress, but just in the text file so you can fact check, then I recommend checking this one right here. That way you can send the text file to your VA, and your VA can check the article on WordPress and make sure everything's correct, okay? So that's great for fact checking. And again, this, I don't have an example of this. Let's just leave it on right now. We'll just leave it open right now. And then max references to display at the end of the article. So this is uploaded to WordPress. Some people like to have a references section at the end of the article. For a news site, I don't think it's important. CNN doesn't have it. Fox News doesn't have a reference section. BBC News doesn't have a reference section. I don't think this is relevant. You might think differently. If you think differently, you can select over here what the max number of references are that you want displayed at the end of your WordPress article. There'll be like a little references subheading, and you'll have a list of whatever. Now, just because you select 100 doesn't mean you're going to get 100. You're only going to get as many references as were used to generate your article. Does that make sense? And the cool thing is, now this is really freaking cool. ZimmWriter will use all of the references to write your article, but it will not cite at the end of the article. If you're using this, it will not cite the references if they're in this list right here. Now, you will see some of these in your text file, but again, that text file is not uploaded. So you can still use them for fact checking. All right, but this will be filtered out of the stuff that's uploaded to WordPress, and that's very powerful. Also, you won't get any inline citations for domains in here. So again, if you have competitors and you don't want citing to your competitors, list them in here. You can list up to 200. Let's see. I'll show you what this does. Anyway, we'll just leave this at 20 right now, just to show you. I'm not going to use that for generating though. Then we get to a style of mimic, and this is so powerful. Let me underline that and say that a couple more times. This is so powerful. This is so powerful. This is so powerful. Gone are the days of telling the AI to write in the style of a professional news reporter or write in the style of this person or that person. No, that won't cut it anymore, and that's old school. What we do now is we generate a style mimic, and this is so powerful. I don't want to open myself up to liability or copyright infringement. So I'm not going to go to a competitor and copy their content on camera. I'm going to show you copying my site. So ZimmWriter wrote all these articles on this site. The ultimate car safety kit, more than just jumper cables. So it's like what you need in your car to stay safe. So essential tools for basic repairs. 5 essential tools should form the foundation of your car safety kit for basic repairs. Let's break it down. Screwdriver, flathead and Phillips, adjustable wrench, pliers, tire pressure and gauge, duct tape. Yeah, you heard that right, duct tape. It's not just for DIY enthusiasts and kidnappers. I love that line. There's some witty sarcasm and things like that in here. So what you'll do is you'll go and you'll find a style of writing that you like. It can be someone in your niche. It can be someone outside of your niche. It can be from a PDF document. All you have to do is go and select some text. Now you need to select enough text. ZimmWriter will give you a warning if you try to do a mimic off of not enough text. So we're going to select a lot of text here. And in my opinion, it's better to select text that was not AI written, because ZimmWriter and the AI will be able to detect more nuances in the writing style. So I don't recommend using AI text. And the mimic will work better if there's legitimately some unique style characteristics about the writing. If it's just like a bland AI article or just a bland article, the mimic's not going to really do any favors for you. So I selected all this stuff. I go to ZimmWriter and I just paste that in. And then we're going to select this model right here is just the model used to one time generate this mimic. So if you load a mimic in the future, after we've saved it, you'll never have to come in here and change this. This is just for generating the mimic. In my opinion, I recommend using a powerful model to generate the mimic. The powerful model does a better job at analyzing the input text and then pulling out the styling of that. So I'm going to use Claude Sonnet 3.5, and then all you do is you press generate mimic, and you just wait a minute. Now this is kind of small, so let me copy this out and paste it over here so you guys can see it a little bit better. Write in a style that is conversational yet authoritative, using direct address and mild snark to engage readers while delivering expertise. Maintain a 7th grade reading level with occasional technical terms explained plainly, incorporating mild humor and sarcasm without undermining safety information. So this is cool, but as you can see, this wouldn't be great for a news article because there's safety information. My news articles aren't about safety. So you might need to look through your mimic and see if there's stuff that you want to alter. By default, you can't edit this mimic because I've seen some nasty prompts in my life. Some of you guys don't know how to prompt. I have a prompting course. I think it's in the description down below. It's not expensive. You need to learn how to prompt. Prompting well involves 2 things. Number 1, using objective words. Yes, subjective words are okay sometimes, but in general, use objective language. Number 2, prompting well involves using less words, not more words. I've seen some prompts that are 3 pages long, and I don't want to be rude to the individual, but I'm thinking in my mind, this is nonsense, because the AI is not capable of following every little last nuance in the rules. So normally by default, I don't let people edit this. However, for the savvy people that observe, there's a little asterisk over here. And if you click that, you can then get in here and change stuff up. You can delete lines if you want to. That's perfectly fine. You can press this to make it non-editable anymore. When you're happy with it, we can give this a name. I'm just going to call this like test 2 because I already have a mimic made for our news articles. And I'll share that mimic that I have that I'm using, and it's turning out really good stuff. I'll share that in the description down below too. So our mimic's generated, right? And we'll click save. So now we close ZimmWriter, we come back in, we can just load our mimic back up. It's that easy. But the mimic I'm going to use is this Crypto C. So I've actually modified this. It's snarky, there's some sarcasm, but it's not rude. And it fits great with a hip like news article or something like that, or a news author. Now, if you don't like the snarkiness, if you don't like that kind of stuff, I have another option here, which doesn't have that sarcasm and things like that. It's a little bit shorter, but it does a good job. But I like a little bit more personality when I write. So this is what I'm going to use. But you're free to generate your own mimic. You're free to use this one. You're free to use this one. I'll try to make both of these available in the file down below in the description. So we're going to use this. And again, it doesn't matter what we choose in here anymore. This is no longer relevant to the model once we've chosen our mimic. Now, what the mimic will do when we've loaded it, it will apply to everything that's written. Everything that's written inside of ZimmWriter will apply the mimic unless, and this is super advanced, this is well beyond the scope of this course, you're using a raw prompt. And we're not using raw prompts in this course, but that's the only time that a mimic would not be applied. You would have to apply that yourself. Let's see, custom prompt. There's a custom prompt that I want to apply, and it's called meta clickbait. I really like this prompt. Let me load it just to show you. So oftentimes the prompt there's a default prompt inside of ZimmWriter to generate the meta description, and it's good. I like it, but I want more of a clickbait type of meta description. So I came up with this. I did a lot of testing. This works really well. I'll definitely share it, but this is not the default because there's lots of times you don't want a clickbait meta description, but this is one we're going to go with. You don't have to load if you've never used ZimmWriter. There's nothing you need to load over here, right? You just have to load it right here or load wherever you want to apply it. We just want to apply it for the meta description. And then this is the model that we're going to use to write the meta description. So you can write it with whatever model you want. I'm going to use the same model we're using for writing, which is Claude Sonnet. I think that's it. Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to turn this off, the FAQs. I'm just going to turn this off just for the sake of time, because I want to generate this article just to show you what it's going to look like. And we're not uploading at the moment. We're not doing any images, just generating the text. So let's go get our title, how to buy Bitcoins. And remember, we have the title over here, but ultimately we're going to be pasting in this combined where we have not only the title, but also the slug. And we can do that now, but because we're not uploading to WordPress, this is just going to be ignored at the moment. So we'll click Start Writer. And we'll say, this is what we found. Do you want to proceed? Yes, I want to proceed. So ZimmWriter will have a little progress box over here. If you don't like this progress box inside of the options menu, you can move this during the time of writing to any corner that you want, but it's not movable right now. I wish there was a lot of better UI features, like user interface features that I could offer you. I'm just really limited right now. So it's not pretty, but man, does ZimmWriter write good stuff. So if you can get past the poor look of the user interface, which is the best I can do right now, you'll be very happy with the output quality. And ZimmWriter it's like an onion. There's so many layers. You can almost do anything in terms of writing a blog post with ZimmWriter. It's more powerful than any other AI writer in the world. And I'm not just saying that. Go in the Facebook group and just ask people. I spent 2.5 years almost making this thing. So our files by default will go into the ZimmWriter folder in the output directory. That's where they're going to go. When we're using deep research, it takes a lot longer, especially if you're using FAQs, or if you're not doing 0 H2s, you're doing more H2s. It takes longer. Some articles, let's say you had 10 subheadings and you had FAQs and all this stuff, and you're having like multiple links inserted for each subheading, it could take 30 minutes an article. Right? There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. But the cool thing is you don't have to do any of that. ZimmWriter is going to do it all for you. That's the power of AI. So we're going to let this run right now. The article's done. Let's check out the quality. So here's what we get as a text file. Now this is in Markdown format. There's a link up here to a converter where you can convert this into I think any other format you want, including like a docx format, like a Microsoft Word format if you want to. But we already have our HTML, so we don't need to do this. So this article without images cost us about a dime. Realize an expensive model like Claude Sonnet will write great content, but it is more expensive. And then deep research does cost money too. So this is an average price for this kind of article. And just to tell you, this is different than ChatGPT. You go there, you're like, write me a blog post. This doesn't just do that. This will make 30 some different calls to the AI. So let's look at the HTML file. Here is the file that was generated. Now, if we were to upload this to WordPress, there would be like, this is the intro and there would be an image in between here when we do images. So this is actually an intro right here. Let me make this a little bit bigger. This is actually an intro, and then this is like the article itself. And this indentation is a block quote, but there's no styling in this. There's no CSS styling in this. That's how you style stuff and make stuff look different on WordPress. So it just looks like this indented paragraph right here. But we're more interested in looking at the output. So this is the search intent intro. Buying Bitcoin starts with choosing a reputable cryptocurrency exchange like Coinbase, Kraken, or Gemini. Creating an account requires identity verification through KYC process, government ID, proof of address. So this is great. It answers the question of the searcher right off the bat. That's why I love the search intent intro. And then moving into the article, maneuvering the world of Bitcoin doesn't have to feel like rocket science. The process starts with choosing a Bitcoin exchange. And let's be real, there are enough options to make your head spin. Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, Binance stand out as the heavy hitters. Each comes with its own mix of fees, security features, and payment methods. Some exchanges even throw in insurance coverage because nobody wants to lose their digital gold. Using a trusted platform like real-time price comparison helps narrow down the best options among 90 plus exchanges. So like there's a link out here to Crypto Radar. All right, so this is one of the citations that was used. It happens to be a company offering a way to find places to buy crypto, which is relevant to how to buy Bitcoins. Once an exchange is selected, it's time for the paperwork dance. Creating an account means forking over personal information, email, password, and enough identification documents to make a bureaucrat blush. This is great. There's enough snarkiness in here that there's personality, but it's a great read. And I'm not going to do this in the basics articles, but this is what the references look like. The references, excluding any ones that we prevented from being displayed. These are all the references, but I don't prefer to have this in my article. I guess you could for the basics articles. That'd be interesting. Maybe we could. I'm thinking about that. So that's what it looks like. Let's go back to ZimmWriter now. I'm happy with that. So what you can do now is you've configured all this stuff. You can go up here to profile and give this a name like Crypto1 or something, and then save it. And that way you can instantly come in here and just load your profile, load all of your settings, all of your configurations, load your WordPress connection. It all gets loaded instantaneously. And then you make a change, you just update the profile. So that's what I've done over here. I have Crypto1A. And so I have the configurations that we just did, plus a couple extra. So for this set of articles, I'm going to be using Flux, an expensive version of AI images. So we're using Flux Pro. I don't want to use Ultra, which is 6 pennies an image. I'm just going to use Pro. So I'm going to use Pro for the featured image and Pro for the subheading images. This is not reflected in the text file of the price. This is just on top of that. So I'm going to have 2 images in my article, one for the featured, one for the subheading. And we'll have to make this say every H2. There's only going to be one H2, even though we've set this at 0. So this is our choices here. Our images per article will cost 6 pennies. And we're going to change this up when we write our news articles. But for the crypto basic articles, we're looking at about 6 pennies. Now, if you press this P button, when you've selected an image model, there's a prompt that you can give it, like an override to the prompt. So I have a prompt here for this one and a separate different prompt for this one. And I'll make both of these available in the description down below. But we're doing something special here. And I don't want to go into an explanation of it because that's another 30 minutes or something like that. But we're using a powerful trick to save money. The images I want to be relevant to the article. But again, we're doing cutting edge stuff here, cutting edge news. The AI might not understand concepts that are discussed in the article. And so the image model might not be able to generate a good quality image. So one thing we can do is come down here and select to use Sonar to do some research to write our image prompt, to write the content that's going to be fed to the image model to generate our image. But this is an extra cost. So instead of doing that, I'll just select Sonnet, but then in our prompt, we're going to use something called load text. And this is going to load the text that was written for the article. It's going to load the article text and use that as data to help the AI better understand what the image should be about. And we have one down here too, the different prompts. I'll make both of these available in the description down below. So we have both of those set. That avoids us from having to use Sonar online. Now, obviously, if you're doing like American football or something like that, basics on American football, you don't need to do like the load text. It won't hurt it, but you'll never need to like do online research with Sonar for the images because the AI should know all about football, okay? Last thing we have to do, because we like everything else, I guess last two things are we need to go to custom outline, and I want you just to type this in. I'll make this available. Let me show you what it is. Let's go over here. Normal in curly brackets, and then save text in curly brackets. What this is going to do, it's going to have the AI write our content, and it's going to save that content on the back end to a variable. And that content is going to be loaded by our image prompt, okay? That's confusing. Don't worry about it. Just put this in here. What I'm doing here is the perfect setup for a news basics article. If you're doing other articles with ZimmWriter, this is not what you're going to do. I've done a lot of testing. This is the way to go. After you put this in here, you paste it in here, give this a name. So I just call this Crypto 1 or whatever your niche is. Your niche is football_1. And then if you have another site, you can be football_2. So that's done. And then finally, we have to connect our WordPress site. So we go to the drop down. We've already added our WordPress site into ZimmWriter. So we select it, Crypto Diamond Hands. You select the user. Then it's going to display the categories. All of the articles we're writing right now are the Crypto Basics articles. So we find that, Crypto Basics, and we select that. Our news articles will be different. They're not going to go to Crypto Basics. But for now, we're just going Crypto Basics. And we're going to schedule all of these articles because I don't want Google to look at this and be like, oh, he published all of this on the same day. So I'm actually going to backdate this stuff. I'm going to go back to 2024 and say start publishing on, what is it? On May. I had to do some finger math right there. On May 20th. I want you to publish one a day. So this is going to predate our articles. They're going to be published instantaneously, but it will show the published date starting in 2024. We're going to leave everything else alone right now because we have our site, our user, our category, doing a schedule, one post a day. 2024, that's when we're starting, and 5. If you are doing a lot of posts, just make sure that you've scheduled this far enough back so that all those posts can in fact get published. So that's all set up. We're going to click Update Profile, and I think we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and put a couple titles in here just to test, just like 3 titles. I'm going to put 3 titles in here just to test. I want to check all of my settings just in case. Deep research, I'm using Sonar Pro. I have my things to avoid in here, and I'm really tempted to do these references, but we're not going to do references. I think that's chintzy. We have our mimic. We have our outline, we have our clickbait meta, we have our link pack, one link for us, one link to another article on Crypto Diamond Hands. Open a new tab, do follow. Deep research is going to be 2 links to authorities. And actually, let's enable this, the fact checking option right here. Everything else looks good. I like everything. So I'm going to let this run right now. And then I'll come back and check out the output for these 3 articles. They should just automatically publish to my WordPress site. So I'll click Start and confirm I want to proceed. We'll check back in just a minute when this stuff finishes writing. The articles are done. Let's go check them out right now. And you know what? Before we check them out, I want to mention something that I forgot to mention, but it's important. So in the image prompts that I'm going to share in the description down below, the prompts are specific to cryptocurrency. Write a prompt to describe an image about the concept of title. Actually, let me paste both of them in here. just so you can see both of them. So they're very close. So here's the featured image one, and here's the subheading image one. So write a prompt to describe an image about the concept of title, all right, for the blog post above, which is on the website about cryptocurrency. The image should be in the style of a photograph. So you could probably use both of these. This will be the featured image one. This will be your subheading image one. But if you're not doing crypto, then say which is on a website about American football or something like that, whatever the niche is. So that's what I would do. And then when you create these, when you actually create these, you'll have to save it. So you'll save this as curly brackets IMG_crypto. And the ones that you see in here are unique to the featured image, and the ones over here are unique to the subheading image. So you can call it image_crypto or image_whatever it is, identically for both of these. So you can have the same name for here as for the subheading image because they're stored on different databases. I forgot to mention that. That's really important. So let's go and check out our articles now. So how to buy Bitcoins, step-by-step guide. So we're going to open this up. Now, one thing I noticed about this before we actually dive into the article, this was still not like thick font. And so what I had to do, I pressed customize. I went to typography, headings, and then I set this to 200. Published it. And then I went over here and set it back to 700. And then I refreshed the cache. I went over here to the Lightspeed cache and purge all. And when I did that, it worked. So now it was displaying it right. So if you're having problems where stuff isn't being displayed, maybe go back and readjust those settings and it should work. So here's what we get. We have an image of a Bitcoin. Buying Bitcoin isn't rocket science, just requires some basic steps and common sense. We have some nice bolding here. So this is our search intent intro. It should help the reader get a quick overview of how to buy Bitcoins. Very quick overview makes Google happy. Now here's the actual image for the subheading, even though we chose 0 subheadings. And then here's the article itself. While Bitcoin has transformed from a fringe digital experiment into a $1 trillion asset class, getting started with crypto doesn't have to be complicated. So it looks really good. So these are our links out. This is to Crypto Trader. Using a trusted platform that offers real-time price comparison helps ensure you're getting the best deal in your Bitcoin purchase. So this is very relevant, and this cites out to this authority, which was used as a citation. These exchanges follow these revolutionary principles established in 2008 white paper that introduced Bitcoin to the world. So this is another article out to coin.space, and this is how to buy Bitcoin. Let's see. Many beginners prefer platforms like Bybit's interface. So this is actually a citation to an article on our site that we're going to write, right? But we have not written it yet. So that's where the link pack with all that stuff that we did comes into play. So now we have a really cool link to one of these future articles. Here's the block quote: identity verification for crypto exchanges. Think bank account setup minus the free plan plus extra digital padlocks. So cool. And then here's our FAQs. What happens if I forget my Bitcoin wallet password? Can I buy Bitcoin without providing personal information? How do I report Bitcoin transactions on my tax returns? I don't really like the tax stuff, but it's in the FAQs. It's probably going to be pretty good. And then I have really strong disclaimers up here. So I'm not too worried about someone going and messing something up. And we still have this comment thing displayed. I don't know why. We'll take care of that. But check this out. Let's look at the quality of this. Are Bitcoin transactions reversible if I make a mistake? Nope. Bitcoin transactions are permanent and irreversible once confirmed on the blockchain. That's just how it works. Like digital cash, once it's gone, it's gone. No customer service hotline to call, no undo button to press. The whole system is designed this way on purpose. Some unconfirmed transactions may be reversible using RBF protocol, but that's a narrow window and no guarantees. Double check everything before hitting send. That's crypto life. I like how that's written. I think a lot of people into crypto they're more into technology. Maybe they're a little bit more nerdy than the average person. I think this speaks to them, this writing style. If you're doing American football or something else, this might not speak to them. So dial in your mimic and do a lot of tests. We didn't do a lot of tests in this because I've already done lots of tests leading up to this course. If you find that your mimic is not doing it for you, then edit it, change it, test some more stuff out. You can do a lot of tests with this without uploading to WordPress and without generating your images. Dial in the text first. Dial in the prose, the way this reads first. And after you're happy with it, that's when you can trigger your WordPress uploads. That's when you can trigger your images and things like that. Do a lot of tests. I personally have been in the situation, and I made this software. I've been in the situation where I've written 200 articles. And I'm like, I really should have spent more time dialing in the mimic and the output quality. And I scrapped all 200 articles. So put in the time up front to dial in all your settings, save it to your profile, and you'll never really have to mess with it again. So let's check some more stuff out. So that's this article. Absolutely love it. Let's check out, what does ETF stand for? What is halving? So we have a cool, split image here. We have a Bitcoin in half. We have another cool block quote, some FAQs. Let's see, what does ETF stand for? So we have a phenomenal image. Really cool image. We have 2 citations. We have Wikipedia and Investopedia. And we don't have any links in this to our articles. And the reason is the link toolbox, the link pack, we did not check this box, mega link NATO. And so whether a link is inserted is going to be highly dependent on relevance. For whatever reason, the AI determined that there was not a relevant link to insert, an internal link to insert for this article. If you check this box, it will just force those links in. So if you're pretty sure that you definitely want to have a link, then check this box. Otherwise, leave it unchecked. To be honest, I actually might just check this box and save the profile because I know for sure that I want links inserted. So make sure that's checked. Let's go in the back end and check this out real quick. So posts. So they all went into our crypto basics place. And then the AI ZimmWriter generated a couple tags. So we have tags too. So when we go to the article and we scroll to the top, we see the published on date. So this is May 22nd, 2024. The author, the tags, and some share stuff. So I love that. I'm really happy with the output. Do your own tests for whatever niche you're in. Dial it in so you're very happy with the output. You're happy with the images. You're happy with the text. You're happy with everything. Then when you're completely happy, then you can go in here and load up all of your articles. Take all of your articles and go into ZimmWriter and just have it start writing. That's all you got to do. So I'm going to queue this stuff up, let it start writing. All right. And then we're going to do some other stuff. We're going to start configuring WordPress while this is writing. So go take a break if you need to, go get a drink of water, use a restroom, whatever, come on back and we'll get to configuring WordPress. So I know I said a moment ago for you that we'd start configuring WordPress, but I was actually sick. I got sick for a couple of days, lost my voice, couldn't talk. And I'm better now, like 95% better. So by now the articles have finished. It only took a couple hours. So I want to look at the articles first that ZimmWriter wrote, and then we'll go and start configuring WordPress. I think the AI did a pretty good job on these things. So it wrote all 148 of them. Let's go to the front end and take a look at a couple. What is cross-chain technology? I honestly have no idea. It's a technology that tackles crypto's biggest headache. Blockchain networks can't talk to each other. It's like forcing isolated islands to suddenly build bridges and share resources. That's a cool little analogy in there. So we have some great links out to sources, and then we have some links, internal linking to our other articles, which by now are all written. So it takes us here, and then inside of this article, there's, let's see, where is it? There's a link to another article. So all of our articles now are like completely interlinked, which is absolutely great. So that's good. Let's see, how much money can you make from crypto mining? The images are phenomenal. Now, all of these images I used Flux Pro for, and I'm actually going to change that. Let's go over here. So I used Flux Pro for these, but between me recording this video and getting sick and stuff like that, a new AI model provider came out called Runware, or I guess put it this way, I integrated it into ZimmWriter. So Runware is just like FAL. It's just like Replicate in that it's a provider that hosts models that you can get an API key to and then run the models. Only difference is the models they run are all open source models. So you don't have Flux Pro, you don't have Flux Ultra, you don't have Ideogram. You get Flux Schnell, Flux Dev, and then Stable Diffusion 3. But the really cool thing is, from a cost perspective, I don't know if you can see this, but Flux Dev, for instance, on FAL, that's with the F in parentheses, is 2.5 pennies per image. Flux Dev, so same exact model, same exact quality, Flux Dev on Runware is 0.0026. So it's not even a penny. It's like a fifth of a penny for an image of the exact same quality. So I think what I'm going to do going forward is, instead of using Flux Pro for this site, I'm going to use Runware's Flux Dev, because it's just so incredibly less expensive. And there's not that much of a difference in my mind to justify the price when we're trying to scale this up. Now, if you're not building bulk websites and you're going to baby a particular website, which I don't necessarily recommend in the era of AI, but if you are going to just baby a website and make that website absolutely perfect, then obviously stick with Flux Pro or Flux Ultra, and that's going to require a provider such as FAL with the F in parentheses or Replicate. You won't be able to run Pro or Ultra models on Runware. So hope that makes sense. So that's what we're doing for this Crypto Diamond Hand site. Now, the other site that I'm building, where'd it go? It's called BV Crypto News. And I have my other computer right now. It's running ZimmWriter and it's writing the articles as we speak. And so for this site, I'm not going to be using, Claude Sonnet and stuff like this. For this site, what I'm going to be using is GPT-4o Mini for everything. And then I'm going to use Flux Schnell, which is, it's not even a tenth of a penny. So it's crazy cheap. I'm using the absolute lowest cost image model, absolute lowest cost AI writing model. And then for the deep research, I'm not using Sonar Pro, which again, you can only use through Perplexity's direct API. I'm only going to use Sonar Online, which you can use both through Perplexity's API and also OpenRouter. So the first couple of these articles on this BV Crypto News, like bottom of the barrel, lowest cost possible, they're coming in. The article themselves without the images is about 4 pennies for these exact settings. And then the image is like not even a tenth of a penny. So basically these articles are 4 pennies each. Now the articles over here, when I was looking at what they cost, the article themselves are about to 10 cents. And then each image on Flux Pro was 4 pennies each. So these 2 images were 8 pennies. Whereas when we use Flux Dev now through Runware, it will just be a fifth of a penny for our images. So it's right now it's between 21 cents, but with the new settings, it's going to be around 10 cents. So that's quite a saving. We're saving almost a whole dime per article. I think that's worth it. So again, this is running right now. These basics articles are all done. And now I did forget to mention a couple things. So and this isn't the end of the world if you didn't do this, but I want to mention this right now. So ZimmWriter has a plugin. You can find this when you purchase ZimmWriter through Gumroad. There'll be a link there. But then if you go to my secret training page, you'll also see this right here, ZimmWriter WordPress plugin. And we can just download that. We'll put that on our desktop. And you'll go over to your, your plugin thing. You'll install it, desktop. Install now. There's no settings. There's nothing to configure. But what this will actually do is certain characters that are not like the normal A to Z characters, that are like maybe they're accented characters or they're non-English characters or things like that. I have to send in a specific format, a specific like HTML entity format, so they go through the JSON without any issues. And then the plugin will convert them back to normal characters. If you don't install the plugin, it's not the end of the world. They'll still display properly on the front end of your site. But I recommend just installing the plugin and it will just take care of things in the back end for you. Now, if none of that made sense, don't worry, just go to my secret training page, download the plugin and install it. And while I'm talking about this, because these articles are being written, I'm going to go and install it on this site too. So now both sites have the plugin. And the plugin only works for stuff that is going to be written in the future, presently written. It won't go back and fix stuff in the past. But again, it's not really fixing anything. Like all your stuff will display perfectly fine with or without the plugin. So let's see, I mentioned the plugin to you. And then I mentioned that we changed the AI image model. I've showed you this new BV Crypto News site. So again, this is like the super cheap one on an expired domain. And then this is the more expensive setup on a fresh domain right now. Now, I think I mentioned this already, but we've adjusted the typography so it should display these headings in a thicker font. Sometimes it doesn't, so we just go to the customize, go to typography, headings, and we set this down to like regular, we publish, and then go back to 700 and publish. And that should fix it if stuff's just not like sticking. In addition to this heading thing, the other thing that I noticed was, let me go to this Crypto Diamond Hand site. This this show more button was like displaying weird. It was like displaying over here or something like that. And it was doing it not when I was logged in, it was doing it when an end user who was not logged into my site. And let me show you why it was doing that. Let's copy this. I'll show you. So you go to Lightspeed Cache and page optimization. So there's this option called CSS Combine. And by default, it was on with our advanced settings that we configured inside of Hostinger. And the problem this caused is when a visitor, let's clear everything out, purge all the cache. See if I can replicate this. So when a visitor went to your site, I would notice it's not doing it right now. This show more button was like over here. I'm like, why is it over there? And there was like this big gap up here, a really big gap, like 3 times the size of this gap right now. And I couldn't figure out, what was causing this. And then I finally figured out, oh, it's this CSS Combine. So what this does is it's an optimization option, and it will combine all of the different CSS files. And if you don't know what CSS is like HTML in that it affects the front end content of your site. But if HTML creates the content, CSS creates the layout, like it beautifies the site. And when you install plugins and themes and all this stuff, you'll get a lot of different CSS files. Loading each of those files takes time and can slow down the site. So there'll be plugins that will combine all of those files to one file. And so there's only one file that's going to be loaded when a visitor visits your site. So the upside is that can save a lot of resources and speed up your site. The downside is in certain situations, it can cause graphical layout problems with your site, like how it looks and stuff like that. And so what I had to do is I had to come in here and turn this off, save changes, and then purge all my cache. And then the problem went away. So I can't replicate it right now, but if you're having that problem, if you're getting some weird graphical glitches, maybe go inside of Lightspeed Cache and then disable the page optimization CSS Combine. So what do we got to do now? Let's configure the rest of WordPress. What we should do first is set up our blank pages. So before this video, I already set up my terms of use page. You're free to copy mine if you want to. I would modify it to make it your own. I would modify it so that it follows your own laws in your country, your region, your state, wherever you are. Talk to a lawyer if you need to, etc., etc. Feel free to copy mine. Mine's as is though. The privacy policy, you can copy mine too. If you want to, just be aware there might be special rules in the city or the state or the country that you're in that you're going to want to change on here, or you might just want to modify this accordingly. The About Us page. So I don't have anything for this yet. So let's edit this. Let me show you how to edit this. It's pretty cool how easy this is. So I'm going to open up the site we already made, designeraffair.com. And I'm going to scroll down to the About Us. And then I'm just going to take this entire content right here, copy it, and go to ChatGPT. Now, and you can do this with ZimmWriter too if you want to. It doesn't really matter. But the fact is, use AI for this. This is one of those mind-numbing things that I would just hate having to do before AI. Now AI makes it so freaking easy to do this. So I'm going to say, here is an About Us page for my site, designeraffair.com, but I want you to repurpose it for my new site called CryptoDiamondHands.com. It is a crypto news site. That's really all you got to do. So you feel free to go to my site here, Designer Affair, just yank mine, or go to my Crypto Diamond Hand site and yank mine and then feed it into OpenAI and it will remake it. So, oh, this must be new. Draft and refine on the spot. That's cool. Got it. Your ultimate destination for cutting edge crypto. Looks good. Now, I want to modify this to remove the language about investment advice. I don't have experts on hand to guarantee the accuracy and stuff like this. So I'm going to take this right now and just paste it into WordPress, but then I'm going to modify it because you never want to take stuff like this just from the AI and run with it. So cutting edge insider insights is, so I'm going to remove expert analysis. So I'll just say analysis, strategies. Our resources are here to guide you towards a smarter and more confident understanding of crypto. At Crypto Diamond Hands, our primary goal is to empower people. See, I don't want to say like empower traders, investors. No, I want to empower people with high quality news. How about that? News. We aim to provide our readers with up-to-the-minute crypto news, expert opinions, and analysis to cut through the noise, helping you stay ahead of market trends. Our commitment is to deliver unbiased, data-driven content that equips you with the knowledge needed to make your day great. Your day great. We strive to fulfill this mission by sharing breaking news, in-depth reports, and expert takes on emerging trends. Cool. Born from passion of black gap in the market, goes, let's see, of seasoned crypto and blockchain enthusiasts. I'm an enthusiast, united by our commitment to deliver timely and insightful content. We dedicate ourselves to providing market intelligence to help you make sense of price movements and regulatory changes. We pride ourselves on offering content that is accessible, breaking down complex topics. Our goal is to provide readers with the most reliable, with the most comprehensive, let's just say that, comprehensive. Keep pressing the wrong keys because I'm on Parallels right now, so my keyboard's different. Let's see, through Crypto, we hope to inspire, inform, and support you in navigating the world of crypto with confidence. Whether you're here to HODL, that's awesome. I don't know how to pronounce it. HODL, not hold, but HODL, trade or learn. This is great. Stay ahead, stay informed, and keep those diamond hands strong. That's great. So I like it. Now I've modified it so I'm not saying, hey, I'm going to give you investment advice and stuff like that, because that's not what my goal is. So now I have this page. It makes my site look more professional, because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a professional site, but at the same time, not convey to people that, hey, this is all investment advice, because it's not. There's no investment advice here. And then we need our Contact Us page. So to make our Contact Us page, I need to install a plugin. So I'm going to go to Plugins. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, let's pause modifying the Contact Us page and do something else. I forgot to mention this. I want to modify this layout because, as you can see, there's duplicates. So where to find Bitcoin's a comprehensive guide, where to find Bitcoin's a comprehensive guide. So we're getting some overlap here. So really quickly, I want to go into Customize. I want to go into Homepage Settings, and then we're going to go into the Featured Post section. So this is featured posts, and then these are like the homepage layout. So if we like turn off featured posts, for instance, that top part goes away. But we don't want to do that. We want this nice little layout up here. We just don't want duplicated content here. So in this featured post section, there's this little checkbox down here. So if you check this, you're not going to have overlap between the two. So you'll have posts up here, like the latest posts up here, and then the second latest posts after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after these 5 right here. So I forgot to mention that. Let's do our Contact Us page. So the plugin we need to get, we go to our backend, go to the plugins, install new plugin, add new plugin, and I want to add Fluent Forms. And we'll install this. You technically only need to use the free version, but I have a pro version. But just for this example, we're just going to use the free version. And I also want to add one more plugin, Fluent SMTP. We're going to install that. So the first thing I want to do is configure Fluent SMTP. This is pretty simple. What this will do is it will allow us to send an email to wherever we want when we get a form submission. Now, to be honest, we're not going to really get any form submissions, but on the off chance someone emails us and is like, hey, I want to buy your site from you for $10,000 or something, I would like to get that email. Now, setting this up is actually very easy on Hostinger because Hostinger has PHP mail enabled. So you're not going to want to run a newsletter with this, but just sending an occasional update, hey, you just got a form submission or something, it's perfectly acceptable to use this approach. So we'll click on PHP over here, and from email will be no reply at cryptodiamondhands.com. So just put your domain in and then no reply at the beginning. And then from name can be Crypto Diamond Hands Team. And we'll simply save, and we'll save settings. That's literally all you got to do. Now you have mail setup on this. Now, you might be thinking, where is the email going to actually go to? It's going to go to your general settings, your email over here. So for me, it's going to go to matt@rankingtactics.com. But again, it will go to whatever email you used. And this is exactly why when we were first setting up our hosting, or setting up this particular domain on Hostinger, I said, set it up as a blank website, and then we'll select the WordPress install later on. And that's because we can then change our email address and enter whatever we want. Otherwise, it would default to our Hostinger email, which is not what I wanted. If you ever do want to change this email, a cool little hack that I found is you can actually change this hello at rankingtactics.com. I don't think that's real an email, but it's going to say, okay, it sent it to this email address. Now, I don't actually have that email, so I can't verify it. But what you can actually do is come into Fluent SMTP and then click on email logs, and you'll see the email that was sent here. And so you can view it, and then you can see this link right here, and then you can change your email inside of WordPress just by copying this and coming over here and clicking the link. And now it's changed. So that's a really powerful feature. Let me change it back, actually. So let me go to Matt. So I change it back. I go over to Fluent SMTP. I refresh. I view it. Copy this link. Paste it. And now we've changed it back. So that's a really cool, useful hack that I discovered that I was like, wow, this is really neat. So that's taken care of. Now let's go and actually set up our form for our Contact Us. So let's go to Fluent Forms now and click on Forms. There's two by default that they include. We want to disable the subscription form, and we want to edit our contact form. All right, and you can modify this kind of however you want, although I like the basic settings. Now, if you do get the pro version of this, and I have an affiliate link down below. If you do get the pro version of this, what you're able to do inside of the global settings is enable double opt-in. So that means if somebody messages you with the contact form, before it's considered a valid request, they have to actually go to their email then and then click on the link that is sent to them to verify they're actually human or whatnot. So that's one great way to overcome those spam emails that you'll get a lot of. But that's only available in the pro version. And I just prefer Fluent Forms. I've used it for a long time. They have a lifetime deal. They've had a lifetime deal on it forever. So I just like Fluent Forms. But we'll go back to our forms now, and this is the short code for the form. So we're just going to press copy over here, and I'll go to the Contact Us page, and I'll just press Edit Page, and I will just paste in our short code. Save it. So it's saved. Let's press View Page, and there's our Contact Us form. Cool. What else? We have the SMTP setup. We have email. We have the form setup. Now I want to install a CAPTCHA. So a CAPTCHA are those wonderful puzzles that ask if you're human that you absolutely love to do. And I want to install them because it will help prevent spam with this. And then also it will apply to the login for WordPress. If someone tries to log in, they have to solve that CAPTCHA. So it's a great way to prevent those bots from hammering your site. So we're going to go over here to our backend again, and I'll click on plugins. Add new plugin. We're not uploading. We're going to search for HCAPTCHA, HCAPTCHA. And that's what we want right there. Now you'll need to go to their site. Let's see, their site is over here, HCAPTCHA. And you can sign up for a free account. When you create your account, you're going to get a account-wide secret key. So you'll want to write this down because you cannot recover this. So write it down somewhere, and then you'll click on sites and you'll add a site, and then that key can be used on all your different sites. So you'll have two keys, the account-wide secret key and then this site key right here. And this platform is completely free up to 2 million CAPTCHA challenges a month. So I'm never going to hit that anytime soon. So you should be perfectly fine to use this. Now you can use Google's reCAPTCHA if you want to, but I prefer just to move everything away from Google aside from like Search Console. So we have HCAPTCHA installed. Let's click on settings. Now what you'll have to do is you'll have to put your site key, which is right here. Put that right here. And then we're going to put our secret key in. Let me switch views and put my secret key in right now. I'll go back. And then what you have to do is you got to click this I am human. And so these puzzles are legit hard. This has like little chicken feet, so that must be chickens. We'll verify. We press the check now. Site's valid. So then we scroll down and we press save. Right, so I think we're good now. Sometimes you got to do this a couple times. So it's like you put the stuff in, you click I am human, you press check, and then you come down here and click save. Once you finally get it all set up though, it works pretty nice. So we click on integrations now. And these are all the integrations it works with completely for free. So we have Fluent Forms in here. Let's enable it for that. And we'll enable it for all this other stuff. The register form, lost password, login, etc. Now you won't see it if you go to your site while you're logged in. But if we go as a new user, we should see it. Let's see, new private window. Let's go to the contact us. We'll see it there. So there it is. So we start filling this thing out and then it's going to ask us, are we human? So that's all set up. So that's great. Help prevent the spammers from coming in here. Now we need some kind of an SEO plugin. And I hate calling it an SEO plugin. The SEO plugins are SEO Press, Rank Math, Yoast, where they give you all those like SEO scores and stuff like that, which in my opinion are not very useful. What I do like these quote unquote SEO plugins for is they'll allow you to change the title that's displayed in the SERP results. They'll allow you to change the meta description. And then some of them will pull the meta description from the post excerpt. I actually recommend SEO Press, and you can use the completely free version of it. So we'll go to plugins, add new plugin, SEO Press, and we'll install this. I forget what features are in the paid version that are not in the free version. Let's see over here. The indexing is really cool. So we can do like instant indexing. I would definitely check that out to make sure your stuff gets indexed. Oh, you can also change your OG images for Facebook and for LinkedIn and all that stuff. So you can have a different image for Facebook when someone goes to share it versus like your featured image. Although ZimmWriter does not automate that process of creating an OG image. I don't know how to automate that at the moment. So I think what's in the pro version that's not in the free version is redirection. So if you do need to do some like redirections or something like that, then that would be the pro version. Now I want to go to my pages. On the privacy policy page, we're going to edit that. And the terms of use, I want to edit that. Scroll down and go to advanced. And I don't want these pages indexed. The reason I don't want these pages indexed is I happen to use a lot of the similar terminology across my different sites. And I just don't want Google to find all of my sites. Call me paranoid. But that's one of the reasons I like to put all my stuff behind Cloudflare. So Google, for instance, can't create like a knowledge base of what I own. So if it's, oh, hey, he has 3 AI sites. Now I'm making this on YouTube, so they can obviously find one of them. But I don't want them to be able to say, oh, hey, he owns these 16 properties. So we're going to derank a lot of them because they're AI or something like that. So I'm not saying Google does that, but I do know that some people that had their sites, all of their sites in one Google account for Google Analytics and Search Console, one site got hit and then they hit the rest of the sites. Is that still happening? I don't know. I haven't heard. One of my friends has 200 sites in Google Search Console, and a lot of them, they're all AI sites. So he has not had any issues. So I don't know. You'll have to make the determination how you want to set this up, if you want your network of sites be visible to Google or not. But don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. If you're just starting out, don't worry about it too much. But when you start to have a lot of sites, you have to start thinking about like the logistics of how am I going to manage all these so that I'm doing everything I can with the least investment, both financial and time possible, to get the most SEO benefit possible. So that's done. We've no indexed that stuff. Now there's some optional plugins that I am not going to install, but you're free to if you want to. In my last course, I recommended a plugin called Perf Matters, and it's a great optimization plugin. If you're using YouTube embeds, which ZimmWriter will do, it will replace the embed with an image. So it dramatically speeds up your load time because now just an image is displayed and it won't actually be converted into an embed and sucks some loading time until the user actually clicks on it. But because we're not doing any YouTube embeds for this news site, I don't think using this is really that important. But there are really cool features in here. There is some overlap with this and also Lightspeed Cache. So make sure if you do install this, you're not like having 2 plugins minimize CSS files, for instance. So just keep that in mind. The other thing you can install, crawl WP. So there's this plugin right here. It's pretty good. They have a paid and a free version of this. And this helps with that indexing, where you can sign up for an instant index API key for free, and then it will help index your stuff. And you can also get a Google indexing API key, but there's like limits and restrictions with that, and there's more scrutiny over that. So instead, I would recommend getting a Bing API key from Bing's Webmaster Tools. So that's a viable option. But yeah, you can use this to help indexing, but SEO Press does indexing too. So you might want to just stick with this. You could say index both of these to the search engines and you're good to go. I don't know the performance of this compared to Crawl WP though. Maybe you could comment down below. So those are two optional plugins. Now, one plugin I do recommend, let's go back to add new plugin, is Fluent Snippets. Everybody at some point will eventually need to install some CSS, some JavaScript, some stuff in the headers, the footers or whatnot. I love this plugin. It's completely free. It's made by WP Ninja, who makes like Fluent Forms and Fluent Social and all these different Fluent apps. Let's see, Fluent Snippets. So I like this because it's just so stinking easy. So what we're going to do with Fluent Snippets is we're going to install a Microsoft Clarity snippet. If you've never used Microsoft Clarity, you definitely should. It's completely free. I love the free stuff. So this is what Microsoft Clarity is. This is my designer affair site. I can actually watch people interact with my site. It shows you where the referrer was. So this was from Pinterest. This is from Pinterest. This is from Bing. So you can watch what people are doing. You can see, oh, you know what? A lot of them are stopping the table of contents. Maybe it's too much for them to read. So maybe I can configure this to just be minimized on the startup. Or you can say, oh, you know what? People are only looking at the pictures and not reading the words. Maybe I can dial down the number of words on my page. So you can start looking at patterns for what people are doing on your site and then make adjustments accordingly. Let's see, Netherlands. They're clicking around. Okay, so definitely want to install this. You'll go to, just Google Microsoft Clarity. You need your Microsoft account. You got to create a Microsoft account, and you'll go into Clarity and you'll add your domain, and then you'll need to get your tracking code. And we're going to click install manually, get our tracking code, copy it to the clipboard, go back to Fluent Snippets. Now, I made this mistake before. You might be tempted to just click one of these like JavaScript or CSS, but you don't want to do that. You want to click PHP and HTML. If you don't click the right one, then it won't work for whatever you're trying to do. So here we're trying to put in some HTML content. And then we got to select what we want it to run. We want it to run site-wide on the front end. And we'll give this a name, Clarity, and we'll create it. And then we got to activate it. If you don't activate it, it doesn't work. All right, now it works. Now we can just close this because it's going to take about 24 hours or so for the site to get recognized on Clarity, but then it will start tracking that behavior. And at the beginning, no one's going to be visiting your site. You're going to have to get that traffic somehow. But now that it's in place, it will start monitoring that. So we have Clarity installed. Now through this, you can also install the snippet for Google Analytics and Google Search Console and also Bing Webmaster's Tools. So pick which ones you like or install them all if you want to, but they would also go into Fluent Snippets. What else? Now the last configuration thing I want to do is make sure that we have our disclaimers here. You can copy mine if you want to, it's perfectly fine. And then also for my articles, I have my disclaimers displayed up here. We created these earlier. Remember we went to customize and then let's see, additional content. And I just put it on the post, but before the site content, I have the disclaimer here. So I'll make this available that you should just be able to copy it and paste it on in here. So you can replicate that too. Although again, if you're doing like an American football site, you're not gonna really need the type of disclaimers that I have. So that's it for right now. Go ahead, take a break if you need to, get a drink of water, come back, and we're gonna start working on remaking our link pack. We need to remake it now. And I'll explain why in a second. We didn't do anything wrong, but now we're gonna make it even better. And then we also wanna start adding some charts in here, the charts from TradingView. And the charts, I'm gonna show you how to add them. You might not be doing crypto, so you might not have charts, but at least you'll see how to pull these widgets from another site, as long as you're legally allowed to, and then incorporate them into your own site. Because, you know, again, I keep going with American football. Let's take that as an example. If you're doing American football, maybe there's a stats site that has a lot of different stats with charts and stuff like that. And they have widgets that you can then embed in your site. So you could do that too. So we're going to do that in just a few minutes. Go take a break and we'll regroup in just a minute. So we need to remake our link pack. And before I go any further and explain why, I want you to first go to your site and make sure you've turned off maintenance mode. If you don't turn off maintenance mode, this won't work, and you probably won't know that it won't work. So you don't want to be in that situation. So here's why we have to remake our link packs. Remember at the start, we made our link pack and we created that pseudo summary because we were creating links, internal linking to articles that had not been written yet. We have a web page that provides a comprehensive guide on how to buy Bitcoin. So we use the AI to come up with this fake summary and stuff like that so that it at least had something to go on when it was making those links. But now that we've actually written the articles, we can have the AI go in now and actually scrape and summarize all of our pages and create an actual summary that will provide so much more meat on the bones for those internal links when we're writing our news articles. So this is a very important step I highly recommend. We'll go back into our link pack right here. And then literally all we have to do is just click the overwrite cache and click update pack. So we're going to modify 148 links, click yes. And now it's going to go through each one, scrape it, and then use the AI to summarize it. That's all you got to do. So while that's working, we can go ahead and add our charts to our site. So I want to do a couple things. I want to add a chart over here, and then we're going to add charts to our pages. I say charts, but like tickers and things like that. We'll have stuff in our pages, and then I want a ticker going across the top. So actually, let's do the ticker across the top first because that's the easiest and most visible. I'll press customize, additional content, and then front page, I believe. Now, if you're not doing crypto, you're going to have to think outside the box and do some research yourself on whatever niche you're in. Let's use American football as another example. American football embed widgets. There's sport trader. Let's see what this is. Player header. So you can actually display this stuff for free on your page, it looks like. So this would be the actual player. You can embed this. You can have pages for each player. Now, if you do that, and I don't know how many thousands of players there are in the NFL, if the code changes, you're kind of screwed because then you have 1,000 pages that you need to go back and modify. So wherever you're embedding this from, if you're going to do a lot of embedding, a lot of relying on, as an example, this particular site, just be aware if the code changes, you're screwed. So I would recommend a reputable site or a site that isn't just offering free stuff, but also has paid stuff too. Not that you need to pay it, but that's a good indication that they're making money and they're going to be around for a while, okay? But yeah, it looks like there's lots of cool stuff that you can embed in here. Team depth chart. And your site will just look so much more professional with stuff like this. So you can definitely find it for a lot of different niches. You just have to look around, like Fantasy Labs, NFL widgets. Look at that. That's so cool. And a lot of these places will create these widgets like this and encourage sharing because then there's a link back to their site. So this links back to Fantasy Labs. So you have this on your site. There's a benefit to you putting on your site for this company because now people are like, what's Fantasy Labs? Let me click on that and find out. So we're just going to rely on using TradingView right now. That's great for crypto. That's what a lot of people use. And if you want to find where I'm at, you can obviously pause the video and zoom in, or you can go TradingView widgets. And then you can find it like through here. So the first widget we want to do is a ticker that goes across the top. And let's see, I have some different codes here for various Bitcoins and altcoins. So let's see, let's get rid of these two and click add symbol. And let's add on XRP, USDT. Let's see, Ripple. Add that, and we'll add BNB, USDT. Binance. Kind of add whatever you want. Let's add one more. We'll add Tesla, TSLA. Add. Fantastic. We'll click apply. And then you can configure this how you want. So like we were doing this on our dark site right here. So we have a dark header. So you want to come over here and say, I want a dark theme. Apply. And there we go. That looks pretty good. color, yeah. So we'll copy this code, and before we paste it, I actually want to go to Notepad and paste it in here because I want to take out something. At the top of this, it's going to have some text. Let me show you first. So we'll say, let's see, before header, paste this in here. So we have our header in here, but then we have this track all markets on TradingView. Obviously, I want to advertise TradingView. I'm not an affiliate of them, but I just don't want it up here. So we're going to take it out of the code up there. So it's this, let's see, it's right here, track all markets on TradingView. So we're going to get rid of this div. This is the ending part of the div, and this is the beginning part. We'll get rid of this part right here, and we're just left with this. Copy it, paste it in here, and we're good to go. Now, from a page speed standpoint, I just want to load this on our homepage because then it looks more professional. I don't want to load it on the individual posts themselves. But we are going to have a ticker that will load on the posts, not a ticker, like a tracker over here. So let's go back to customize, and we'll click on widgets, and then we'll click on default sidebar. So the search I like, recent posts are good, but then this right here, we don't want like the recent comments. So we'll get rid of the recent comments, and let's go back to, let's see, we did our ticker. Let's do a watch list. That's what we want. So we want the watch list. That's like over here. There's like different types of watch lists. So get watch list. And we want some of the same symbols on it. So I don't know what this is. Add symbol. Let's go Tesla. Add symbol finance. Add symbol gold. Should probably be giving these names. Let's give these names. Binance. That's probably pretty good. Now, the other thing we want to do since we're in here is I want to change the size of this. If we leave this by default, then what's going to happen is the chart will extend beyond the window. We don't want to do that. So let's go back to, where was it? Right here. And we're going to put in 300 for the width and 700 for the height. And we'll click apply. And now it's a lot skinnier. So I like that. Let's copy the code. Copy code, and we'll go over here and I'll just paste this in. Let's see, publish. Maybe we had to refresh. Let's give it a second. There we go. How cool is that? Looks pretty good. Now, I want to view this on mobile too, to see what happens with the ticker or with the chart on mobile. So it's not displayed on mobile, which is good. It would look weird if it was down here. And what I'm probably going to do, I'm probably going to go back into Canva and modify this. I think this is too small on mobile. It looks just weird. And this thing up here is like huge. So I wonder, we can play around with that a little bit. It looks better on tablet, but it just looks weird on mobile view. And also it's not scrolling for some reason. This is supposed to be scrolling. I don't know why it's not scrolling right now. Let's go back to tickers. It's supposed to be scrolling. Yeah, so it's not scrolling for some reason. So let's actually go back to the ticker tape on TradingView, and maybe the display mode is off. So I think it's on adaptive right now. Let's look at all of them. Let's do regular. That's what it looks like on regular. Let's do compact. So compact, it looks taller. So let's go back to regular, and we'll copy the code for that one. We'll put it in here and see if it just needs an update or something. Additional content, front page. Now it's scrolling for whatever reason. Oh, but then we got to remove that stuff up there. So find the div, ending and opening, and remove that. Perfect. That all looks good. Let's check it out on mobile again. This is what I do a lot, but before I launch, technically I'm done with the site, I'll check everything out. What's it look like on mobile? What's it look like on desktop? You know, oh, my logo is too small. Let me go ahead and adjust that and stuff like that. So you can check all this stuff out and fiddle with it a little bit to see what you should modify or whatnot. So I'll do this off camera. You all know how to do that. We'll just make the logo a little bit bigger. What else? So we have our ticker up here. We have our widget right over here. Let's click on a post and see what our post looks like. So there's our post right there. And have you noticed, check this out, the infinite loading is working now. So we scroll down, the next post loads. Now, what I've noticed does not happen is, I think just because of the nature of JavaScript, because that's what the ticker or the chart is, the chart won't load past the first post. So it's loaded over here. There it is. So there's just nothing you can do. I've messed with this for like over a couple hours. I couldn't get it working. You'll get the infinite loading, but the chart over here won't display. But again, most people are going to be looking at this on mobile anyways. So that's done. Let's see, what do we got to do? Let's go to our pages. So we'll go to Bitcoin first of all. And I'll click Edit Page. Now there's three things I want to put in here. So we have our ticker, that's done. I want to put our symbol details in here. So I'll click Get Widget. And the widget for this is going to be BTC USD. Click Apply, copy code. So I'll come over here and I think I type HTML. Yeah, type HTML, custom HTML, paste it right in there. We'll click Save, HTML. Now I want to put like the more detail about it. So the symbol we're going to use is add symbol Bitcoin. Default range, we're going to do a year for the default range. Let's see, I think that looks pretty good. Why is it doing Apple? There we go, that looks good. So copy our code, go back over here and paste it in. Then we'll do one more, HTML, come over here and let's see, edit this, go back to Bitcoin, apply, and copy. We're doing, what is this, symbol info widget. We're doing a symbol overview widget and a real-time chart widget. So I'll paste this one in right here. Click Save, check it out of the front end. That's pretty cool. Now the problem we have with this is the width over here and then the height for both of these. So let's go back and modify this. So let's click use container size instead, and we'll click apply. We'll copy the code, go back over here and replace that, that overview with the modification. There we go. So we have the full width now of the entire page. So I like that. Now we need to make these two taller. So we'll go back over here and let's see, container size. So 100% for the width, and we'll do, let's say 700 pixels for the height. Let's see if that does the trick. Copy it, go over here, paste it in, save, refresh. That looks pretty good, although it's not doing 100% again. So I had to do some thinking as to why this is not extending all the way over here. And I realized it's because when you put in pixels, PX, it gets messed up. So we're just going to put in 700 and we'll press apply. And then we'll copy the code and put it in here. So we don't want pixel values in there. So let's see here. So now it's fine. So now it becomes 700 pixels tall and then the full width. So whatever, it works now. I'm happy. Now we just got to fix this one right here. So then we'll go over here to the advanced chart and we're going to do the width of 100%, but then the height of 700. Click apply. And there's no copy code button. So I guess we just have to select the code to copy it. Go back over here and view page. So this page should be done now. Yeah, it looks good. Now, the only thing I want to do to even make it look a little bit more professional is I want an image for this. And so what we can do is we can just take one of the existing images that we've already made for our site. So set featured image and just pick something. So we'll just do Bitcoin right here. So that can be our, I can't see it though with this. It can be our featured image right there. Save and view the page. Looks great. Looks professional in my opinion. So that's the Bitcoin price. We did that. Now let's do Binance. All right, same exact thing. And actually, we might, here, let's go back to Bitcoin right now. If you're doing crypto, this could potentially save you a lot of time, but if you're not doing crypto, this might be irrelevant. So I'll take these 3 HTML blocks that we did. I'll go over here to Binance. I'll edit the page and I'll just paste them in here. Now we just need to redo these codes right here. So let's go to the first one and just type in or find Binance. So there it is. So this is the code that we want, and I can't copy just what I want. So I'll take it over here and copy it from Notepad. So this is the code that we want. I'll go to our page and I'll just put in the Binance code for each one of these. Save me a lot of time. Let's see if that works. Yeah, looks great. That saved a lot of time. All right, edit the page. We're going to find an image. Now, I don't know if we have a Binance coin on here, so I'm just going to pick an image that looks cool. So set that as the featured image, view the page. Looks great. Let's do Ethereum right now. So I'll copy these. We'll go edit page, put those in there, simple overview, find Ethereum. And I think the Ethereum one is ETHUSD. I get them all confused. There's so many different symbols. Let's see, apply. So there's Ethereum. There's the code for it. And we'll pick a image. I know Ethereum has its own image. Let's see if we can find one. Yeah, there it is. I think that's the Ethereum image. So we'll save that. View the page. Looks freaking great. Yeah. So now we have our charts. Our charts are done. Our side widgets are done. That looks great. Our ticker is done. We're reprocessing the link pack. We're in the home stretch, guys. We're in the home stretch. So all we have to do now is just configure ZimmWriter to write our news articles. And this is like where the magic is finally going to happen. Go take a break, get a drink, come back, and we'll get to it. So the link pack is done, and this is what I was talking about. So every single link was added aside from one of them failed. So I'm going to copy the one that failed out, and I'm going to just save it over here in Notepad just so I have it there for reference. And what I would do is I would check your failed ones just to ensure that, in fact, an article does exist at that URL. Because if it doesn't exist, then that's why it failed, because there's no article here. So there definitely is an article. So let's go back to our link toolbox and open up Crypto One. Now you might have more than one failed URL. We just had one. But the question is, how do we get this added back into the pack? If you were to actually copy these URLs out, so this is how many Bitcoins are on exchanges, paste it over here, you would see how many Bitcoins. The link is still in here. The link is still in here because when we went to override the existing links with new scrapes, this particular one failed. And so it didn't get removed from the pack. It's still in the pack right here. It never got removed, but this one has the old summary, the pseudo summary attached to it. So what you'll need to do is you'll need to find the ones that failed. Hopefully it's just one, and remove them from the pack. So this is the only one that failed. So I'm going to remove this one from the pack, and I'll press update pack. This update includes deleting one link. Are you sure? Yes. So that link is now deleted from the pack. Now go over here and select the link and go all the way down to the bottom. Select, and this, again, I just have one failed link. You might have 10. So select your 10 failed links, make a new line, paste them in here, and click update pack. And that's all you got to do. And it will process the URLs, scrape, summarize, all that good stuff. And now we have, let's see, 148 links. Yeah, how many Bitcoins are on exchanges. So everything's good now. Our link pack is solid. And that was important to do, again, because now we have a summary of all of this juicy data in here. And this is going to be very useful for when we're creating these internal links. So now that we have our link pack updated, I want to dial in the settings to write our news articles. My site, what was it called? We're going to write it in the format that I have on this site right here. So I just want a featured image and then the article itself. I don't want an introduction and then a subheading image, and then the article. And the reason being is I don't see a lot of news articles that look like this. You go to CNN or BBC or Fox News, they don't technically look like this. They look more like this, which is great for mobile. If someone's on mobile and they come down here, like this is more than enough content for someone to read for a particular news article. Anymore, it just starts to get too long. And we're in the age of just swiping. So we need to give them what they want right off the bat. Give them the article, in my opinion. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go to ZimmWriter now, and we're going to configure some settings. So go to the bulk writer, and I have an _1. for the first profile, and then _2, because I'm doing multiple sites here. And I want to name it this way. I'll show you why in a second, is because it's going to help us to save an astronomical amount of time when we're queuing up our news articles. So the first profile to write this basics article was crypto_1A. I want to make a new profile, crypto_1, but then 1B. B will represent our news articles. So I'm going to save a new prompt. So now we have a 1A and 1B. Now we can just configure 1B for our news article settings. So first of all, we don't want an intro. We're also not going to have an FAQ. The FAQ gets expensive when we're using that deep research. So we're definitely turning that off. Also, I don't see FAQs in news articles. We don't need an FAQ. We are going to use Claude Sonnet 3.5. Now, yesterday, although this is just one big video for you, yesterday Claude Sonnet 3.7 came out. If you are using ZimmWriter and have the option to use that, try using that. You might even like that. It's the same price as Claude Sonnet 3.5. So you might want to use that. For right now, I'm just going to use 3.5 because I have not updated ZimmWriter with the latest version. I'm going to still leave it on short, 0 H2s, professional mode. All of this stuff looks good over here. As for the images, I am going to use Runware now. So we're going to use Runware Flux Dev for 0.0026 an image. We're not doing any subheading images, so we can turn these off. Our image prompt can be Claude Sonnet. Now we go into WordPress. Now this is very important, okay? Pay attention when I show you this. All of our basics articles went into the basics category, but we don't want that. We want our news articles now to go into one of the 50 categories we created. So we're actually going to select this option right here, automatically determine category. And that's going to have the AI automatically determine where it should go. However, there's some places we don't want it to go. So let's move this over here and let's go to our dashboard and go to posts categories. So we don't want news articles going into the crypto chart category. We don't want articles going into the crypto's basics category. And then finally, we don't necessarily want articles going into the uncategorized section, okay? So we need to install a plugin to find out what identifiers these categories are. Because in ZimmWriter, you can say where you don't want the articles to go, but you need the IDs for that. We understand the name, but the server doesn't use the name, it uses a numeric identifier. So we need a plugin to show that. So plugins, add new plugin, search for reveal IDs. And we're going to install that and then activate it. Now, when we go to our categories, we see what ID it is, okay? So we don't want crypto, and actually we can just delete crypto charts because we're not using the category. We created pages for all that stuff. So we don't need the crypto charts category. So crypto basics, I don't want it going in category or in ID 12. So that's the ID that represents crypto basics. So let's come down here and put in 12. We don't want that. And then I don't want, I have like crypto news here, and I don't mind if it goes in there. It's like a catch-all in case it doesn't fit anywhere else. So we'll leave that alone, and then we'll find uncategorized, which is category 1. So we don't want it going there either. So I'll put a comma and put the number 1. Now usually there's a category 0, but I don't see that anymore. So I guess we're good. So those are the only 2 categories we don't want it going into. Now the next thing I recommend, and this is very important for news articles, is to check this box right here. Set schedule to always start on current day. The reason we do that is because we're going to save all of these settings to a profile. And if you don't check this box, then anytime the profile loads, it will start on 2025, February 26. All right. It doesn't matter if we're loading this profile in March, it will still start on that date because that's the date you saved and you told ZimmWriter to start on. But that's not really what we want. We want, whenever this profile is called, to always start on whatever the current day is for when that profile is loaded. Does that make sense? So if we load this profile on March 30th, then it's going to start the schedule on March 30th. So now we have to set the number of posts per day. My goal is to write 10 posts per day, to have ZimmWriter write 10 posts per day. If I put 10 posts per day in here and I queue this up at noon, some of the posts will actually go out tomorrow. So for sake of explanation as to why, I want you to triple however many posts you decide to write for the day. So I will only write 10 articles a day for this site, no more. So I'm going to take 10 and multiply it by 3, 30 posts. So you're free to put in a higher number than the number of posts you're actually going to write. And the reason we're doing this is so ZimmWriter can squeeze those posts in if you're not running this schedule at 12:01 a.m. If you're running the schedule at noon or at 2 p.m. or something, and you have just your 10 posts in here and you're going to write 10, they're not all going to go out. They're not all going to fit in the schedule for the day. So just take however many you intend to write and multiply it by 3. That's how you got to, don't think about it. Don't try to understand why, just do that. So this is all set right here. So let's open up the ZimmWriter menu again. So that's all set. Our link pack, it's still already set. We have the crypto link pack. I'm on the fence on whether or not I want to use Mega Link NATO. I guess I'm going to turn this off because I want to just insert based on relevance. So we will leave on do follow and open in new tab, and we're still doing 1 link per article. See deep research. Now, again, you're going to have to decide what you want to do. Do you want to use Sonar Pro Online, which is more expensive, or the normal Sonar? For this expensive site, I'm going to use Sonar Pro. So we'll leave that at Sonar Pro. Our style mimic won't change. I'm using this one that I shared with you. Our custom outline will not change. That can be the same. Our custom prompt, we're going to use the clickbait meta description. And let's see, I think that's it. I'm not going to do any more tests. I practiced so much for this. But when you're doing this, do some tests. See what the quality is. See if you like it. You can do tests without generating the images and without uploading to WordPress. Do a bunch of tests. Make sure you're happy with your settings. Because once you start rolling with this, you don't want to start deleting articles that were already written. But then again, we're only writing 10 articles a day. So if you're not happy, you can change the mimic up or something like that in a couple days. Don't worry too much about that because we've already written our basics articles. We're happy with our basics articles. And now we're just doing that queue of daily articles. So everything looks good. I'm going to press Save Profile. So this is all ready to go. Now comes the moment you've all been waiting for. How do we get our news articles? We have lots of basics articles now. That's great. How do we get our daily news articles? And then how do we scale that? How do we write news articles for 2 sites, for 5 sites, for 10 sites, for 100 sites? How do we do that? Let me show you. Let me show you the results first. So this is a Google Sheet for my crypto news articles. And I spent 60 seconds finding the news articles. And then my workflow, I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, took the title. So here's the title. And let me actually sort this by A to Z. There we go. So it took the title and then it created 5 variations of that one title. And each variation is for a different profile. And each profile would be for a different site. So I don't have 5 crypto sites right now, but I'm trying to show you how easy it is to scale this up. So I simply tagged this news article title, and then my workflow turned this title into 5 different variations. And then at the end of each variation, make sure you guys can actually see this. At the end of each variation, it has the profile. Crypto_1B, crypto_2B, crypto_3B. So I could theoretically have 5 crypto sites or 10 crypto sites, and I didn't have to do any more work. It just queued all this stuff up for me. And then I can simply take all this stuff and I go over here to ZimmWriter, go to the bulk writer. I don't even have to load a profile because all of the profiles will be loaded automatically with these corresponding tags. I simply paste it in here and press go. I've done it all for the day. So I spend 60 seconds tagging all my articles that I want to write about, 10 articles. And then my workflow will multiply that by the number of sites I have. So pretending I have 5 sites, I'll get 50 different article titles, all with the corresponding profiles. I come into ZimmWriter, I paste this in, I press go, I'm done. All right, I can do that in 60 seconds in the morning before I go off to work. That's how powerful this workflow is. This is what we've been leading up to this point, okay? So how do we make this? How do we make this actually happen? It all starts with Inoreader. Inoreader is the most awesome, is that a word? It's the most awesome news aggregator in the world. Now, a lot of people, I'm not trying to bash any companies. I previously used Feedly. I had a subscription for Feedly, did not like it because Inoreader is so much more powerful. It has so many more features. It's just amazing. So I recommend this platform, and I forget what it costs. I'm not an affiliate. Inoreader pricing. I think it's $80 a year or something. Yeah, so $7.50 a month. That's amazing. You get all the stuff in there. So what you can do inside of Inoreader is you can create these like folders, and then you can add all kinds of feeds to them. So your feeds can be from a website. Maybe you have a website you want to track. It can be part of a web page that you want to track. You can track changes on a site. It can be from Google News. Let's type in crypto. Like you can track various things from Google News. So yeah, let's track this search, follow feed. So now we have this crypto feed right here. What else can you add? Blue Sky. There's a Blue Sky feed. Facebook, you can track a Facebook page. You can go to Reddit, crypto. And you can follow just the search. You can follow the subreddits. You want to follow all these subreddits. Yeah, you can do that. Telegram, and you can make a newsletter out of this whole thing. And then you put all that into a folder. And this is so powerful. You can come over here and say, I want you to sort based using magic. And what that does is Inoreader will actually know how popular these stories are. So on Reddit, how many upvotes are there? Or how many times has this been shared or something like that? So it will actually sort these articles based on article score. So on popularity. So this article is 1.7 times more popular than other articles in this feed. That's incredible. So you can actually find the articles that are getting that engagement in that, because you don't want to, again, I guess it depends if it's breaking news, and then it might not be ranked up high on here. But if it is ranked up high, and everybody's talking about it. So you sort based on magic, and then you can filter out, say, I don't want to see any news older than a day. I just want to see the latest cutting edge stuff. And you can see that. Now that's the entire folder. If you want to, you can click on individual ones right here. So this is a crypto briefing. This is from Google News right here. This is a Reddit form for Bitcoin. Reddit form for Bitcoin Litecoin, crypto.news. So freaking powerful. Now, here's the magical part. This is my entire workflow. I'm just going to show you now that you understand what Inoreader is. I wake up, get my coffee. I come over here before work, and I'll say, let me find some articles that really speak to me and my audience. Stable coins now represent over 1% of US dollar money supply. I like that. So I come over here and I tag this. I've given this I've created a tag called crypto news. I tag it. All right. I come down here. Bitcoin could drop. Let's tag this. I like that. And let's tag. Oh, I like this one. Let's tag this. Same tags. Now look over here. Watch what's going to happen. Make this a little smaller so you can see. Watch what's going to happen. Look at that. My workflow is taking those titles and retitling them 5 times, 1 time for each site. Or let's say I have 100 sites, it would retitle them 100 times. So you get different title variations for each site. It's doing it automatically. So I had my coffee, I tagged 10 different articles. I can go take a shower or something like that, or do whatever, get dressed for the day. I come back, all the tagging will be done. We'll give it a second to finish. And the workflow I'm going to show you to do this it's actually really powerful, and it's really unique because you can't just tell the AI to give you 5 variations on a title. The prompting is actually pretty tricky to come up with because you want legitimate variations on the title, but you want it to grab the reader's attention and make them want to click. I think it's done. So this is what I typically do. I'll take these results, copy them, and I'll go to sheet 2 and I'll paste the results in here. Then I'll scroll all the way over to, oops, I have some leftovers from a previous run. There. I'll come over here to this column right here that just has the profiles in here and sort A to Z on the profiles. All we have to do now is I just take this stuff and I literally go to ZimmWriter and I paste it in and I press go and I'm done. I close my screen, I go to work. That's all I have to do to get 50 or 500 articles out to all my different news sites for the day. That's all I have to do. The reason why we have to sort though is because our scheduling over here, we're scheduling like 30 posts a day. This only works as long as we haven't changed the profile in here. So we want to write all of our profile crypto_1B articles first, or we can write them second. We just want to write them all at the same time. So we can write them, at the end, but we just want them as a group, right? We want all of our 5B articles to be a group, our 4B articles to be a group. If we don't do that, if we don't come in here and sort based on that and then copy the sorted result out and paste it in here, what will happen is you won't get the scheduling that you want. All of the articles will just be published the same time during that particular day. And we don't want that. We want like a legitimate schedule throughout the day, maybe an article dropping every hour or every 2 hours or something like that. You'll get that by sorting based on what I just showed you, based on this profile column. Make sense? So let me show you how we actually create this. How does this actually go from Inoreader to Google Sheet? And that's where Make comes in. If you don't have a Make subscription, you should definitely get one. It's not expensive for what we're doing. I think it's $10 or $20 a month for 10,000 credits. It's not a lot of credits. There's other ways to do this too. Maybe you have a different, I don't know what you call Make and Zapier. What do you like? I don't know what you call these tools, but you can use Zapier, you can use Make. You could probably use N8N, although I've been using N8N self-hosted and it's not as user-friendly as Make, as an example. Like Make connects to all these platforms very easily. N8N does things that Make won't do, but there's things that Make does, and it's so much easier than jumping through all the hoops with N8N. So take that for what it may. I'm an affiliate of this. I have a link down below. If you do decide to sign up, this course is free. Please use my link, okay? Here's how we do it. I want to duplicate this workflow to show you how to create it. I think if I just gave you the workflow, I don't think it would help you understand the nuances on creating these things. And it's very powerful if you can understand this. I'm going to go to scenarios and create new scenario. And we are going to search for Inoreader. And then scroll down to watch webhook trigger. And then create webhook. And we're going to create a connection. And save. Then it's going to ask to verify Inoreader. Yes, we're going to authorize the connection. This is one of the reasons why I like Make more than N8N for a lot of things, because there's all these like built-in quality of life things, like that connection we just saw, that is not present inside of N8N. So there are benefits to using Make. So we've connected it. Now we have this webhook right here. So we're going to copy this to the clipboard and click Save. I'll go back over here to Inoreader. I'll click on Automate, and we'll create our rule. And you can give this whatever name you want. And we want when new article is tagged with a given tag, then we're going to trigger this webhook. And we'll paste it in here and click Save Rule. So that's all set up. Now go back to Make. Now we need to receive some test data because there's stuff we're going to do with the data. So I want to click Run Once, then go back to Inoreader, go to my feed and just find an article to tag. Let's just go on here. Let's find an article. We'll tag this one, Crypto News. And I'll go to Make and we'll watch. Oh, it just received the data. There it is. So we have the title right here. That's exactly what we wanted. Great. Now I want to create another connection, and we're going to connect to OpenRouter. At this point, you're going to need an OpenRouter key, all right, because we're going to use the Perplexity Sonar model. So we want to create a chat completion, and we need to connect to OpenRouter. I've already done that on my end, but you'll do the same thing. You'll connect to OpenRouter, enter your API key. Once you've done that, you can select the model. Now the model we're going to choose is Sonar, and not Sonar Reasoning, just normal Sonar. And we don't want to fall back. Now we need a message. The role for our message is going to be user. And now we need our prompt, the actual data for the prompt. So here's what we need. Let me click on this finished one. Here's the prompt we're going to use. Let me open it in Notepad. So we are preparing to write a factual blog post titled, and now this is a special variable in Make based on the received data. That's why we need to receive that data so we know what we're dealing with. And we need research data. So perform some research and use shorthand to organize the research into 5 subpoints, each with 5 bullet list items, while keeping facts, statistics, and key points. Each subpoint and bullet list item should not use personal pronouns. Each subpoint should begin with 3 hashtags. The reason we're doing this, we're using Sonar for this process is because if we used a non-online model like GPT-4o or GPT-4o mini or Claude Sonnet, it would know what Bitcoin is, what an ETF is, but it would have no knowledge of recent news. So we need that knowledge of recent news in order to better contextually rename our titles. So if you don't do it this way, you're not going to get good titles renamed, and they're going to actually be wrong more than they will be right. So we need to give the AI some help in understanding what these titles are going to be about. So I'm going to take this and just copy it and paste it over here. Now, the way I got this title in here is clicked in between these two quotes, and I selected title, which you see this growing bigger and smaller. That's from the Inoreader feed. So we click title, and that's all we need right there. Now let's run this again. We'll run once. Let's go tag some more data. So let's go back over here. I'll tag this data, and we'll watch Inoreader get it and then process it with OpenRouter. And sometimes it takes a second. I've noticed if you tag stuff too fast with Inoreader, then it can get lost. It just doesn't get sent to Make. It's not Make's fault, it's Inoreader. So give 10 seconds or 15 seconds in between each tagging. So now we have data from OpenRouter. Let's see what we get. So this is what it sent. This is the input, and here's the output. So under choices, we have our message and our content. So that's what it found. So we have our bullet points and our headings. And then here are the citations. Now we're not going to use the citations, but we have citations too. See how easy that is? Now the next thing we need is we need a repeater. Let's go over here, and I'll tell you why in a second. A repeater. So it's under flow controls and repeater. Now what a repeater is going to do, it's going to do the following steps however many times we tell it to. So we want to tell it to do the steps for the number of sites we have. So we're just going to do 2 right now. So it's going to repeat twice because we have 2 sites, and that's all we need to do with that one. Now our goal is to take this data that OpenRouter through Sonar did research on the title, take that and then actually create a title from that. Now I have found that the AI does better when it reasons through stuff. We don't have to use an expensive reasoning model though to do the reasoning. We're going to do a 2-step process. So we'll go back over here. We're going to add OpenRouter again, another chat completion. We're going to connect it, and I'll show you what it looks like. We're going to use GPT-4o, all right, the user role, and then here's what we want. Let me paste this in a notepad and make it bigger so you can see. So here is some research data. So we're going to pull the research data, right, that we got from Sonar from this first call over here. And then we're going to put our title. So here's the directions. This in quotes is the title of an article from a competitor's website. We want to write the same article on our website, but for copyright reasons, we need to retitle it. So rewrite it by doing the following. So we have a couple different things in here. Write the title without losing the explicit context and without adding facts. Try to incorporate one copywriting technique from the group of. Now, if you don't want clickbait type stuff, you can remove this particular section. You can just remove that section and renumber these, but I want clickbait stuff. If appropriate, the title should be irresistibly clickable. Use adjectives that empower a sentiment or a strong emotion. Avoid turning the title into a listicle unless it already is one. Avoid using cliche language such as locking top and veiling discover. Keep the rewritten title under 16 words. Retain important facts to help maintain the original context. Then I give it an example. Here is how you should format your answer. New title, and then the title in quotes, explanation, an explanation of how you followed each of these 8 rules. This is important because it helps the AI reason. If we just say, give us the new title, then for whatever the reason is, no pun intended, the AI doesn't give as good of an answer as if you were to say, hey, show your work. This is like the show your work step. You get a better response. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to paste it into OpenRouter. We're going to use, now you don't use Sonar for this. We're not using Sonar. We already have our online data. So let's use GPT-4o. Let's just use 4o, and our message will be a user. And here's our content. Now we want to put the research data in here. Now the research came from OpenRouter, our previous call, and it's in choices, messages, content. So there's our research. I'll put a new line in here. And we put our title in here. So this is the title from Inoreader. So here's the title. And that's all we need. We'll click save. Now we need one more prompt. We need a prompt to actually pull that title out from the result over here. Remember, we're showing our work in this prompt to get a better result. Now we need to just pull the title out. So we'll use another AI call, open router, chat completion. We'll go over here and look at what we have. So here's what it looks like. Blank is the title of an article for a blog post, but it may contain cliche language that is overused in blog post titles, such as unlocking, blah, blah, blah. If it does not contain cliche language, then write the title again without modifying it. No commentary, explanation, and not encased in quotes. If it does contain cliche language, write it again, but without that language. Pretty simple. So we'll copy all this, and I'll go to this new connection, and we're going to do GPT-4o again. And you can play with the different models and see if you get better results with one model over another. User, and then the content, we'll paste this in here. And now what we want to paste in is the result from the previous call. So let's see, that's this one over here. So it like grows and gets bigger and smaller. I guess it pulses. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm like, I can't think of the word. It pulses when you hover over it. So that's what we want. And choices, message. Oh, so we actually don't have the result yet. I think it should be in content, but we don't have the result yet because we haven't actually run it. So let's save this and run this really quick to make sure we have the right result. So we'll tag another article. Crypto news. Here it goes. It's going through Open Router right now. Sometimes it takes longer for Open Router to respond. Some models definitely take longer than others. So these Sonar models, they take a long time to process. That worked. It's going to Open Router. It's going here. Fantastic. I think it's done. So it did both iterations. So we have two sets of data here. So operation one, here is the output we got. So our new title, Grayscale's bold move, betting on a Polkadot ETF despite SEC's tough crypto stance. See, there's no way, I don't know if you can see this. This was the retitled title. And the original title was over here. So this was the original up here. And here's the retitled. Grayscale files for a Polkadot ETF amid broader SEC ETF reviews. Grayscale's bold move, betting on a Polkadot ETF despite SEC's tough crypto stance. So there's nothing in here about the SEC crypto stance. But because we use Sonar to pull that research data out, the AI had a lot more context to base the retitling of this title on. And it's arguably a better title, especially from a Google perspective, looking at this thinking, what are they talking about here? This would make more sense to Google, in my opinion. But it's also a little bit clickbaity. If someone knows what Grayscale is, they're like, oh, what did they do? So let's go over here now to Open Router and make sure we have the right stuff chosen. So we're looking at this data over here, and we're looking at choices, message, and then content. So I think we actually had it correct. Let's see what we have over here. So operation one, choices, one, message. Yeah, so we have the content out. Yeah, so it's perfect. Now we just got to connect this to Google Sheets. Really simple process. We'll do Sheets, and we will add a row. Make makes this so easy. Projects, crypto demo. So you can dig into the different subdirectories that way. So crypto news. So that is my sheet right here. So let's delete all the stuff on here, and we will delete all this stuff. So we have a nice fresh sheet. Go back over here. And the sheet name is sheet one. We want it publishing here. Now use your brain a little bit. You could replicate this process, this Inoreader process, for multiple different news niches. And then you could have each of these workflows going to a different sheet on this one spreadsheet. And then you could have a final sheet that kind of aggregates all of the results too. So think outside the box. It's very easy to scale this up for not only multiple sites, but also multiple niches. So let's see, sheet one. Now here's our headers. So date, see here, publish date. Our title original is going to be, so right now we're pulling from the Inoreader. So we're pulling our title, And then the AI title is going to be the new rewritten one, which is over here. This last, see, there's a box up here with a number in it, and that indicates what step it is. So this last step 5 is like the last OpenWriter call. So there's our title. Now we need the URL to the article. I think that's it. I don't know. We can figure it out. Now let's click save and let's run this thing. So run once, wait for new data, go to Inoreader. We'll click on our list and we'll tag something, crypto news, and we'll look at the results. Remember, there's nothing in our Google Sheet right now. So it's processing it. And because we have the repeater set to 2, we should get 2 rows. Okay, there's the first one. It's doing it again for the second one. Let's check it out. There it is. So there's our original title. Binance addresses dumping ETH and SOL accusations. Binance fires back at accusations of dumping ETH and SOL. That's cool. Is Binance secretly dumping ETH and SOL? The exchange responds to accusations. Fantastic. This approach right here will give you legitimately different titles that are still based on the original and are also better written. Now there's one problem we have. We don't have our profiles in here, so let's solve that right now. Let's go to ZimmWriter and find out what the profile is. So we have crypto 1B, and then we'll have a crypto 2B. So we'll come click on Google Sheets. Let's go to our title, and I want to put curly brackets, and then profile equals crypto underscore. Now we need the number for our profile. That's why I said have these numbers in here, because then we can take the repeater field and whatever number the repeater is on, we can put that in there. So it's crypto underscore and then the number 1 or whatever the number is based on the repeater, and then B, and then end curly brackets. So this is what it looks like. Let me make it more visible here. Profile equals crypto underscore, and then it looks different when it's like over here, but there's going to be the number and then B and then end curly brackets. And we'll also put this in its own column for column E. That's it. That's all we got to do. So let me save this and make sure that this is now turned on. You want to turn this on to run it whenever data is received. And we're done right now. Like we have everything set up in here. Everything's going to run. So we can close this and we're all good. Now let me demonstrate my morning routine for you. I'll go to Inoreader in the morning and let me just tag some stuff. So I'll tag this one. There's one. Let's see, just finding the stuff that would be good. See, strategy is down 50% from its, what does this mean? What strategy? The AI is not going to know. Bank of America will launch its own stablecoin soon. That's pretty cool. Let's tag that. That's 2. Bitcoin's Tuesday bloodbath was the bottom, says analyst. That's 3. There we go. That's 4. Let's see. Oh, this is 5. That's pretty cool. Here's 6. Here's 7. Oh, and then if you can't figure anything out, and if I don't really know if I see anything else, you can just be done. Just tag what you want, or you can go into one of these and start going through it. Maybe there's something that's not popping based on the magic sorting, but still is pretty cool in here. Let's see. I don't see anything that would work as a title. Like you don't want to tag, please stop being babies. Don't tag that. That would be stupid. Let's try this other feed over here. So 4-month low for Solana. All right, something about China. Cool. Look at that. While we were tagging stuff, it's doing all this stuff. So at this point, I would go and get breakfast or go get dressed or whatever for the day. And this thing would just finish the tagging. Isn't that cool? It always makes me smile when I see this working. Now you don't want to modify stuff while it's working. Just let it do its thing. Let it work. Let it do its thing. But you see with this how easy it is to scale up to many sites. And I don't recommend, even if you're not in crypto, whatever niche you're in, I don't recommend having more than 4 or 5 sites in that particular niche. That's just too many news sites, in my opinion. Maybe you're hedging your bets, but I think you get to the point of diminishing returns. So maybe have a couple different niches for news. And that's very easy to do with this. You have multiple sheets, each make profile or scenario links to a different sheet. You go in here, you go into each one. Hey, let's do personal growth. Let's do technology. Let's do copywriting. I bet you want to know what's in here. We're going to do that for another course coming soon, but you get the point. It's easy to just scale this up very quickly. Okay. So let's pretend we're done right now. I think we're done. I don't see more coming in. So I'll take these, I'll cut them, paste them over here in sheet 2. I'll go over here to the profile column. Now this is incredibly important to do if you actually want stuff to be published at different times during the day, okay? So we paste it in here, we come over here to this profile column, and we sort A to Z. We want to group all the profiles together, right? Now imagine we had 5 crypto sites, okay? Now that they're all grouped, we simply go to this column with our title in the profile, we copy it, we go over to here to ZimmWriter. We don't even have to load a profile. We just open up ZimmWriter, and assuming you've already made all your profiles, just open up ZimmWriter, paste your results in, start, and let it write. Turn off your monitor, go to work. That's all you got to do. It's that easy. That's all you have to do. Just take our list, and we can take the entire list if we want to, but I haven't set the second crypto site up, and we don't have these other sites. I just did this as a demonstration to show you how easy it is to scale all this stuff. So we'll take this first result right here, this first list for our first profile, paste it in here. I don't even have to load the profile, and I just press start. There, that's all I got to do. I'm done. Turn my monitor off, go to work. Or do whatever. Go play with the kids or take my wife out on a date or something like that. I'm all done for the day pushing content to however many news sites I have. I got to keep hammering that home. You don't have to just do one news site. And I'm going to show you in a few minutes how we're also going to have our posts pushed out to Facebook. So to a Facebook page. So for each of our sites, we're growing a Facebook page too. We're taking over social media. We're taking over the internet for this particular news niche. And we're going to do a really good, you're going to like the quality of this. We're going to do a really good job on this. So this is running right now. And I want to hammer this point home. I explained this before, but I just want to reiterate it. We sorted by profile here because if we didn't, then we wouldn't have anything scheduled. Everything would just be instant published. But because, remember, we said 30 articles a day, even though we're not doing 30 articles a day, we said take the number of articles, multiply it by 3. Reason being is it's 6 o'clock right now, my time, 6 p.m. So it's late in the day to be writing these articles. All of these articles would not be pushed out today if I just said only schedule 10 articles a day. So we multiplied that number by 3, and now we're going to get like an article every hour. We'll have one article now, one article at 7, one article at 8, one article at 9, something like that. So that's why we do it, and we do this grouping, because if you didn't do this grouping, this sorting by this profile, then you wouldn't get that scheduling. So let's let this write. And it seems like it sticks on 80% for a while. And the reason is because I calculate the percentage based on the number of subheadings and the number of FAQs. We're not doing any subheadings and we don't have any FAQs. So it jumps to the end really quickly. But right now, like behind the scenes, it's pulling the research data, it's scraping the URLs for deep research that we're going to incorporate, and it's also incorporating that internal linking that we wanted to be done. So it hangs out when you're doing 0 H2s or 1 H2 at 80% for a while, but it should finish. I'm always excited when I see this result. I'm very happy with the quality. But do it, like I said, do a lot of tests first. If you just pump out a couple hundred articles and in hindsight, you're like, I don't really like the quality, then you just wasted your time, you've wasted your money. So do a lot of tests first. The article's done, it's generating the featured image, then it will upload it, uploading to WordPress. This is great. Come on, I can't wait. Now it's gonna start article number 2. Let's refresh. Here we go. Let's view it. Bank of America eyes groundbreaking stablecoin, but only if Congress says yes. That's pretty clickbait right there. What stablecoin are we talking about? Traditional banks have largely watched from the sidelines as cryptocurrency firms dominated the stablecoin market. Bank of America is finally making its move. CEO Brian Moynihan revealed plans for Bank of America coin, a dollar-backed stablecoin that could shake up the $230 billion market. But here's the catch. They're waiting for Congress to give the green light first. Fantastic. Let's see. So this link goes to the ABA Banking Journal, pretty reputable site. This one goes to coincentral.com. And this one, let's see, Moynihan's description of a coin as akin to money market fund emphasizes its practical traditional banking approach. These digital assets could provide customers with safe haven assets during periods of extreme market volatility. And this links to our article, What is a Stablecoin? That is awesome. All right, there's our news article. How freaking cool is that? Now check this out. Let's see where it put it. It put this in stable coins and digital dollars. Remember we had the automatic determination of the category. So it found that this is the perfect fit for it. That's great. And then here's the tags, Bank of America, Congress, stablecoin. Absolutely fantastic. My work on this article is done. Let's see how much it cost. So remember, we're using the expensive models for this. So this is the text file that's generated. It's in a markdown format. And it says that this cost us 9 pennies for the article, and then the image is extra. So the image was 1/5 of a penny. So this is 9.5 pennies, so under a dime. That's not bad. Obviously, you want an ROI. You want to be getting some traffic to your articles. Don't just write stuff for your blog posts. Also push that out to social media and think outside the box. And down here, we have our sources. So here are the sources for this section it wrote. So we check that box to display the sources. So some of these sources might be from domains that we banned from using as citations, but it was still used by the AI as knowledge. So here's the sources, so we can fact check, make sure that the facts are accurate or as accurate as they are listed on these particular sources, okay? So there's our article, and here's what the HTML file, the output, and then we have our image too. Messed up the B a little bit. Sometimes that happens. It finished the next article. Let's check it out. Let's see if it's published first of all. So the next article, it finished. It's not published yet. It's scheduled to be published in 50 minutes. See how that works? So let's preview it. Did Bitcoin just hit rock bottom? Analyst weighs in on Tuesday, massive drop. And so we have a really cool, this is random, but a cool block quote. Dreams of eternal gains met harsh reality as Bitcoin crashed 20%, wiping out 1.6 billion in a single bloody day. That's cool. We have another link to an internal article. Fantastic. See, I'm done. I can turn my computer off and go do other things. All these articles will be written. How awesome, how powerful is that? So I'm going to take a break now, and go ahead and take a break if you need to. We're going to come back and I'm going to talk about making a social media page where we can push these articles out. I think you're really going to like that. So you had a moment to take a break. We're back now. And before we dive into the social media scheduling, creating a page and then some kind of a workflow to push our articles out automatically to those social media pages, I want to talk about this BV Crypto news site real quick. The basics articles for this finished, and these were all written using GPT-4o, 4o mini, and then the images were Flux Schnell, all using Runware. So it's like less than a tenth of a penny for each image. I can tell that there's a quality difference in the images here versus the Flux Dev images here in a way, because the pricing is almost insignificant when we're using Runware. I'm almost tempted to switch to Flux Dev for the BV Crypto news site. But like I said, we're going to just stick with the absolute lowest cost possible. So we're still going to use Flux Schnell for these images and GPT-4o mini for the writing. And the writing actually turned out well. The quality using GPT-4o mini, I'm impressed with it. So this is Where to Find Bitcoins, a Beginner's Guide. Finding Bitcoins isn't rocket science. You've got cryptocurrency exchanges like Coinbase and Crypto Dispensers CD Reloaded, ready to trade your dollars or euros for some sweet digital gold. Just link your credit card or bank account and you're good to go. Want a slice of the pie? You can buy fractions too, thanks to Satoshis. But don't forget, securing your treasure in a digital wallet is a must. Curious about what comes next? There's more to unpack. So there's our search intent intro. I think it sounds great. So the text portion of this article is very inexpensive. I think it was 4 pennies. And the reason it's 4 pennies and not like a penny is because we're still using that deep research. Now, we're not using Sonar Pro. We're just using normal Sonar to get the research data for this and some of the citations. But it looks great. I'm happy with this output quality. So what we have to do for this site, we have our Crypto 1B profile, which is for the news articles on our Crypto Diamond Hand site. Now I'd like to create the same thing, but for the BV Crypto site. So we have a setup for the basics articles on the BV Crypto site, but now we need to convert this to the news article format that we want, because when we're not doing FAQs, we're not going to do an intro, we're not going to have a subheading image. So the easiest way to go about this, if you're scaling this profile to multiple sites, is I'm going to go to the first Crypto 1B profile, and I'm going to change this to 2B. I'm going to save profile, so it creates a new one. So now we have a 1B and a 2B. And everything can almost stay the same except for the writing model. So we'll switch to GPT-4o mini. The featured image becomes Flux Schnell. And the AI model for the prompt is going to be GPT-4o Mini. Let's see, let's just go through some of these so I don't forget something. WordPress is going to be BV Crypto News. And our category, so we're doing the automatic determine categories. So we need to go into here and then go into our dashboard, make sure we have our Reveal ID plugin installed. Remember, this is going to let us see those IDs for the categories. So let's activate that. We'll go to categories. And let's see here. Now, I think we put our charts in as pages. So again, we can delete the charts category because we're not really putting anything in the category. We don't want stuff going in 12. That's crypto basics. And then the uncategorized is 1. So for whatever reason, the category IDs did not change on this site, but don't assume they're not going to change on your site. This is a rare occurrence. They usually do change. So from site to site. So don't skip this step of actually checking out what the category IDs are that we don't want included in our automatic determination. So everything else can stay the same. We have the scheduling. It's always going to start on the current day, 30 posts a day, even though we're not writing 30 a day. We're going to write 10, but we're multiplying this number by 3 so that when I queue this up in the morning or at lunchtime or in the early afternoon, it can still fit those posts, those news posts in for the day. So that's done right there. Let's see, what else do we got to configure? So our link pack, we're not going to do Crypto 1, we're going to do Crypto 2. And we're going to use GPT-4o Mini for this. And let's close that. Deep research. So we're not using Sonar Pro. We're going to use the regular Sonar Online. And because this is in the same niche, I can just leave this exclusion list the same. The exclusion list is perfectly fine. And I'm going to continue to display those references in the text file for fact checking. The style mimic will stay the same. So it's fine. The custom outline stays the same. I can rename this or make it Crypto 2 if I want to, but they're all the same custom outlines. And the custom prompt is just for the clickbait. And the model I'm going to use, let's switch that to GPT-4o Mini. So we're not going to use expensive models anywhere. And I think that's it. That's all we got to do. So let's save the profile. And now this is good to go. So at the end of this video, I'll go one last time to Inoreader. We'll tag some stuff and we'll generate it in here and then just queue it up and start our process. So now it's time to talk about social media. Social media is very important because if we simply rely on organic traffic, you'll be doing yourself no favors since the internet now is flooded with AI content. So that's not to say that we can't get organic traffic, but by putting ourselves out on social media too, we're increasing the likelihood of traffic. And plus, that creates a larger footprint for our brand, right, for our different websites. And that's good because it can actually help you organically too. Now that Google or these other platforms like Bing or Yahoo are seeing that your site's all over the internet. And that just, it helps with the ranking a little bit, not a ton, but it does. Before you go and say, I'm going to go make a Facebook page or something like that, you need to figure out what your audience is. If your audience is not on Facebook, don't go to Facebook. If your audience is not on X, don't go to X. Figure out what your audience is, number one, and then figure out if there are other people, other businesses, so to speak, that are doing the same thing on that platform. So you might have a lot of crypto people on X, but if the people that are on X talking about crypto are not sharing blog posts, then maybe you shouldn't be on X sharing blog posts either. For me, for crypto, I see a lot of websites sharing blog posts on Facebook pages. So I go to Facebook, I search crypto, and there's all kinds of pages sharing posts, and there are tons of followers. So here's this crypto page right here, 97,000 followers. So we can click on this page right here, and it's just sharing posts. And they're not even great posts. There's really no images with this stuff. So yeah, they're just, and here's a couple memes and stuff like that. And you can go through these, do your research, go through these things. Now this is from a year ago. That's from a couple years ago. So it seems like this is a dead page right now. But you can see what's getting the shares. Are the blog posts getting the shares? Are memes getting the shares? Maybe you want to put some memes on your page every couple days and then also put some blog posts on. You don't want to do all blog posts. I don't know. You're going to have to do your own research. Let's check out a couple more pages. Crypto trading. Let's check this one out. So they also have not posted for about a year, but they have 70,000 followers and 71,000 likes. If you get that page engagement, then you can start earning revenue from Facebook. So this is where I would probably be if I were in crypto. But again, if you're in a different niche like American football, I'm assuming there's a page for American football on here, but you got to go there to see, are people commenting? Are people sharing? Is this an active community? Is this the right place for me? But the cost to create a page and push your content out there is basically zero. So there's not a lot of harm from doing this. It's set and forget essentially. So we're going to go ahead and make a page right now. So go to your profile over here and you'll select create a page, and you want to pick what you want. Create another profile, get a new name and feed. So we don't want that. Grow a business, creator organization. So we want a public page. That's what we want. We'll click next. Click get started. So page name, Crypto Diamond Hands. Category, news. There we go. News and media website. So we got to come up with a bio for our site. Let's see, just something in there. You can use AI to spitball different ideas. So we'll create the page. Let's try this. Crypto space diamond space hands. That seems to do the trick. Our website, https cryptodiamondhands.com. And nothing else, no hours available. Click next. Profile picture, cover photo. So I'm going to go over here to Canva. I love Canva. If you don't have a Canva subscription, you need to get a Canva subscription. It's inexpensive. It's incredibly valuable. Create a new design with a size of 1640 by 856, the perfect resolution for Facebook. Now, there's a couple different ways to create the image for your page. I don't want to spend a lot of time doing this. I have tried going to Midjourney. I got a Midjourney subscription that's going to eventually expire this year. I don't think I'm going to renew it. The problem with Midjourney, well, the good thing about Midjourney is it's almost like unlimited generation. The problem is it does good styling of text, but there's always a lot of mistakes with it, which is surprising. Right? There's just a lot of mistakes with it. So I'm not a big fan of using Midjourney for this process. I'd rather just use ZimmWriter. Let's open up ZimmWriter. I'm going to click on AI Vault and Bulk Image Generator. So this is the prompt that I'm going to use, and you can, let's see, this is specific to crypto, so it might not be applicable to you, but this will give you an idea for how to do it. So write a prompt to create an image for a social media page. The image has the text, and then parentheses, and then curly brackets title. In a cyberpunk font, incorporate gold neon lighting and electronic elements such as circuit boards, capacitors, etc. A futuristic background with photorealistic elements such as bitcoins, altcoins, and other crypto-related styling elements. So we take this prompt now, and we're going to paste it right into this area here. And then we're going to put our title, or what we want the text to be, so Crypto Diamond Hands, over here. And then we'll select an AI model. I'm going to select Claude Sonnet 3.5. Just select a powerful model. GPT-4o would also work. And then the image model. So these image models, they all have their pros and cons. So let me explain a couple of them. So the first one I want to explain is like the Flux grouping of models. There's Flux Schnell, Dev, Realism, Pro, and Ultra. I'm going to use Pro, and we're going to generate just one image because I want to explain this to you. And we'll create the image. And you'll get a little pop-up warning saying, hey, you haven't used a subheading tag. You've only used a title tag. You don't have to use a subheading tag. It's explaining that's beyond the scope of this course. So here's what we got. So, and that's not bad. I'm not a fan of Flux in terms of creating styled text. A lot of times the text comes out like this. It doesn't have any personality to it, if that's the right way to say it. I get what I wanted. I wanted gold. I wanted neon. And we get that, but it's just kind of a normal bland font. So I don't like using the Flux series of models for a nice font. One model that I like is Stable Diffusion Ultra. Now, Stable Diffusion Ultra, I believe it's only available, I'll have to check. In ZimmWriter, it's only available directly through Stability. So you need a Stability AI account. You need some credits on there. And it's 8 pennies per generation. So it's not inexpensive. So let's do 1 or 2 generations with this. Let's just do 2. And don't click this box down here. We're going to leave this. If you click this, then what will happen is ZimmWriter will just use this as the prompt to feed the image AI model, right? But we don't want to do that. We want to have the AI take this and create another prompt to then feed the image AI model. And that's why we're not skipping that step. And I like having the AI take this and make another prompt, because then we get variation. We get a little bit of variation in the results, and we can pick which one we like. So we'll create the images. So Stable Diffusion Ultra, I have found, has a lot more personality in the results, but it's not as good at preventing text abnormalities or anomalies. I think that's the word, anomalies. So you'll get some messed up text the more text you tell it to write. So you can have like Ideagram or Recraft write a lot of text before there's a mistake, right? But Stable Diffusion, any of the Stable Diffusion models, you'll get mistakes more frequently with the actual spelling and stuff like that. But there's more personality in the actual images. So definitely some personality in the images, but so there's two eyes in here. All this stuff is lowercase. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of this result. So cool background, but again, for whatever reason, this is all lowercase, and it's cringe a little bit. All right, so we're not going to use that. But depending on what you're doing, you might want to give that a shot. But again, you're spending 8 pennies per image, so it can add up if you're doing lots and lots of these. So we're going to switch now to Ideagram 2, and I'll click the O button, and I'm going to turn off this magic prompt. The magic prompt is essentially doing what ZimmWriter is doing when we don't check this. It takes the prompt that you're feeding it and then creates like an improved version of it. But there's no need to do that because we're already doing that. And arguably, this is a better approach. And the style I'm going to choose is design. So we'll just run with that. And let's create 5 images. I think this is what I'm going to end up using. So I know I want to create a couple, but play around with this. Play around not just with your prompt, but play around with the different image models to see what works out best for you. The first one's done. Let's check it out. That's cool. Crypto diamond hands. Now we have some little text down here that I don't like, but we can probably use Canva to erase that. That's cool. It's clean. I like it. What you'll see with Ideagram when you're using design is you'll get more often things that kind of look like this, where it's a good font, but it's possibly something, it looks like possibly something someone did in Canva, and it's not bad. Whereas with Midjourney, for instance, you get this, it all looks integrated together. It doesn't look like somebody overlaid the text onto this image. It looks like this was all somehow created together. Now, I don't really like this. It's spelled wrong and stuff like that, but you get more of a seamless feel to the merger of the background and the text. But you have to do a lot of generations to get good stuff with text in Midjourney. So let's see what we're getting over here. That's disturbing. We have some eyeballs. These look like hands, but then there's like eyeballs in here. That's disturbing. So I don't want that. Let's see what this number 3 is. That's cool. I think, so this is a little tame. This is pretty hardcore. I like that. D-I-A-M-O-N-D, diamond hands. I spelled it right also. That's my winner so far. So I don't need this anymore. That's the winner so far. Man, that's pretty cool. Crypto diamond hands. That's like a Cybertruck font. Still like this better. Is that it? Where's 5? Let's get the 5th one. I don't like that as much as this one. Now, you could say, you know what, I don't like any of those results. So you come in here, you do 5 more generations, or you can bump this up to 15. Now, obviously, you're going to be charged whatever this is, 8 pennies per image, depending on what you do. Do a couple, and then when you start to like the style, then you can scale this up and do 10, go get a cup of coffee, come back, and then check out your results. But I'm happy with this right here. So we're just gonna, let's put this over here. Let's go to Canva. Where's Canva? And we're just gonna put this in. And let's see here. I like that. That's pretty cool. Download JPEG, high quality. Cool. Now let's go over here and add our cover photo and desktop. So it's a little cropped off. So let's take this, center it, make it a little bit smaller, and I'll click edit, and we'll go over here to Magic Expand, whole page, and expand. It will use AI to expand the whole image. That's actually not bad. Let's see. This is cool. Let's go with that. Yeah. Look how easy that is. Definitely get yourself a Canva subscription. So we'll delete that. We'll re-download this as a JPEG. Have I said I like Canva already? Go back over here to Facebook. There we go. Add cover photo. Looks perfect to me. Now, what happens if we do the same thing for the profile photo? Oh, look at that. That's fantastic. Next, I'm really happy with this. So while this is working, so I'm going to come over here now, and I'm going to type in crypto news. And we will do, let's just do 10 generations. Confirm. So you can just have a bulk generate while you're doing other stuff. That's great. Skip this step. Page on your profile. Fantastic. Absolutely love that. That is fantastic. Cool. Let's make another page. We're going to make another page for our BV Crypto News. So let's see, BV Crypto News. And by the way, if you're logged in, if you've switched your profile to the previous page that we made, which was the Crypto Diamond Hands, it won't let you make a new profile. So you have to switch back to your actual personal profile, and then you can make your new page. I don't think there's a limit to the number of pages you can have associated with your profile. So you can probably have 100 or 200 pages. It's perfectly fine. BV Crypto News, and let's see, news. So I'm going to duplicate this now. I'll just click resize, custom size, and we're not really resizing it. We're just going to copy it to a new design. Open this, and I'm going to call this, I think I'm leaving that in there, BV Crypto. And let's see how our images are doing right now. Don't like it. That's a prompt for image generation. I don't like that. No. That's not bad. BV Crypto News. Looks a little AI though. I'm liking that one the most. Let's let it keep generating while we fill the rest of this stuff out. bvcryptonews.com. No hours available. Let's go back, see if there's any more images. I'm gonna let this run for a minute, and then we'll check out the results. Hopefully there's an image that we like inside of here. It's done generating all 10 results. Let's check them out. It's not bad. I like that one the most. That's not bad though. It's still a little too AI. We'll just run with this right now, and that way I can show you how to edit stuff out. So let's take this and go to Canva, put this in here, kind of make this a little bit bigger. We're gonna do the same thing and expand this. All right, put it right in the center. I think that's in the center. Now we'll click Edit Image, and I want to remove this top stuff and the bottom stuff. Let's do Magic Eraser. Let's erase this up here, and we'll erase this down here. Sometimes the eraser works well. Sometimes the magic text grab works well. That did a good job. Yeah, that looks great. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Now let's do the expander again. So let's scroll over here to Magic Expand, whole page, expand, give it a second. Hey, have you heard my thoughts on Canva? I really like Canva. Really, really like Canva. So here's what we got. That's not bad. No. See, this one, it still has borders on it. I don't want that. This has a glitch. Looks like the top one's the winner. Go to Facebook, upload the photo. And if you're doing like 10 or 15 of these sites, not necessarily all in the same niche, you don't want to take forever on this stuff because a lot of times it's not going to make a big difference. Just make it look good enough. And that, honestly, that looks pretty good there. I'm actually happy with it. So what we have to do at this point is find a way to have our blog posts, our news articles that we're going to be writing each day, automatically posted to each of these respective Facebook pages. We want a completely hands-off approach. So we don't have to do anything aside from wake up, tag those 10 articles, and then copy the results into ZimmWriter, press go, turn our monitor off, and go do life. So there's a couple ways to get the post on your WordPress site to Facebook or to another social media channel. You could definitely use Make. You could use the flow that we did yesterday. Make integrates with Facebook very easily. That's a good approach. Now, just realize Make costs credits, and there might be, I forget how many steps you would probably do. You definitely, inside of Make, you'd have an initial step to receive the data from WordPress, and then you'd have another step which would be sending the data to Facebook. So that's 2 tasks right there. You might have another task in the middle to actually create the text for the post itself. So that's 3 tasks. Let's see, calculator. So if we have 3 tasks for one post times 10 posts times 5 sites times 30 days is 4,500 tasks. And I think the basic plan on Make is 10,000 tasks. Now you could be using N8N, but the problem with N8N, you could self-host N8N in lieu of Make, but the integration with Facebook it's like going to the dentist with 10 cavities. It's terrible. Make is so much easier, but you're going to blow 4,500 credits on 5 news sites just in 1 month. Is that really what you want to do? So there needs to be, in my opinion, a more economical approach to this. I've done a lot of research. Maybe there's a better solution out there. Drop a comment if you find a better solution. This is what I'm using. I'm not an affiliate, but I really like this. And at the moment, they have a lifetime deal. Let's see. There's $174 lifetime deal, unlimited websites. You can use this unlimited websites. You can come to their site and try the demo and just see how it all works. But I'm going to show you right now on my site. So I've already installed the plugin on my site, and here it is, BitSocial. So the first thing you have to do is connect to BitSocial, your social media accounts. So we'll click accounts over here, and you can connect all these different accounts: Facebook, LinkedIn, Discord, Google Business Profile. This is actually pretty cool. All right, if you're doing local SEO, this is pretty cool. And because this is an unlimited license plugin, that's powerful if you're an agency. It does Pinterest, Tumblr, X, Instagram. Now, there's not necessarily scheduling like Publer. If you took my previous course where we made that designer affair site, this will let you publish to Pinterest, but it's not as full featured as Publer. So let's go back to our accounts, and we're going to connect our account. I'm going to connect Facebook. Now, I've already connected BitSocial to some other Facebook pages I have, but because I just made 2 brand new pages, I'm going to have to edit the previous settings and then authorize access to those additional pages. But I blur this stuff out because I don't want to show all of my different pages. So we have the Crypto Diamond Hands page connected right now. Let me go to the BV Crypto news site. Do the same thing over here, accounts, connect, Facebook, and now we have BV Crypto News connected. So we have both of our pages connected. So let's go to auto post right now on each of these. So you'll go to auto post and you'll select the account that you want. So this is the page we want to go to. We want to share our posts automatically. Share post delayed. You want to delay it a certain amount of time? Nope, we want to just go immediately and enable the post log. We don't need to do that. And we'll go to templates. So by default, it's just going to share the post title. I don't want that. I want a little bit more than that. So we'll do post title. I'll do a new line. We'll click show smart tags. And let's get the post excerpt, which is the meta description. And then we'll come down here and we'll do the link card. So this will put the link to the URL, which then Facebook will then render as the featured image with a direct link to your post. Now, at the moment, like they say for engagement purposes, it's better if you don't have the link in the actual main post, but it's in a comment. I reached out to BitSocial and they have roadmapped making a comment automatically after the post is generated with a link to the actual post in it. But that's just not available yet. But I'm still getting engagement on my posts with this particular layout. So I like that. I like how this looks. That's all done right now. And I'm pretty happy with this. So we have one last step to do. And this is actually pretty important to get your posts on your Facebook page. Right now, there's no one visiting your site. Right? You just registered your domain. Maybe it's an expired domain. Maybe it's a new domain. But regardless, no one's visiting your site. And things happen behind the scenes when people visit your site. And it causes triggers to occur. So because no one's visiting our site right now, some of the posts won't get shared, and we want to fix that. So the first thing we want to do is enable this external cron. So you'll come over here to settings in BitSocial and just check this box right here. And let me read what it says. Activate BitSocial's external cron feature for continuous cron job operation, even if there's no user hit on your website. This cron will automatically awake your website externally, and your scheduled posts will automatically publish on your desired social platforms. So when no one visiting your site, sometimes these jobs won't publish then to Facebook. Okay, so we want to avoid that. First of all, check this box. That's really important. The next thing you can do is we can copy this string right here, right, and then add it to our server. Now this sounds complicated. It's really not. If you're using Hostinger, I'll show you exactly how to do it. If you have a different host, you might have to go about this a different way. Now, we're doing two things here. We don't have to do both. You can just check this box and everything's good, but I've also found that doing this too can help. So we can go to Hostinger and then select your domain and then come down here to advanced and then cron jobs. And then we'll click custom and we'll paste in what we just copied. So we're just pasting in what we copied from over here. So we're in Hostinger. We selected our domain. We click cron jobs, click custom, and then paste this in here, okay? And then we want to run this. How often do we want to run this job? So let's say every 5 minutes, but then we have to come down here and say every hour, every day, every month, every weekday. So basically this is running every 5 minutes. It's just going to do this every 5 minutes, wake up your site and cause these triggers to occur. And there's our cron job. Pretty easy, pretty simple to do. Now at this point, let's test this out and then we'll talk about ads. And I think that will wrap it up. So let's go over to Inoreader and we're going to do some tagging. So I'm on the daily news. I've sorted by magic. I'm filtering it by nothing older than 2 days. So let's tag this one, Bitcoin Blueprint. That sounds cool. Oh, something from the SEC. That's neat. That's cool. Let's just leave it at that. We're just doing a test right now. So we'll let this stuff start populating right now. It's going pretty fast. I think I left it on, I think I still left it on 5 profiles. I need to change this down to 2. Although I'm contemplating ramping this up to a couple more sites. So going to corner the market on Bitcoin news, right? But that's what you should be doing. This workflow is have as many news sites as you want. But obviously, you're going to have to do the math to figure out the costs involved. If you're, let's see, on my expensive site, the crypto diamond hands. So each article costs me 10 cents. If I do 10 a day, that's $1, right? $1 a day times 30 days is $30. So it's going to cost me $30 a month to create the content for my crypto diamond hand site. Now we can cut that price in half for my BV crypto news because I'm using the less expensive models. So each article is 5 pennies, or I guess 4 pennies. So it's going to maybe cost me $12 a month to run. So you're going to have to figure out how much am I paying for this content and am I getting an ROI? Now, when you create a site from scratch, it's going to take a couple months to start getting that traffic. You're ramping that traffic up. An expired domain, there's risks with an expired domain, but if you do that right, you can cut some of that time in half or start getting organic traffic a lot quicker. So you're going to have to figure this stuff out. It's not, if I had a solution to say, hey, do this, and you're going to be making $50,000 a month, then I would be charging a lot of money for this course right now. I'm showing you the blueprint. I'm showing you the path, but you're going to have to do some things on your own and use your own brain, which is more powerful than AI, to figure out, why am I not getting organic traffic? Or how can I get more organic traffic? Or what social platform should I be posting to? Or what can I do to get more engagement on my social platforms to then drive traffic to my page? Or I'm getting lots of traffic on my page. What types of offers can I add to my page? Because right now the affiliate income is not high enough. So start thinking about this kind of stuff. All right, so this is what we have. Let's take this list, copy it, paste it over here. These are 4 articles for each. So we'll take this. So again, waking up in the morning, I tagged my articles, I sorted by profile. I go over here to ZimmWriter. I already have my 2 profiles created. I simply paste the stuff in, I press Start Bulk Writer. So now we should, in a few moments, see stuff going to each of these pages. In the meantime, let's talk about money. That's what we're all here for. We're not just doing this for fun. Let's talk about money. We mentioned at the beginning when we were doing the ideation phase for this build, how can we earn money? And the two ways we came up with were ads and then also affiliate income. And the affiliate income can be for crypto-related offers. We talked about going to Google and typing in crypto affiliate programs. And there was all kinds of different roundups of different affiliate programs for crypto, like Coinbase and Chain Jelly and things like that. And then we also talked about going to ChatGPT and asking it to generate a persona of a potential reader for my website. And then what are different products that persona would be interested in. And you could say, oh, you know what? People that do crypto are also into security. So maybe we could offer them some VPN software or something like that. A lot of those products have very high commission rates. So we talked about a lot of that stuff, and there's a couple ways to get those affiliate offers into your articles. One way is to actually create a link pack with links to those things. But for this particular site, I don't recommend necessarily having inline links in your content to these affiliate programs, because sometimes those affiliate programs will go away, especially in a niche like crypto where businesses are coming and going. One year, this business is booming. Next year, the crypto exchange got hit by hackers and it's out of business now. Now you have all these links and you have to fix all your content. So I don't want to do that. The better approach, in my opinion, is to use some kind of an ad plugin for WordPress that can allow you to create a banner advertisement somewhere on your page to automatically insert. And then you can create that in Canva and you can have that go wherever, right? That banner ad can be for a VPN. It can be for a crypto exchange. It can be for wherever. And you can just dynamically create these and insert these. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So there's two ad plugins. One's more, by the way, I don't know why this is displaying right here. Sometimes it glitches and displays in the middle of the screen, but we'll just run with it. So this is the more advanced plugin. It's also more expensive too, but it does some really amazing things. So it's called Advanced Ads. It's for WordPress. The other plugin I'm going to talk about is Ad Inserter Pro. This is, instead of a yearly fee, this is just a one-time fee. And you can, depending on what you pay, like you can pay $100 and use it on 100 sites. Now, I have not used this plugin yet. I've just read the sales page, and this has a lot of reviews. But let's kind of talk about both of them. So Advanced Ads, very full-featured plugin. It is more expensive. I'm an affiliate of them. If you want to use my affiliate link, it's down below. This is what I'm using right now, but I'm probably also going to pick up a license to Ad Inserter and check them out too. The reason this is so cool is because there's all kinds of add-ons that come with it. There's tracking built in, there's selling ads. So you can actually sell ad spots on your site. It's all automated. So if you have a site where a publisher is visiting, they can say, oh, I want to buy this ad slot up here, and they can easily buy that and just pay you. So that's pretty cool. There's sticky ads, pop-up ads, ad sliders, there's ads at the bottom. I'll show you my site because I'm using this as a demonstration here. So I'm having it display this advertisement for ZimmWriter every couple paragraphs or something like that. So I think it only displayed it one time right now, but it's showing up there. And then when you go on mobile, let's see if I can trigger this. You go on mobile. I visited my site on an actual iPhone, and it was displaying over here. Or maybe I gotta turn off this ad blocker. There it is. So, and that's another thing too. A lot of people have ad blockers. And what's cool is when you're building your own banner advertisements, if you don't call it like an ad or things like that, then the ad blockers won't know that it's an ad. They'll just think it's an image and they won't block it. All right. Now, something like this, like a pop-up, a lot of the ad blockers will block, but a lot of people aren't using ad blockers. So Advanced Ads has this demo, which will create like a WordPress install for you. Just put your email in, and then you can play around with this and understand it. So there's an ad you can place up here. There's like those inline ads, and they can actually dynamically change. There's sidebar ads. There's these scrolling ads here. All kinds of cool, useful features in here. But again, it's expensive. Or you can do something with Ad Inserter. So Ad Inserter apparently has a lot of cool stuff too. I have not used this, but the interface is definitely less pretty. It looks more like ZimmWriter, to be perfectly honest. Apparently it works really well. There's great reviews for it, but I have not used it. It definitely looks like there's more manual stuff you'll have to do to get your stuff working just right. But I think it does a lot of the stuff that the advanced ads does. I don't think it has selling ads and things like that. But if you're on a budget and you're looking to save some money, then this might be what you want. Both programs will also work with Google Ads too. You don't have to just use this for your own affiliate agreements. You can use it with Google AdWord ads too. So I would think about both of these. Now, when you first create your blog, when you first create these sites, I don't think you necessarily need to get one of these, all right? You don't have any traffic. And also, you don't know what sites are going to hit the home run and what sites aren't going to get any traffic. Sometimes it's just hit or miss. Sometimes you just get lucky with the site, and for whatever reason, Google likes it and it starts featuring your content, and you can scale that up and get more and more traffic. Other times, you're doing everything right on your site and you're just not getting the traffic that you want. So I don't think I would look at the ads, putting an ad on your site right now. Give it a few months to see what kind of traffic you're getting. So let's go back to Facebook and see if the post got shared on here. So this one actually showed up really nice. So we have an auto post on now that when a new post is made, it will just automatically be shared to Facebook. But we can go to WP Post schedules and we can actually create a schedule now, and we can share our basics articles. So we can call this Crypto Basics, and we can start it today. And we can say let's just say every 4 hours, we want to randomly make posts. And we want to post from Crypto Basics. What's going to happen now is every 4 hours, it's going to post from our Crypto Basics. And then when it runs out of posts, it will just stop. And then the templates, the account. So we want to go to that account and the template. We want to use the same thing. Cool. So that's active right now. And we can set this up over here. So WP Post schedules. So let's see if something got shared now on this page. For some reason, it's struggling sharing the images. Well, we can modify this. Let's go to our auto post settings and edit our template. And let's actually share our, post link right there. And we'll share the featured image. Maybe that will change it up. So we'll go to posts, we'll test the next post, edit, turn this into published. And we'll give this a minute. So it's definitely finicky when you first set it up, but once it starts working, it starts to work pretty well. So we'll wait to see if the next one gets shared. Let's go back over here and set up the post scheduling. So we'll create a new schedule. We'll call this Crypto Basics, every 4 hours, randomly. Post filter, the basics, account template here, and we'll do the same thing. We'll do post link, and we'll do featured image. Let's go back and check this page. We have to wait a minute. So while we're waiting, let's wrap this up, wrap this whole process up. We've come a long way. We've showed you how to choose a niche, showed you how to register your domain, find a domain to register. I've showed you how to set up your hosting. We've done some keyword research to come up with those basics articles, showed you how to set up the AI to write those articles, publish them to your WordPress site, showed you how to install a theme, set the theme up. Then we developed a workflow for creating our news articles so that you can just wake up in the morning, spend 60 seconds, tag your stuff, and then push it out to all your different sites. And now we're also pushing stuff out to social media. So as we wrap this course up, what are some other steps that you could do to help increase your chances of success with your site? The main thing you can do is think of ways to increase your digital footprint online, right? The more places you can get your site's name out there, the higher the chance that Google will see you favorably and start ranking you. There's lots of different ways to go about this. If you're like an SEO nerd, you can use cloud stacking. That's an approach. You can do parasite SEO. That's another approach. You can go Google these concepts. They're more advanced concepts. Some easier things you could do is you could create an AI podcast. You could even use Make to do this, to create some text and then use something like 11 Labs to create the podcast itself. And then you could push it out there, push it out to different platforms or things like that. So that's something you could do. You could create an AI newsletter, right? Maybe a daily or a weekly newsletter that gets shot out to different individuals. That's something you could do. You could manually build some backlinks. You could possibly do some paid backlinks, or you could do some just outreach backlinks. You could have the AI come up with questions about a recent news event and then shoot an email out to a company to get answers back, which then you could use the AI to turn into an original news story. So you could have this original news reporting, and maybe you get some backlinks that way. You could have the VA edit your articles to insert charts and graphs and social media embeds and things like that. So there's lots more you can do to increase your chances of success with one of these sites. And that's going to take time. The best thing you could do is build a workflow to automate as much as you can. But you can also try to scale. Don't just make one site, make a couple of these sites. Make 5, make 10 or something like that. Obviously, pay attention to your budget, how much you're spending each month. But as you do these things, you'll start hopefully to see some success. And then you can figure out what's working, what made it work. And maybe you won't know, maybe you won't figure that out. But if you do, you can double down on that or replicate that across your different sites. So let's refresh this, see if we got any good news here. So this seems to be working now. So sharing the actual link right here and then the featured image, it seems to do the trick. Let's check this out over here. I don't think I shared anything else on here. Yeah, so we finally got this working. It's a little bit of bang your head against the wall, but we got the social stuff working. And we have our articles appearing on our site. And life is good. Everything is working how we want it to work right now. So that's it. That's the entire course. There's nothing else. I have nothing else to offer you in terms of making a news site. I hope you learned something. I truly do. This legitimately is cutting edge stuff. I've never seen anybody do something like this before. And I'm not saying like I came up with something magical. No, I just put the time in. You put the time in, you can figure things out. The genesis for this course was back in December, but I had never made a news site before, especially using AI. And it was not possible before because we had to build some things for ZimmWriter. ZimmWriter couldn't do 0H2 articles. And that's important for a news style article to have that 0H2 layout. It didn't have deep research. It didn't have automatic category assignment. It didn't have automatic tag generation. So there's a lot of things we had to build that took time, but we're finally here. It's all possible now with AI to just create this workflow of just pumping out articles to lots of different news sites. Very, very powerful process. So I hope you learned something. I hope you learned some skills. I hope you increased the resources you have in your toolbox for creating WordPress websites, not only for yourself, but other people. There's lots of ways to make money using AI and website development that doesn't just involve creating websites for yourself. You can go teach other people. You can go create a course around this concept or something like that. So lots of opportunities. I hope you're taking advantage of them. If you liked this course, please drop a comment down below explaining what you liked and things like that. I'd love to hear your feedback, love to hear your comments. And most importantly, share this course with your friends. Share a link to it, subscribe, all that stuff, but share it with your friends. So I hope you found value in all of this. That's all I got. I'm signing off for now. So look, good luck with your content generation. I hope you create a million news sites. I really do. I hope you, you flood the internet with news sites and you have lots of success. I truly do. So good luck with your content generation, and I'll talk to you later.